Chapter 1. The Founder's Prophecy. Graveyard, Little Hangleton, UK. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort cried, pointing his wand at Harry. As the sound of rushing death sped upon the jet of green light toward him, Harry's life flashed before his eyes. Here he was being held against the tombstone as death closed the distance between him and the newly resurrected Dark Lord. Harry closed his eyes and envisioned everything that had happened in the last hour. Flashback. Harry knew as soon as he and Cedric touched the cup that something was wrong. But before he had a chance to react, a cold voice suddenly chilled the air and sealed the older champion's fate. Kill the spare. Surprise shone in Cedric's face as the killing curse struck him, while Harry stared at him hopelessly as his lifeless body hit the ground. A second later, Harry found himself bound by invisible ropes and held against a tombstone that looked like the angel of death as the traitor raised his wand, and Harry knew no more as the red stunner struck him squarely in his chest. When he came to, Harry remembered what happened and began frantically searching for his wand. Harry, my child, your wand is in my possession until I may be in the proper state to duel you. So sit still and save your energy as you will need it. It is time for you to watch my rebirth. Harry heard the cold voice coming from an inhuman bundle in Wormtail's arms, realizing it was Voldemort as a chill ran down his spine. It seemed pointless to Harry as he squirmed wildly, trying to free himself from the invisible ropes that bound him as the arm of the statue held him steady. Harry watched as Wormtail placed the bundle that was Voldemort into a cauldron that held a dark potion which had been set in the middle of the clearing, right next to the statue where Harry was bound. As soon as Voldemort splashed down into the potion, Wormtail began the ritual, which would resurrect his Dark Master. Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son, Wormtail said as he blindly raised his wand, and as Harry watched in horror, a bone rose from an open casket right in front of Harry. Wormtail levitated the bone over to the cauldron, and it caught fire just before it splashed into the potion, which hissed slightly before it turned a pale, poison blue and stopped. Now Wormtail's typically pale complexion had grown paler as he whimpered. Flesh of the servant, W willingly given. You will revive your master. Harry watched with shock as Wormtail did something in front of Harry's eyes that he would never have thought Wormtail would have had the nerve to do. Wormtail put a long silver dagger from within his robes, and Harry gasped as the former marauder willingly cut his own hand off, letting out a blood-curdling shriek which echoed throughout the graveyard, before it too caught fire and dropped into the potion. Suddenly, the fire beneath the cauldron flared as the potion hissed much more strongly this time, as it turned a bright red, shining bright enough to hurt Harry's eyes. Finally, Wormtail turned and walked toward Harry as he almost gleefully, with a black lust in his eyes, reached forward, dagger in hand. He sliced Harry's sleeve and with his lone shaking hand, pulled out a vial, levitating it into the air. Slowly Wormtail said, Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will revive your foe. Harry screamed out in pain as Wormtail poised the dagger at Harry's left forearm and slit it open. The already pale and weak Wormtail carefully took some of the blood on the dagger and flicked it 3 times into the potion as he spoke the words, pausing each time as the drops of Harry's blood hit the potion. As the last word was spoken and the last drop of blood hit the potion, it flashed brightly and turned a blinding white, causing Harry to snap back to attention as the agony from the white-hot pain went screaming through his body and his scar felt like it was on fire. Harry watched in disbelief as the cauldron tipped over and seemed to melt away as a ball of fire, flesh, and dark shadows levitated in the air and seemed to come together as the body of a fully grown tall and pale man formed before Harry and Wormtail. A hiss came from Voldemort as his long, scaly fingers stroked his bald head, reveling in his new body. His face had a pale, malicious complexion with slits for eyes and a nose, making him look like the snake he was. What made the man truly evil in appearance was the glowing red eyes that had suddenly flashed in anger towards Harry and Wormtail in almost a painfully obvious way, causing Harry's scar to flash in pain and Wormtail to bow to Voldemort, cowering before him. "My wand, Wormtail." Voldemort's voice was high and cold as he reached out his hand to receive the wand from the cowering man before him. "Harry, at least we meet again. Tonight you have found yourself tied to the gravestone of my late father, a muggle, common and filthy, with not 1 ounce of magic in him. However, without him, I would not be standing before you today. So he did in fact have one use in death," commented Voldemort. Voldemort turned towards Wormtail, who was clutching at his stump of an arm, and hissed, "Give me your arm, Wormtail." Wormtail scurried forward and handed the dark wizard his arm from his amputated hand as he said, "Oh, thank you, master. You are too kind." Voldemort hissed and struck Wormtail with the back of his hand and said, "Fool, I wish to have your left arm." This caused Wormtail to whimper in pain and confusion as he offered his master his left arm. "And master?" Seconds later, Harry watched as Voldemort raised up the sleeve of Wormtail's left arm, revealing the dark mark in all its apparent glory. It was a hideous-looking tattoo, and it writhed under the man's skin as if it were alive. Wormtail's eyes grew wide, and he shrieked in agony as the evil wizard pressed the tip of his wand to the dark mark, causing Wormtail's knees to give out at the pain from the mark burning black on his arm. Now, they've all felt it. While many will come crawling back, still others will attempt to ignore it. They will pay the ultimate price, Harry, much like you will in a matter of moments. Soon, as Harry looked around the graveyard, the Death Eaters arrived to answer their master's call. A cyclone appeared in the sky as what appeared to be dark tornadoes soared down from it and began striking the ground, each leaving a wizard in dark robes and gleaming, evil-looking, white masks covering their faces and hiding their identity. Voldemort gazed at his Death Eaters as they formed a silent circle around him, and as Harry watched, Voldemort began pacing around to the nearest of his followers. 13 years, my friends. 13 years it has been, and still you answer me just as if it were yesterday. However, I confess myself disappointed. I smell guilt, regret, and even deception from many of you. Yet, above all, I sense foolishness. Why have none of you ever sought me out since that fateful night? Did any of you pursue each and every avenue, pursuing every possible lead, in order to determine that I was not indeed somewhere? Did each and every one of you who escaped Azkaban by denouncing me truly believe me dead? I, Lord Voldemort, who has gone farther along the path to immortality than any other. For 13 years I was trapped, virtually powerless, being less than even the meanest of ghosts, forced to live off others just to survive. Yet, none came and I actually felt vulnerable. The Dark Lord paused and glanced around at his followers, wondering if any would dare claim loyalty. After all, for 13 years he had been stripped of his powers by a mere boy. Voldemort spoke again. Yet, I was still alive, despite everything, despite the loss of my body and powers, and despite most of my followers leaving me to my own devices. Though some did not, and continued to fight in my name, but they were few and far between, said Voldemort softly. The ones among you who remained faithful and made an effort found themselves either in Azkaban or dead. So, even though their efforts failed and were wasted, at the very least they tried to keep up the battle. Suddenly, one of the Death Eaters stepped forward and kissed the hem of Voldemort's robes as he said, "Forgive me, Master. I have kept close ties to the Minister and others in order to gain information. If I had ever heard anything of your whereabouts, I would have sought you out immediately." "Crucio," Voldemort said lazily. For a few seconds the Dark Lord watched as his Death Eater fell to the ground, screaming in agony, before he lifted the torture curse. Voldemort merely helped the Death Eater to his feet and said, Now, Lucius, my slick and slippery friend, I have heard stories of your so-called innocence, but also that you still have yet to renounce the old ways." Voldemort then went around the circle, making comments about each of the Death Eaters, in turn saying names such as Avery, McNair, Crabbe, Knott, and Goyle, and passed over a few others that any outside observer would assume to be less important followers. As he passed each one in turn, a wave of his hand vanished their masks, causing each man's knees to buckle as they fell to the ground. He then said, "Many of my most faithful reside in Azkaban. They suffered in my name rather than renounce me, unlike many of you who stand here before me tonight, and I will ensure they will be rewarded amply for their loyalty and faithfulness to me. For now, Wormtail, come here so that I may reward you properly." Wormtail, who had been cowering before Voldemort, clutching at the stump of his arm, moved forward. "I return to you, my lord. I return to you and aided you these entire months, master." Wormtail squeaked as he crawled forward and kissed the hem of the Dark Lord's robes. "Out of fear, Wormtail, not loyalty. The inactions of my Death Eaters have set our plans back years, but I am willing to give each and every one of you a final chance to redeem yourselves. You all have much to do before you work yourselves up in stature among my ranks, and debts must be repaid, while time may ease some wounds. Even so, Wormtail, you have already repaid some of your debt. While you are cowardly and traitorous above all the others, your sacrifice partially allowed me to regain my body. You returned to me out of fear for what your old friends would do to you. Still, you have been helpful these past several months, and I reward loyalty. Hold out your hand, Wormtail," Voldemort hissed. Harry watched in horror and fascination as what appeared to be a glove of silver formed at the stump of Wormtail's wrist and fastened itself there. Wormtail leaned down and picked up a rock, and as Harry gasped in awe, he crushed it into dust. Looking up, Voldemort smiled, the slits of his eyes glowing an inhuman red. "It's beautiful, my lord," cried Wormtail happily as he examined his new hand, while he turned it over, looking absolutely ecstatic at the beautiful silver appendage. Wormtail stepped forward and said, "Thank you, master. You are most kind. It is wonderful, more than I deserve." This caused Voldemort to turn and glare at Wormtail as he sneered and said, "I am not kind, but I do award those that are faithful and competent. Ah, yes, I almost forget to introduce our guest of honor here tonight, although I doubt it is needed. I hear that you're almost as famous as I am these days. Oh, Harry, how such pathetic myths have fed your legend. Such lies have fed your glory, when you are nothing to me. I am Lord Voldemort, the greatest and most feared wizard of all time. Surely, you did not think that a mere baby could vanquish the heir of Salazar, Slytherin himself? Shall I reveal what really happened that night? Should I divulge how I truly lost my powers?" Voldemort stared into emerald green eyes, literally glowing with fury and uncontrolled raw and wild magic, as Harry glared down his nemesis, remembering the horrors of that fateful night, almost 15 years previous. Voldemort walked up to Harry as his Death Eaters, wrapped in their dark cloaks, with faces hidden behind their masks, sneered at the so-called Chosen One. "My faithful followers, I stand here before you tonight to tell you the story of how a mere child could have defeated me. Yes, my friends, it was love that saved dear little Harry Potter that night. The sacrifice of his mother shielded him from me, giving him the ultimate protection. She died to protect him. It was old magic which I should have foreseen. It left a lingering protection bound to his blood. I could not touch him. When I cast the killing curse on young Harry here, my own magic rebounded on me, destroying my powers. However, Voldemort smiled evilly as he reached up and pressed his forefinger to the cursed scar, causing pain that felt like 1,000 needles of white fire spread throughout Harry's body as he cried out. Today I stand before you, with my body returned and the foolish girl's protections gone. Behold my brilliance. I can touch you now." Voldemort's smile became a sneer as his tongue lashed out like a snake's. "I'm going to kill you, Harry," Voldemort said, laughing mirthfully as Harry fought relentlessly, but in vain, to break free of the statue and make it back to the cup that he saw laying about 20 yards back behind Voldemort to his left. "No, Harry, there will be no escape for you tonight. Far too long has your very existence mocked me. You should not have been alive to make it here tonight, Harry. All these years the wizarding world has hailed you as a hero and doubted my power. No longer will I allow this. Tomorrow, when the sun rises upon the gates of the ministry, the wizarding world will know that I have returned. They will gaze upon the corpse of their hero, and never again will anyone doubt the power of Lord Voldemort. Harry watched as Voldemort walked forward and, with a wave of his wand, the statue released Harry. Harry refused to take his eyes off Voldemort as he reached to pick up his wand and stand facing the Dark Lord. Yes, take your wand, Harry. Face me like a true warrior wizard. Stand with courage and die with honor tonight, just as your father did all those years ago, Voldemort said. Now, foolish boy, you will die tonight, but not before you learn to rue the day you crossed wands with Lord Voldemort. Harry slowly grabbed his wand with his good and, more importantly, wand arm before Voldemort coolly said Crucio, causing Harry to writhe on the ground as every nerve ending in his body screamed as white-hot needles of pain lanced through him, causing his vision began to become blurry as he started to lose consciousness once again. Voldemort roughly raised up Harry, who was still shaking from the curse, and invisible hands enclosed Harry's throat, roughly cutting the air up to Harry's lungs. Voldemort lowered his wand and watched as Harry sank to the ground. While Harry struggled back to his feet, Voldemort gazed at his followers, who were cackling at Harry's predicament. I assume that you have been taught to duel, Harry? It is time for you to meet your end, Voldemort said as his eyes darted around at his Death Eaters. Harry's reply was swift. Yes, I might have picked up a few things, but I doubt you'd notice, seeing as you don't seem to understand how to duel yourself. You really should pay more attention to your teacher and face your opponent, Riddle, unless you want to be hexed in the back. After all, we might as well get this over with. You've already almost killed me tonight with all of your rambling. I was afraid you would have to kill me in my sleep from growing so bored of it. You really need some new material to work with, but after tonight, it won't matter. Voldemort then looked at Harry, who was holding his wand tightly, and said, Now, Harry, we shall duel to your death. First we bow. Harry's knees were forced to bend by a Death Eater before Voldemort raised his wand and uttered Avada Kedavra, while Harry stepped to the side to avoid the deadly curse. Harry could feel his blood boiling as raw magic fed him with more power than he had ever realized he had as he replied, You are pathetic, Riddle. How about you tell your followers how their master's blood is impure? Tell them the truth, Tom, that they bow to a mudblood. Voldemort's eyes shone with fury, and Harry had to dodge behind a tombstone and crouch low as a pale yellow beam shot from Voldemort's wand and shattered the top of the tombstone. Come on out, Harry. I want to hear you beg for death, like your miserable little mudblood mother did before I killed her. I want you to face me when you die. I'm going to make you beg for death, and I, being a merciful Lord, will grant it. I want to see the light leave your eyes as the only hope for the wizarding world is dashed upon the old rocks of this cemetery. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort cried as bright green light lit the cemetery before it blew the statue of a Grim apart. As Harry crouched there, he thought about his parents. He could see them again. This wizard was the one who murdered his parents and cost him his family and childhood he had wanted so badly. All Harry had ever wanted was to have a family that loved him and to be normal, not famous, not the boy who lived nonsense. Just Harry. No, Harry thought. There will be no more running, no more hiding. Whether I live or die, this ends tonight. Harry watched Voldemort's eyes narrow as he summoned his Gryffindor courage and stood from behind the broken statue and looked at Voldemort. Voldemort held his wand steady at Harry and screamed, Do you really want another taste of the pain, young Harry? Crucio! Instantly, Harry tasted blood from biting his tongue as pain beyond belief surged through his body once more. Once again, he refused to give the evil wizard the satisfaction of crying out. Fortunately, even though his body was aching, he was able to maintain his wits about him and briefly adjusted his concentration to get through the pain before his body collapsed to the ground, still spasming from the effects of the curse. Potter, this is what you get for daring to stand up to me, for having the nerve to defy me, Voldemort said softly. Admit to your foolishness, and I might be kind and grant you a quick death. After all, Are you truly brave enough to prolong your suffering, knowing that you cannot stand against my brilliance and might?" Harry said nothing as he stared defiantly at Voldemort, wand at the ready. Voldemort looked coldly at Harry. "You foolish boy. I am superior in every way. Admit it. Say it to all these witnesses here tonight that no one alive stand a chance to defeat me." Imperio. Harry immediately felt lightheaded, as a wave of euphoria swept over his mind, and a voice in his mind said, "Why not? I'm dead anyways." Still, a smaller voice gained strength as Harry fought against Voldemort's will, which was much stronger than Crouch Jr.'s when he taught Harry to throw off the curse. "No, Riddle," Harry replied quietly, glaring defiantly once more at Voldemort, who didn't even seem to notice as he attempted to force more of his will upon Harry. "Say it, Potter. Tell the world how you were a fool to step in the path of the Dark Lord, and that you deserve to be put down," Voldemort sneered. "Bite me. I will never submit to you, Tom, you snake-faced bastard." Harry spoke calmly as he felt another push against his mind, just before Voldemort reared back and stumbled, as if shoved hard by someone. Voldemort stared coldly at Harry before he replied. "Say it, Harry. Tell them all that I am Lord Voldemort, the greatest wizard that ever lived." "No," Harry cried out as he once again threw off the curse, causing the Dark Lord to stumble from the backlash. Stupefied, Harry cast his stunner at Voldemort, and almost too fast for the eye to see, Voldemort's wand whipped up as he lashed out and cried, "Avada Kedavra!" The twin bolts, one green and one red, raced towards their targets before the spells collided between them, and thick, golden beams of light connected the two wands as their owners fought to keep control of their violently shaking wands. Harry and Voldemort gripped their wands tightly to prevent them from flying from their grasps. The Death Eaters could do nothing as a great, golden cage surrounded Harry and the Dark Lord, preventing any of them from disarming Harry forcibly, while Voldemort screamed out, "Do nothing! He is mine!" A ball of raw magic formed, where the magic of the two wands collided and began inching along the golden beam towards Harry. Somehow, knowing that his very life depended on keeping the ball of magic away from him, Harry began to will it back towards Voldemort with all his might. Harry thought he had won as it had almost reached Voldemort, and he fed the last of his strength into the beam of magic, forcing the energy towards the Dark Lord, intent on ending the threat forever, even though he knew he would never make it out of the cemetery alive. Voldemort's Death Eaters would make certain of that. All at once, time seemed to stop as the ball of magic was about to connect to the end of Voldemort's wand before the Dark Lord ripped his wand arm up, breaking the connection, and stepped to the side as he felt the raw fury of wild, untamed, and ancient magic blow by him. In this instant, the Dark Lord knew fear. Voldemort knew for certain that this child wielded significant, untapped, and untrained power that would grow to become a threat to his reign. A cold shiver of fear ran down Voldemort's spine for the first time since he had faced the demon within the circle while completing the Ritual of the Damned, as his ritual-enhanced senses alerted him to the power of the old magic practically singing to him from the child's blood. Voldemort felt the first signs of fatigue coming on him, which surprised him greatly, and that was not an easy thing to do. He had never felt tired like this before, and he had faced some of the most powerful wizards in the world and destroyed them. Yet, this child was able to keep up with him, even with a new body that had endurance far beyond human norms. A shame. Such power would have been useful to me. Fortunately, the old fool never took his time to train his golden boy, because at the height of his power, he would rival even me. Nevertheless, it ends tonight. After this, the world shall know the glory that is Lord Voldemort. Voldemort raised his wand once more and pointed it at Harry, who was trying to get up from the ground, panting and exhausted. In flashback, Avada Kedavra. I never could beat him. I never stood a chance. I'm an underage wizard with no training, and Voldemort has more power than any other wizard in the world save Dumbledore himself. How could anyone ever assume that I, Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, the supposed chosen one, would ever be a threat to Voldemort? I guess this is it then. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry you died in vain. He killed me anyways, but at least I can finally see you. Harry's eyes opened, and he stared death in the face as he drew up his Gryffindor courage right as the killing curse hit him square in the chest, ripping his soul from his body instantly. Harry cursed Voldemort for his life and his family, just as his vision went black, and he knew no more. In between, Harry felt like he was floating, and he felt no pain. Am I dead? I know that AK hit me. As Harry opened his eyes slowly and looked around, he found himself in a wide-open field, standing at the edge of a fountain set in the middle. As he looked around, Harry noticed a few trees in the distance, which made him feel oddly at ease. I wonder what's going on here. Where am I? To answer your first question, young one, you are neither dead nor alive. You are in between, on an ancient isle that once receded from a mortal world under my power. Startled, Harry turned towards the voice and saw a wizard in dark blue robes, staff in hand. The strange wizard appeared to be mid-aged, yet his eyes had a depth that seemed to see right into Harry's soul, and his voice rang with a deep wisdom that seemed to speak straight to his heart. Harry took a cautious step backwards and asked, "Who are you and how did I get here?" "The last thing I remember, Voldemort hit me with a killing curse." The man chuckled, reminding Harry of Dumbledore, before he answered, "Who am I? That question shall be answered in time, but that time is not now. When the time is right, you will know my identity. You have been brought here because for the last 15 years in the mortal realm, nothing has gone right. Many things have come to pass which should not have been, and many things which should have been have not occurred. You were born to bear the weight of the wizarding world on your shoulders, a champion, yet you fell." Harry frowned, thinking of all the people who expected him to be the one to beat Voldemort, while they ridiculed him and sat back feeling secure that they weren't the ones out there risking their lives fighting the Death Eaters and Voldemort. "What do you mean by a champion? I'm getting sick of everyone expecting me to be the one to end this war. I'm only 14 years old. All I have ever wanted was to be normal, yet that snake-faced bastard took that away from me when he killed my parents when I was a baby. Alas, I'm not the one to begin to answer these questions. First, you need to know of your ancestry and the legacy which came to fruition in you." The wizard appeared apprehensive as he looked over Harry's shoulder. "Sweetheart, you are ready. It is time for us to explain to you about your heritage and why you have come here before we must ask you to make a choice," a familiar voice said from behind Harry, causing his eyes to grow wide as he spun around. Harry could feel his heart bursting with joy at seeing the two people in front of him. Nevertheless, this wasn't possible. His parents were dead, and the old wizard had just told him specifically that he hadn't moved on. Still, Harry couldn't stop himself from hoping that this was real, that he was finally getting his parents back. Somehow, though, he knew it just had to be too good to be true. Harry looked at the 21-year-old beauty. She had bright red hair and brilliant, familiar green eyes, just like Harry's, and he could see the love and regret in her eyes as she looked on him hungrily, as if she could never look at him enough, and opened her arms towards him. Harry was stunned at the realization of who she was and who the man beside her was, who had jet black, untidy hair and a mischievous grin on his face as he looked at his son. "Mom, Dad, is that really you?" He barely choked out before he ran in her arms as his father hugged them both close. As Lily watched her son, her heart broke at the pain and sorrow in his eyes, caused by years of neglect and abuse. "Honey, we have always been here watching you. Your father and I are very proud of you and the man you're on the path to becoming. We're so sorry that we have not been able to be there to help you and guide you, especially through the living hell my sister and her good-for-nothing oaf of a husband have put you through, along with that poor child they ruined," she said with tears of joy and sorrow streamed down her face. Harry stood for a moment. "Well, they said I'm in between, so I guess I'm not totally dead yet. Not that it makes any difference. I'll still never be able to win. Not now. It's not your fault, Mom. I let you both down. I wasn't able to defeat him. Your deaths were in vain," he said softly, while looking into his mother's eyes, praying that she could forgive him for wasting her sacrifice. Lily Potter looked scandalous. Harry James Potter, never believed that you could let us down in any way, shape, or form. It's not your fault that you were unprepared. Do you even know why Voldemort chose to come after us and try to kill you? Do you know why we went into hiding? Lily's eyes flashed as she waited for an answer. Harry couldn't bear the disappointment in her voice. He lowered his head in shame before answering. No, after I faced Voldemort to stop him from getting the Sorcerer's Stone in my first year, I asked Dumbledore. But he said that I was too young and that he would tell me when the time was right. That meddling old fool, James said coldly with fire dancing in his eyes. We always did put too much trust in the old man. Granted, his intentions are honorable, even if his actions and methods aren't. He has lived too long and no longer focuses on the individuals. Dumbledore only sees the bigger picture now, the greater good as he calls it. He sees people as pawns to manipulate to fit the bigger picture, instead of individuals and equals to work with in order to accomplish his goals. We have stood by your side your whole life and watched as he shaped you into the weapon he'd hope you become. You see, Albus Dumbledore is a master of half-truths and manipulations. He tends to only give out the information that is necessary and let you work out the rest on your own. Never be ashamed that you don't know what Dumbledore should have told you long ago. It's not your fault. Let the blame rest where it belongs. Harry shook his head as he considered his father's words. True, Dumbledore always seemed to know everything that was going on, but he always let Harry, Hermione, and Ron on to just enough for them to complete their tasks. Was it all tests? Look at the Sorcerer's Stone. There is no way that the old man could have missed Voldemort sticking out the back of Quirrell's head. To top it off, why didn't Dumbledore just keep the stone warded in his office? He could have easily put under the Fidelius, but instead he chose to guard it with traps that even a trio of first years easily passed. What about the Chamber of Secrets? There weren't that many magical creatures in the world that could petrify a witch or wizard. That took enormous power, not considering the fact that the headmaster knew full well that Moaning Myrtle had died the first time the chamber was opened. What kind of creature had that kind of power? What kind of monster could it be deduced that the heir of Salazar Slytherin, famously called Serpent Tongue, alone would be able to control? Dumbledore was hailed by many as brilliant, so surely he couldn't have missed what his second year was able to figure out. After all, he had 50 years to figure out everything about the chamber and the monster within before Hermione came along. However, yet again, the Golden Trio, as we were called, figured out on our own, and miraculously, just when I needed help the most, Fawkes appeared. That couldn't be coincidence, could it? After all, Phoenixes could flash anywhere they wanted to, but how had it known where to find me? What about when Hermione and I saved Sirius? Dumbledore obviously knew what Hermione and I were going to do when he said that if all went well, more than one life would be saved. Dumbledore always seemed to know far more than he let on. He merely helped me along the path. The mysterious wizard, who seemed to have disappeared before, walked forward and spoke softly to Lily. We don't have much time. He must choose whether to see his destiny to the end or not. We must tell him his legacy. Lily nodded at this. Harry, before you can understand, you do know that Voldemort is the heir of Slytherin, right? What could that have to do with anything? Harry thought before giving a positive reply. Yes, Voldemort's name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. He is the heir of Slytherin. It's because of him that I'm a Parselmouth. Dumbledore said that Voldemort transferred some of his powers to me the night he tried to kill me, when the killing curse rebounded on him. James' face darkened. I see that the old man has indeed been feeding you little bits of information at a time, when he has deemed you ready. Sound like him? Well, first things first. When Voldemort's body was destroyed and his powers transferred to you, a small part of his soul attached to you also. That made you what is called a Horcrux. A Horcrux is an object that holds a piece of the soul of the wizard that made it. It anchors them to life, making them as close to immortal as most believe it is possible to be. As long as one Horcrux exists, they cannot pass beyond the veil, because a piece of their soul is still anchored to the mortal realm. When Voldemort took your blood tonight, he took a piece of you into him. He is not exactly a Horcrux, but at this moment, he anchors you to life. When that final killing curse struck you, Harry, that piece of Voldemort's soul was destroyed. Still, on that fateful Halloween night, when his curse rebounded on him, Voldemort gave you powers and a future brighter than anything ever before. He fulfilled one prophecy and partially fulfilled another that night. He made you the magical heir of Slytherin. It is not a widely known fact, but Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw were wed shortly after Salazar Slytherin left the school. Being my son, you are the heir of both the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw houses since they are your direct ancestors. Harry's jaw dropped at this. Is that even possible? They lived so long ago. Nobody knows who their descendants are. Harry took in the solemn expressions of his parents, and the wizard before his eyes widened, and he was slack-jawed at the new knowledge. Don't faint just yet, sweetie. There's more. Lily laughed mirthfully, laughter dancing in her blazing green eyes. What more could there possibly be? Harry replied in awe. Lily regarded her son carefully before she answered. Well, before she died, Helga Hufflepuff cast a powerful spell on her bloodline, so that none of her descendants would be born with magical blood until the time came to fulfill the Founder's prophecy. Most people consider me a Muggle-born, with every reason. All of my ancestors going back to, but except for Helga herself, were born Muggles. Harry, you are the heir of all 4 of the Founders. That was just too much as Harry stared blankly at his mother before his eyes promptly rolled back in his head and he fell back on the ground, fainting on the spot. James could barely contain himself as he rolled in laughter. I think you killed him, dear. I told you that he would take it like that. Harry never wanted his fame in the first place, and now you tell him that he's the heir of the Founders themselves. There were tears of laughter streaking down his cheeks as he tried to calm himself. Just think, that's not even half of the news. I thought we were supposed to break it to him easily. Lily glared at her husband, who was just managing to regain control, obviously disapproving of him laughing at what was not, in her opinion, a laughing matter. Harry might not know it yet, but there was far too much at stake. Mom, what did you mean the Founder's prophecy? And what prophecies were you talking about, Dad? That Voldemort fulfilled the night he killed you both, Harry said as he came to, standing back up before he leaned against the fountain. His parents looked at each other, coming to a silent agreement before his mother spoke. First, Harry, the reason Voldemort came after us and tried to kill you as a baby or a prophecy that was made shortly before your birth. Turn around and look into the water. Harry turned as Lily waved her hand, causing the water to begin to ripple out from the center before a glowing scene like that of a pensieve shone before them. Harry watched as a slightly younger-looking Dumbledore was about to get up from sitting across from a younger Sybil Trelawney before she reached across and grabbed Dumbledore's hand. Trelawney looked as if she was about to have a stroke as her body went rigid and her eyes glazed over and rolled back in her head before she spoke in a rigid voice. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Harry sat, stunned at what he had just seen. Does this mean? He trailed off while looking at the sad looks on his parents' faces before his father spoke up. Harry, that prophecy was made to Albus Dumbledore by Sybil Trelawney while he was giving her an interview for the post of divination teacher at Hogwarts. It foretold the coming of a boy who would have the power to vanquish Lord Voldemort. As you can see, Dumbledore was quite disappointed at the performance she gave during the interview, and was about to leave when she went into a trance and made the prophecy. Severus Snape, who was working for Voldemort at the time, was caught eavesdropping on Trelawney and Dumbledore about halfway through the prophecy by the owner of the Hog's Head, which was Dumbledore's brother Aberforth, and was subsequently thrown out of the pub. Snape then returned to Voldemort to tell him what he had heard. Now remember, since Snape was apprehended before the full prophecy could be made, only part of the prophecy was reported to Voldemort. Ironically enough, the prophecy could have referred to 2 people who would be born at the end of July. Harry, These two people were you and a boy by the name of Neville Longbottom. Harry spoke up at this. Hey, I go to Hogwarts with Neville. He's an alright bloke, but he has some issues with his self-confidence. It's really the only thing holding him back. How can you be sure that the prophecy meant me and not Neville? James looked at his son sadly. I'm afraid that it is you, Harry. Although the prophecy could have referred to both you and Neville, Voldemort decided that it was you who posed the greatest threat to him, and when he tried to kill you, he marked you as his equal. And notice this, Harry. He chose not the pure blood, which, according to his creed, is the only kind of wizard worth being or knowing, but the half-blood, like himself. Harry's hand flew to his scar before James continued, knowing that there was no way that he wasn't the child in the prophecy. He felt doomed. All his life, all he wanted to be was normal. He would happily give up all his fame and every galleon to his name to be normal and have his parents back. James continued, knowing that there was not much time before his son had to make a decision. Shocked by Voldemort's decision, Snape rushed to Dumbledore and explained that Voldemort had come to the conclusion that you were his to-be vanquisher and had vowed to kill you. Snape also confessed his longtime love for your mother. Another reason he hates you so much, besides being my son, the son of his sworn enemy. Snape offered Dumbledore his loyalty in exchange for her protection. All of us here know how that turned out. There is only one known record of the prophecy. It has been kept in the Hall of Prophecy in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic ever since it was recorded. Harry growled. If Dumbledore knew the prophecy all along, then why hasn't he told me yet? I deserve to know why Voldemort wants to kill me. He should have told me why I don't have you guys anymore. It's my life, not his. I have every right to make the decisions for myself. Harry's eyes began to glow a bright emerald green, and his hair began levitating as his aura began to physically manifest itself. Bolt of raw magic cackled from his fingertips and ran along his skin, all over his body, while periodically bursting forth out of control, leaving craters in the field wherever it struck. Lily reached out to her son and put a hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. "Sweetheart, calm down," she said. "What does any of that have to do with the Founder's prophecy anyways?" Harry asked his mother, staring into his mother's eyes, pleading for the answers he sought. As Harry's eyes bore into Lily's, she could feel the power in him, the power that would change the wizarding world forever. However, it was wild and uncontrolled, and if Harry made the choice that she knew his heart would tell him to, he would learn to control it and wield it before being sent back to undo everything that had been done. Finally, she answered her son's question. Everything. Without Voldemort marking you and making you the magical heir of Slytherin, it would have been impossible for the Founder's prophecy to be fulfilled. Why? Harry asked, looking at his mother in confusion. The strange wizard placed his hand on Harry's arm. Maybe I should answer that question. After all, I was the one who made the prophecy. The wizard leaned on his staff and chuckled as Harry looked at him in wonder. The tale begins long ago, when the ancients left the mortal world. They were called the Nine Divines, the immortals who watched over all of creation. One of these, named Merlin Emrys, or Merlin Ambrosius, chose to give up his divinity and became mortal in order to bring magic into the world. Before this, witches and wizards did not exist, because the power of magic was wielded only by the ancients. Though he lived here on Avalon, before it disappeared into the mists, lost to mortals forever, he created the great Stonehenge as the focus for the entire world's magic, in order to maintain a balance, so that magic would not go wild and destroy the world. Here, after 10,000 years, he felt that his time was drawing to a close and trained the 4 greatest witches and wizards of the time, before his divinity fully fled him. These 4 apprentices of the great Merlin ended up founding the best school for magical children that the world has ever seen, each giving their name to one of its 4 houses. It was called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry couldn't believe his ears. The founders were Merlin's apprentices, he yelled excitedly. The wizard again chuckled at the look on Harry's face. You really should see yourself. The look on your face is priceless. I haven't seen a look like that in over 1,000 years. Yes, they were. After a period of time, Merlin decided that the wizarding world was no longer in any need of his guidance, and he left Hogwarts, leaving the Founder's prophecy behind before disappearing forever, along with the Isle of Avalon, the last of the undying lands of the ancients. The prophecy went like this, he said as he waved his hand towards the water. Harry watched as an old wizard that he assumed to be Merlin sat in the middle of Stonehenge before waving a very familiar staff, causing a circle of fire to surround him. Awestruck, Harry turned and looked at the wizard standing beside him. "Are you?" he asked. "Yes, child. I am Merlin. Keep watching," Merlin answered. Merlin's eyes betrayed a hint of sadness, but also pride and determination. As Harry turned and kept watching, he saw the circle of fire turn into a blazing vortex of magical blue fire, and thunderclouds covered the skies as lightning began rolling in the clouds and striking the great stones, which made up the circle, causing them to glow bright with power. Suddenly, a great specter appeared, hovering in the sky above Merlin, and spoke in a frigid voice. "As the Second War approaches, the balance is broken. The heir of magic arises, born of the blood of the Four. From the ashes of death returns the warrior. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and Hufflepuff, apprentices of the ancient, bound by blood, bound by magic, they shall give rise to the heir of their master." I understand it now. By cheating death and being resurrected, Voldemort broke the fragile balance of life and death. He broke the balance of magic that had been held in check for so long. When he tried to kill me, I was already the heir of 3 of the Founders. However, when he tried to kill me, unknowingly making me the magical heir of Slytherin, he made the prophecy come true, since I am able to fulfill it. What I don't get, though, is the part where it says, "From the ashes of death returns the warrior." What does it mean? "It means something that has not happened yet," Lily said, looking at her son apprehensively. "If you decide to go back, then technically you will be returning from death, even though you will be sent back to a time before you found out you were a wizard. Also, if you choose to return, we will train you in several different branches of magic in order for you to learn to control the massive amount of power that you wield." "What branches of magic will I be learning?" Harry asked, anxious at the chance to learn. Merlin smiled and said, "It is good to see that you are eager, for your training will not be easy. First off, you will be learning mind magics such as legilimency, occlumency, telepathy, and telekinesis. You will also be taught advanced transfiguration, spell crafting, potions, charms, goblin, elven, elemental, and combat magics, arithmancy, astrology, astronomy, and divination. Then, you will be taught many rituals, blood magic, and dark arts that should only be used as a last resort. The last things you will learn will be advanced curse breaking, warding, wand crafting, swordsmanship, and stave crafting." Harry was speechless. How long will it take? He finally managed to stutter out. Lily looked at her son proudly. "Are you sure that you are ready for this? Time means nothing here. We will spend approximately 7 years training you, but it won't be easy." "Yeah, I'm ready. If I'm going to be sent back to fix things, then I will need all the training that I can get," Harry said firmly, knowing that this would be his only chance he got. "Very well. Then let us begin." Merlin spoke firmly with power in his voice as he struck his staff in the ground. A great earthquake shook the isle, and Harry watched as lightning flashed across the sky, and with a thunderous roar, what appeared to be a veil fell away and revealed a great circle of stones. Welcome to the true Stonehenge, Harry. Chapter 2. Surprises in Diagon Alley. Hut on the rock, the sea unknown. Harry woke up and found himself shivering, and he heard thunder outside. He looked around and remembered that his Uncle Vernon had rented out the shack they were in to hide from Hagrid. "I have to be careful. I can't let on how much I know. Dangerous things have happened to wizards that meddled with time," Harry thought to himself, as he decided not to cast a wandless warming charm on himself, instead opting to wrap an old, moldy blanket around himself. Harry thought back to his training. Even though it technically never happened, seeing as he was in between, he still maintained all the knowledge and skills he had gained during those harsh 7 years of training. Before it was all over, he had surpassed both his parents and even Merlin's wildest expectations, and since they had an extra year and a half, he was taught to develop his metamorphmagus skills that they had discovered, along with becoming an animagus. Harry looked at his watch as he came out of his daydream. He sighed to himself. He would be 11 in about a minute. Happy birthday, Harry, he thought, as he drew a cake in the dirt, waiting for Hagrid's imminent arrival. 3, 2, 1. Harry counted down. Boom! Dudley jerked awake, looking around in shock as Hagrid knocked on the door to the shack. Boom! At the second knock, Dudley bolted toward Aunt Petunia, who was cowering beyond Vernon. Boom! Finally, the door gave way and flew off its hinges, slamming into the wall across the room. Who's there? I'm warning you. You're breaking and entering. Leave now. I'm armed, Uncle Vernon said, sounding a lot braver than he looked. If one paid any attention, they could see the pea running down his uncle's leg as Hagrid stepped forward and ripped the gun out of Vernon's hands before bending it like a pretzel. This is priceless, thought Harry as he stood to face the first friend he had in the wizarding world. Budge up, Dudley, yet great prune, Hagrid said as he looked down at Harry. An air sairy. Ya were just a baby last time I saw ya. Happy birthday to ya. I got something airfare, yeah. Might have sat on it at one point. Harry watched as Hagrid started pulling sausages, a kettle, and other things out of his pocket before he finally got to his cake. Hagrid noticed Dudley starting to move closer at the sight of the cake. Don't eat anything he gives you, Dudley, Vernon yelled from his place in the corner. Don't worry, Dudley. Your son don't need any more fattening up. It's a shame what you have done to that poor boy. I've seen dragons smaller than he is. Hagrid chuckled at the thought. Give me a minute, will ya, Harry? Only I got tall Dumbledore. Let him know I got your letter to ya. Dudley paled even more as Hagrid pulled out a small, very ruffled-looking owl from deep inside one of his coat pockets and quickly scribbled a letter to Dumbledore. Dear Professor Dumbledore, gave Harry his letter, taking him to Diagon Alley tomorrow to get his gold and school supplies. These muggles are right horrible great prunes. Weather is terrible. Hope you're well. Hagrid. Harry smiled as he waved his hand to the fireplace, causing flames to erupt and Dudley's jaw to drop as he pointed at Harry. W, what did you just do? He managed to stutter out, looking horror-struck. Hagrid looked at Harry for a moment and answered before Harry could. It's called magic. Young Harry Ayre's a wizard, and a thumpin' good one at the... Harry, there was wandless magic. How long have ye been able to do that? It usually takes years o' training till a wizard is able to control your magic to that point. That? I've been able to do that for ages. I always knew I could do special things, but I was always beaten and starved for days when my aunt and uncle caught me, Harry answered, smiling cruelly at the Dursleys. He was immensely enjoying taunting them. After all, they had treated him like rubbish all his life. What? Hagrid roared, turning to face Vernon, whose face was fast turning from red to purple in rage. Dursley, you been beaten on James and Lily's boy? That's suicide it is. Do ya want very witch and wizard cross the country after your blood? Vernon stepped up to Hagrid, who was easily twice his size, even with as wide as Vernon was. We swore when we took him in that we'd stamp that nonsense out of him. Wizard indeed. It's unnatural, a disease. That kind of freakishness is nothing a good beating wouldn't cure. We swore that we wouldn't allow any of that nonsense in our house that night. I found you with that letter from Dumbledore, Petunia said as she stood next to her husband, glaring hatefully at Harry, as if everything that had gone wrong in the last 10 years was his fault. Harry glared right back at her and faked a confused look as he yelled back at his aunt. You knew. Petunia cackled evilly, as if she'd lost her mind. Knew. Of course we knew. How could we not know? With my drat sister being what she was. Of course I'm the only one that saw her for what she was, a freak. Every summer she came home, turning rats into teacups and making the dishes wash themselves. Oh, but no. It was Lily this, Lily that. My parents were proud to have a witch in the family. Then, she decided to marry that Potter bloke, and then you were born. We knew that you would be just the same, just as abnormal. And then, if you please, she went and got herself blown up, and we got landed with you. Harry watched his Aunt Petunia gasping, looking relieved to have finally got that off her chest. You told me my parents died in a car wreck, he growled. Car crash. Hagrid roared, slamming his fist against the wall, making the whole shack shake, threatening to collapse on them. A car crash couldn't kill Lily and James Potter. It's an outrage, a scandal. Harry Potter, not knowing his own story, when very child in our world has grown up knowing his name. By now, Petunia's and Dudley's faces were both white. Aunt Petunia's in hatred, Dudley's in horror. Uncle Vernon's face, however, was threatening to suffocate him as it turned darker purple in raging fury at each syllable that passed Hagrid's lips. Harry thought that he might pass out soon enough from lack of oxygen to his brain, but he could only hope as much. Stop! I forbid you to tell the boy anything. Vernon screamed at Hagrid, waving his fat purple fist, shaking in front of Hagrid's face, before his courage failed again and he stumbled back at the look on Hagrid's face. Or yet to stop him. A great muggle like yourself stop Harry Potter from going to Hogwarts? Yet I'll be dead by noon, said Hagrid, turning to Harry. What's Hogwarts, sir? Sorry, I don't know your name. Harry managed to get out, keeping the confused look on his face. A look of shock came across Hagrid's face. Didn't they tell you anything? Boutenita? Sorry. Harry looked down, trying hard to maintain the faked confused and sorrowful expression he currently had on his face, when in reality, he was enjoying every moment of this. Don't be Harry. They the ones that should be sorry. All this time, you not knowing, I was beginning to worry when you weren't getting your letters. Oh, and the name's Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Hagrid said, slowly turning around to face the Dursleys. Uncle Vernon seemed to have gotten his courage back again because he glared at Hagrid and yelled, He will go to a public school, he will be thankful for it. Nonsense, Hagrid replied. He will be going to Hogwarts unless a great muggle like yourself cares to stop him. And as I said before, yet be mad to try it. His name's been down to go there ever since he was born, and he'll be under the finest headmaster Hogwarts has ever seen. Hagrid's chest puffed out in pride before he said, Albus Dumbledash. I'm not paying for some crackpot old fool to teach him bloody magic tricks. Vernon yelled from his corner. Looks like Uncle Vernon's stupidity got the best of him. Time to earn that tail, Dudley, Harry thought to himself as he fought not to snicker. Brandishing his umbrella like a sword, Hagrid's eyes shone with rage, and his glare was one to make even Uncle Vernon's contorted face turn from purple to white in a second flat. You will not insult Albus Dumbledore in front of me, Hagrid roared at Vernon, his every syllable trembling with rage, causing Uncle Vernon to cower once more. Hagrid's umbrella went swishing through the air before it came down and point at Dudley, who was trying to sneak half the cake in his mouth, shooting a yellow light at his bum. With a small wag of his finger, Harry completed the transfiguration, which made Hagrid look at his umbrella in shock. Aunt Petunia rushed over to the pig that was her son. What have you done? Oh, Diddykins. Mommy will fix you right up, she said, hugging the pig and sobbing. You. She pointed at Harry. It's all your fault. You're no longer welcome in our home. You're no nephew of mine, you freak. Get out. Come on, Harry, let's go, Hagrid said, putting a hand on Harry's shoulder after wrapping the only good blanket around him. We'll get a room for ye in London. Now, I'm prejudiced like them purebloods, but there are no need to stick around here cold and miserable, being treated like that by that muggle filth. Mark my words, Petunia, Hagrid said. I was there when Dumbledore left the letter. Once he hears this, you're going to be sorry. Harry stepped out the door as Hagrid was raging at Petunia, but not so fast that he missed the look of pure and utter terror on his aunt's face at Hagrid's last words. Harry watched Hagrid step into the boat outside and shivered from the cold, which he could still feel from within the blanket. "Here you go, Harry," he said, handing Harry his coat. "Now, don't worry about me. Yeah, keep warm. You don't mind if I speed things up a bit, do ya?" Harry shook his head, eager to get away from the Dursleys and out of the storm. As they sped along towards the coast, Hagrid leaned in near Harry. "You don't mind not mentioning this to anyone, do ya? I'm really supposed to use magic, not that I've got ya." Again, Harry shook his head before asking, "Hagrid, if I do something, do you mind keeping it a secret and not telling anyone? Not even Dumbledore. Not until I'm ready." Hagrid looked skeptically at Harry before smiling. "Oh, of course, Harry. As long as it's nothing bad." "Oh, this is going to be wicked. I can't wait to see the look on Hagrid's face." "Good," Harry said, "because I'm tired of being out here in the cold." A look of confusion crossed Hagrid's face, right before Harry touched his arm and operated them both to the leaky cauldron. A moment later, after they both felt as if they were being squeezed through a tube, after two almost silent pops, they appeared in front of the barman Tom. Harry snickered at the sight of them, because if the look of surprise on Tom's face at seeing Hagrid apparate in before he noticed Harry was funny, then the look of astonishment on Hagrid's face was downright hilarious. Tom watched Harry as he was rolling around on the floor laughing at the old wizard and the half-giant. "Merlin's beard, Hagrid. It's Harry Potter. And if I didn't know better, I'd say he just operated you both in here. I've never seen you apparate before. Hagrid, in all these years I've known you, I didn't know that you could." "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Potter. Welcome back," Tom said as he stuck his hand out towards Harry, before Harry took his hand and shook it. "It's nice to meet you too, sir," Harry replied as he took the barkeep's hand and shook it firmly, while enjoying the speechless look on Hagrid's face. After a moment, Hagrid managed to compose himself. "Now, you know I can apparate, Tom. Young Harry wants to keep it quiet, so keep it to yourself if you will." "Of course, Hagrid. I assume you and Mr. Potter will be getting a couple of rooms tonight?" Tom asked, while looking Harry up and down, trying to measure him up. "Oh, of course. We might as well stick around. After all, tomorrow I gotta take young Harry here to get his school supplies," Hagrid replied, as he patted Harry on the back, nearly knocking him forward into the counter. Harry tapped Hagrid on the arm to get his attention, as the two men continued their conversation. "Yeah? What is it, Harry?" Hagrid asked, stopping in the middle of what appeared to be quite a thrilling tale about Hagrid chasing a dragon across the countryside on a flying motorcycle after it had taken off with a crate of dead ferrets from the front of Hagrid's hut. "Sir, you heard what my aunt and uncle said." Harry looked up innocently as he continued. "They aren't going to pay for me to go to Hogwarts, so how am I going to get supplies?" Hagrid chuckled to himself as he looked down at Harry, seeing himself all those years ago, remembering how difficult it all seemed at first to him. "Well, that's what Gringotts is, fair Harry. It's the Wizard's Bank. Didn't think your mum and dad would leave ya with nothing, did ya? Nah, first stop tomorrow is to get your gold. Just enough to get ya through the school year. You know, Harry, you remind me a bit of myself when I was your age. I didn't reckon that I would ever fit in, but I always had a great time at Hogwarts. Still do, as matter of fact. You'll do great there. At Hogwarts, everybody starts at the beginning. 7 years there, and you won't know yourself. You'll be with youngsters of your own sort fair once, and you'll make some great friends." As Harry listened, he sat there thinking about the next day. He would have to make an appointment with the goblins in order to get an account summary of his vaults, along with various other information. "Hagrid, what did my aunt mean when she said that my mum got herself blown up? How did she really die?" Harry asked, hoping that the tone of his voice was convincing enough to fool Hagrid into thinking that he really was curious. Hagrid nearly choked on his fire whiskey at Harry's question, causing Harry to snicker. "Well, I don't know if I'm the right one to be telling this, Harry, but I guess you gotta know. I mean, you can't go into Hogwarts not knowing why you're famous." Hagrid took another drink of his fire whiskey, looking nervous before he started to continue. "Wait, Hagrid, you don't have to tell me. I can find out from someone else. You don't look like you really want to talk about it in the first place, and I don't want to make my first friend in this world upset with me. Although if Dumbledore himself trusted you enough to send you to get me, I'd feel much better knowing the truth from you. After all, I bet as a gamekeeper and someone so close to Dumbledore, you probably know pretty much everything that goes on, Harry said, reassuring Hagrid, yet carefully flattering him. Harry knew Hagrid too well. There was no way Hagrid wouldn't tell him everything he knew now. Sure enough, Hagrid's eyes filled with tears of happiness at being called Harry's first friend, and his beard twitched as he smiled with pride before puffing himself up. Now it's okay, Harry. I can already tell. You're going to grow up into a fine young man, Hagrid replied, patting Harry on the shoulder and making him wince. Well, here goes. About 20 years ago, there was a wizard. He went bad. Well, worse than that. He was as bad as they come. Right about that time, he started gathering followers. Suppose some of them wanted a piece of his power, 'cause he was getting power all right. He was talking over. Of course, some stood up to him, and he killed them. Horribly. Well, no, the only safe places left was Hogwarts. Reckon Dumbledore's the only one you know who was afraid of. Everyone that stood up to him was murdered, even your mom and dad. Your mom and dad were two of the best witch and wizard I ever had the pleasure to meet, Harry. It was an honor to be their friend. As the story goes, your parents found out that you know who was after him. Nobody knows what for, but then again, nobody lives once you know who decided to kill him. Well, your mom and dad went into hiding for about a year before he finally caught up to him. Killed him he did, but the strange thing is, when he tried to kill you, something happened. Nobody knows what happened that night. Harry, something about you stumped him all right. He hasn't been seen since, and most people think he's dead. Cad's wallop, in my opinion. I'd say he's just out there somewhere, biding his time, trying to figure out a way to come back. Hagrid, who is you-know-who? What's his name? Harry asked slowly and deliberately, gauging Hagrid's reaction. Hagrid's eyes glazed over, and his face went pale before he regained his composure and answered. Blimey, Harry. People are still afraid to say his name. Okay, but only this once. His name was Voldemort. Hagrid, Harry interrupted. Why are people afraid of his name? I mean, he's gone, isn't he? What harm can name bring? The longer people fear his name, the more power they give him that he doesn't deserve. Fear the man behind the name. I'd say, not the name itself. Hagrid stared wide-eyed at Harry for a moment before he started chuckling. You're wise beyond your years, Harry. And you sound a lot like Dumbledore. Great man, he is. Never was afraid to call him by name either. Then again, Dumbledore is the only one you know who ever feared. Now what's that saying, oh his? Fear of the name only increases fear of the thing itself. His name was Voldemort. Harry secretly applauded Hagrid, who managed only to wince slightly at the name. Now, Harry, don't go around saying that name. People are still afraid of it, yes, see. It could bring trouble, and we don't want that. Those were dark times, Harry. You never knew who you could trust. Didn't want to go making friends with strange witches and wizards. Loads of dark witches and wizards were joining his ranks. Some wanted to live, but the most dangerous ones wanted a bit of his power, 'cause he was getting himself power all right. Anyone who stood against him, he killed, and horribly at that. Some of his followers are bound to still be around, so people are still cautious. Most people still remember the constant fear we lived in Harry. Can you imagine what it was like for those poor souls who came home and saw his mark floating in the sky above their houses? It was everyone's worst fear, seeing that mark. Families would come home and instantly know the dread of what they knew they would find inside. Now, Harry, it's best that you keep his name quiet, Hagrid said, while looking at Harry, as if expecting something. Harry smiled up at the big oaf and said, Don't worry, Hagrid. I don't want any trouble on my first day here. Personally, though, Hagrid, that is just one of the things I plan on changing. Well, we best get going up to our rooms now, Harry, Hagrid said, while downing the last of his fire whiskey. You'll need your rest for tomorrow. I'm going to take you to get your school supplies, and there's only one place to do that. Diagon Alley. Harry thought to himself as he quietly followed Hagrid to their rooms. Tomorrow was going to be a long day. There were several things he had to do while in Diagon Alley in order to prepare himself for the upcoming war against Voldemort. Before he went to sleep, though, he took a quill and parchment and wrote a long overdue letter. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts, Northern Scotland. Albus Dumbledore was in a good mood. The time had finally come for Harry Potter to rejoin the wizarding world. In fact, he had received an owl just a short time ago from Hagrid. Hagrid was with Harry and would be taking him to gather his school supplies tomorrow. Yes, as he watched the boy over the years, he noticed that, sadly, Harry was mistreated in a terribly inhumane way. Alas, he thought to himself, I must do what I can to help him. I know that he is going to blame me for placing him with the Dursleys, rightfully so. I just hope that Harry realizes that I had his best intentions in mind when doing so. When the time comes, he must be ready. As Dumbledore leaned back in a chair in front of his desk, he looked over at Fawkes and said, Only time will tell, old friend. Just then, Dumbledore noticed two beautiful wolves sitting in his office, right in front of the door, just looking at him. One of the wolves was pure black, with a line of silver tipped for running down the length of its back. The other was pure silver, with a line of jet black tipped for running down the length of its back. However, besides the fact that the wolves were there in the first place, what caught his attention most was their eyes. The eyes of both wolves were a brilliant emerald green, and a fire shone behind each eye, making them seemingly even more beautiful to gaze into. Before Dumbledore was able to gather his thoughts at seeing the wolves there with him, Fawkes let out a loud screech of phoenix song, just before a torrential vortex of blue and golden fire swept through his office. Out of pure instinct alone, Dumbledore had whipped up his wand and flicked a spell to freeze the fire in place. However, nothing happened. Not only was he unharmed, although his wand had been stripped from his old fingers and was now lying atop his desk, but the fire still raged. For the first time in decades, Albus Dumbledore was struck speechless as the fire seemed to spin and swirl into a sphere hovering in the air above his desk before it exploded outward. Instinctively, Dumbledore raised his arm to protect himself from being blinded from the flash of fire and a brilliant golden light. As Dumbledore lowered his arm, his jaw dropped as his ears rang with the powerful songs of 1,000 phoenixes surrounding him. The experience was beyond words, and he knew that it could only mean one thing. Keeping his eyes closed, Dumbledore sincerely wished that he was not off his rockers, like many of the students like to say. When he opened his eyes, Dumbledore was again struck speechless. On his desk before him was a creature of astounding power and beauty. This creature had not been seen in centuries, not only because of its rarity, but also because a creature so pure could not stand to be in a world filled with corruption. In all his 160 years of life, Dumbledore had never hoped, not even once, that he would have the honor to be in the presence of a royal phoenix. Yet, for some odd reason, the one standing before him had deemed him worthy, and it even had a letter in its beak. The royal phoenix had jet black plumage, tinged with a dark red, in order to highlight the brilliant gold on the tips of each feather. As the phoenix looked Dumbledore in the eyes, the old wizard noticed that, like the wolves, the phoenix had brilliant emerald green eyes with a living fire behind each. Before Dumbledore could compose himself, the phoenix jumped into the air and disappeared with a flash of fire, and a single tail feather, burning with everlasting phoenix fire, floated down to his desk, alongside the letter. After a few minutes that actually seemed like hours to the aged headmaster, Dumbledore was finally able to contain himself enough to take a look at the letter. The parchment was sealed with an emblem of a great black shield. It had a silver sword burning with blue and white fire, stabbing down through the middle of it, and the sword had a crown on top. On the left side of the sword, a royal phoenix spread its wings as if to fan the fire, and a lion sat regally on the right side of the sword, with one paw reaching out towards it, claws extended. What fascinated Dumbledore the most, though, was the basilisk at the bottom. It held the tip of the sword in its fangs, but what amazed Dumbledore the most was the fact that the basilisk was in mid-transformation. Not many wizards knew that the King of Snakes transformed into a royal black and green dragon, the kind of witch that hadn't been seen in over 1,000 years. The basilisk truly was the King of Snakes, and transformed into the Lord of Beasts, the Royal Drake. Albus Dumbledore leaned back and sighed. He didn't know what to think about the phoenix that had appeared, or the seal on the letter. The motto Honoris et Decus, Castus de Pectoris Evitas, was emblazoned on a golden banner that wrapped around a shield. Honor and glory, pure of heart forever. Obviously, whoever sent this is from an old family. Although I have never heard this particular motto before, Dumbledore thought to himself as he cast several detection spells on the letter. Having not found any spells of any sort on the letter, Dumbledore carefully unsealed it and began to read. Dear Headmaster, long time no see. It has been 10 long years since the last time you saw me, and condemned me to the miserable life that I have led up to this point. I wish I could see the look on your face right about now. That is if you realize who I am. Right now, I am sitting at a desk at the Leaky Cauldron writing this to you. Hagrid is already in the next room snoring. I don't know what you were thinking all those years ago when you placed me with the Dursleys, but rest assured that you and I will have a long talk when we next see each other. I don't appreciate people meddling in my life. And though you may have had very good reasons for what you did, and I will require an explanation, you made choices for my life that have led me to being beaten, starved, and pretty much treated like dirt. I will expect you to answer for all of this. Depending on what you decide to tell me and your reasons, we may be able to work together. I will never forgive you for the hell you condemn me to go through, but there might be a chance that we can leave the past behind us and start afresh. After all, we have a war to prepare for if Voldemort ever returns. Like you, I don't believe that he is truly gone. Meet me at the King's Cross Station on September 1st. I will have something that you need to see. Make sure to bring the minister along with you. Sincerely, Harry James Potter. As Dumbledore finished reading the letter, he sat there with it still in his hands, contemplating the possibilities. Albus was not easily surprised, yet this was the third time in less than half an hour that he had been struck speechless. In truth, he was utterly bamboozled, and apparently it was all because of a young boy, who until now, Dumbledore thought had grown up, completely oblivious to the world of magic that was kept secret all around him. How does Harry know so much? Albus pondered. He was supposed to remain ignorant of everything until now, so that he could grow up as a normal child. But this? What went wrong? How in Merlin's name was Harry able to get a royal phoenix of all creatures to bring me a letter? Dumbledore went to bed that night wondering about Harry Potter. This will be an interesting year if Harry continues like this. He has already shown himself to be highly unpredictable. As he thought about what had occurred in his office, just shortly before, Albus Dumbledore fell asleep with a smile on his face. After all, he had to meet the French ambassador and head Auror Jean-Claude Delacour at Gringotts tomorrow. If he timed things right, he would be able to run across Hagrid and Harry as they visited his vaults. Tomorrow, he would have his answers. De la Cour France. Hundreds of miles away, in a small room, a little girl woke with a start. She found herself sweating as she sat up in bed. Lately, she had been having these strange dreams that seemed to be from a different time, and even when she was awake, she found herself remembering things that couldn't possibly have happened. At least, not yet. The girl looked around her room and remembered where she was. She didn't understand what was going on, but she had a feeling that it had something, if not everything, to do with her Vila heritage. Lying back down to sleep, she vowed to herself that the next morning she would talk to her mamma and papa about it. Leaky Cauldron, London. Harry woke with a smile and took a shower before he went to Hagrid's room. "Come on, Hagrid, wake up. It's time to go," Harry yelled while throwing open the blinds. "Blimey, Harry, yet aged, ain't ye?" Hagrid said as he slowly got up out of bed. Nevertheless, he was smiling as he remembered his first day in Diagon Alley, after he had received his own letter. Harry followed Hagrid out to the back of the Leaky Cauldron to the walled-off courtyard, where there was only a small black trash can and some weeds. Harry watched Hagrid tap a certain sequence of bricks with the tip of his umbrella, causing an archway to form the entrance. "Welcome, Harry, to Diagon Alley," Hagrid said proudly. "Well, come on now. We're off to Gringotts. Ain't no safer place ter keep your money. Gringotts is the safest place in the world fair. Anything ya want ter keep safe, cept maybe Hogwarts. Yet have ter be mad ter try and rob it. The goblins ain't nobody ya want to mess with, Harry. Mark my words. As Harry and Hagrid were partway down Diagon Alley, they came upon Gringotts near its intersection with Knockturn Alley. Here stood the imposing snow-white marble building, Gringotts Wizarding Bank, towering over the other shops. Turning sideways to face Harry, Hagrid swept his massive arm to the side as if to show Harry the world. Harry, this is Gringotts. This is the place where witches and wizards store their money and other valuables. The vaults, are miles below ground and are heavily guarded. Gringotts has been here fair centuries, and, as I said before, it is run by goblins. Devilishly cunning, they are. They alone know the secrets of the twisting underground passages and the enchantments that are in place to defend against intruders. I once heard somewhere that there are even dragons down there. Crikey, I'd like a dragon. Well, the goblins have a code that forbids them to speak of the bank secrets. That's why no one can break it. It's protected by old goblin magic, and they would consider it treachery to break any part of that code. Even the curse breakers have to sign magically binding contracts in order to work for them, explained Hagrid as they walked up the stairs and passed through the burnished bronze outer doors of Gringotts before they came up to the small entrance hall. As they passed near the silver doors at the end were two goblins grinning evilly at them. Each one had a uniform of scarlet and gold and scanned them as they walked in. After the goblins waved them on, Harry read the inscription on the front of the large silver doors as they opened, before he walked through them and into the main lobby of the bank. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. As they passed through the doors, again, flanked by goblins, they came into the vast marble hall that made up the main lobby. Here, by Harry's estimation, there were 100 or more goblins were sitting at counters counting coins, gems, and other important things. Leading off the hall, Harry saw several doors through which at least one, and probably more of them, customers could access their vaults from. Harry quickly found an open counter and walked up to it. "State your business," the goblin said, looking at Hagrid. "We are here to withdraw some gold fare, young Harry's school supplies," Hagrid said proudly, with a painful thump of his hand on Harry's shoulder. Leaning forward, Harry barely caught Hagrid's next words as he quietly whispered to the goblin while handing the goblin a sealed envelope bearing the Hogwarts crest. "Also, here's a letter from Dumbledore concerning the you-know-what in the vault you-know-which." The goblin read over the letter. "Does Mr. Potter have his key?" the goblin asked as it peered over the counter, grinning evilly at Harry. "Yeah, I got it." "Hold on," Hagrid said as he dug through his pockets, before finally pulling out a small golden key and handing it to the goblin. "Very well. I will have a goblin take you to both vaults." "Grip Hook," the goblin called. Soon, another goblin came wobbling up towards them. "Follow me, please," Grip Hook said before turning and opening a door to guide them through it. "Hagrid, would it be all right if you got my gold for me? I need to attend to some personal business here," Harry asked, hoping that Hagrid would agree. He really didn't need anyone with him when he made his claims. Hagrid turned and watched Harry, wondering what was going on before he saw Dumbledore just coming in with a Frenchman and a young French girl that looked about 8 years old. "Oh, of course, Harry. And when you're done, you might want to have a chat with the headmaster. He's just over there, and I reckon he came to see you," Hagrid said while pointing over at Dumbledore, before he turned and followed Grip Hook through the door, closing it behind him. The goblin that he and Hagrid had spoken to before looked suspiciously at Harry as he walked back up to the counter. "What else can I do for you, Mr. Potter?" he started to ask, just before Harry raised his right hand, causing a ring to appear. The goblin's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he saw the crest that was bore upon the ring, which had 3 emeralds, 3 rubies, 1 diamond, and several smaller, magical stones surrounding it. Harry grinned at the goblin's reaction before he spoke in the goblin language. Please tell Director Ragnarok that I would be honored if he would agree to meet with me at his earliest convenience. There are a few matters that I must go over with him. Of course, my lord. I believe that Director Ragnarok is in his office now. Would you like us to check? The goblin said respectfully, hoping and praying fervently to himself that his blunder would not cost him his job, or worse, his head. Yes, please. That would be greatly appreciated, Harry answered. Also, do not worry about your job or your life. You had no way of knowing who you were speaking to until I showed you, and I would be grateful if you would keep this to yourself. The goblin looked practically gobsmacked at Harry's words as he practically ran through the door behind him. Harry, my boy, what a pleasure it is to finally meet you again, a voice called out from somewhere behind him. Harry turned around sharply at the voice. Hello, Headmaster, Harry said coldly. I assume you got my letter last night. A look of delight crossed Dumbledore's face before he answered. Ah, yes. I was most surprised at your words, and indeed, the method of delivery. Would you like to explain it? Not at this time, Headmaster. I have several things to do today, but if you meet me at the station as requested, I will be glad to speak with you about that. Among other things, then, Harry replied. Who are your acquaintances? My apologies, Harry. I did not mean to offend you. Please excuse my lack of manners also. This man with me is the French head of their ore department, Jean-Claude Delacour. He is here as an ambassador. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he held his hand out to a short, plump man with a pointed black beard. Although his appearance might not have been that impressive, he carried himself with an air of dignity and authority. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter, the French wizard said with a slight accent as he held his hand out to shake Harry's. This beautiful little angel beside me is my daughter Gabdash. Monsieur Delacour didn't get to finish speaking as Gabrielle looked up at Harry, just before a look of apprehension dawned on her, and she launched herself at him. Harry, she screamed, just before he was tackled to the ground. Before anyone could react, a brilliant white wave of light and magic tore through the main lobby of Gringotts, knocking everyone to the floor. However, the surprise didn't stop there, because the light seemed to be coming from Gabrielle. As the three wizards, along with several goblins, stared in shock and awe, her body changed and aged itself to an age much closer to Harry's. Gabrielle, explain yourself. What just happened? Why did you tackle Mr. Potter to the ground? Monsieur Delacour asked his youngest daughter, looking at her worriedly. Papa, Gabrielle started, as she sat herself up beside Harry. He is the one I told you and Maman about. He is the one from my dreams. Il m'a très spécial et chérine. Harry was confused as he looked at Gabrielle. She breathtakingly beautiful and was tall and willowy for her age. She had an air of grace around her that made her seem like she was gliding when she walked the short distance to hug her father before returning to Harry's side. She also seemed to emanate a faint, silvery glow, reminding Harry of her older sister Fleur. She had long, waist-length hair of silvery blonde, large, deep blue eyes that shone very clearly with her excitement, and very white, even teeth. My lord, Director Ragnarok is ready to see you. Please follow me. I will escort you to the director, the goblin called out to Harry as the goblin returned to the lobby. Dumbledore looked at Harry pensively. Harry, what is this about? Dumbledore asked Harry while he helped Harry to his feet. That is my business, Headmaster. For now, I must go, Harry growled before holding his hand out to Gabrielle. Would you like to come with me? Your father and Dumbledore can conclude their business alone, and I promise that you will be quite safe with me. Now, see here, young man. Just because I had expected this sooner or later doesn't mean that I am okay with it, Monsieur Delacour said firmly, as he tried to step between Harry and Gabrielle. Papa, Gabrielle said without even a hint of an accent as she gripped Harry's hand harder. We will talk about this later, but for now, I must go with Harry to this meeting. Please, Papa. As he looked at the pleading look in his daughter's eyes, Monsieur Delacour sighed. He had been afraid of this ever since his daughters were born. Apollon had made sure long ago that he knew what might happen one day, but why so soon? His angel was so young. Just this morning had wrought his worst dreams come true when his angel told them of her dreams. From that moment, Jean knew the day was coming when he would have to entrust her to the one who would take care of her for the rest of her life. That didn't mean that her dreams made any sense. On the contrary, they scared the hell out of him. How did she know such things? He had brought his angel with him to England in the hopes of spending more time with her, and had unwittingly walked her right up to her bondmate. If she or Apollon had known who her bondmate was, they hadn't told him, and now he had little choice. Of course, my angel. I just didn't think that it would be this soon. Mr. Dumbledore and I will await you both here in the lobby. Oh, thank you, Papa. Gabrielle smiled dazzlingly as she hugged her father tightly and giving him a peck on the cheek, before taking Harry's hand and following the goblin through the door, still smiling and humming happily. Soon, they came to large, ornate golden doors, and the goblin rapped on one of the doors with his hand. Director Ragnarok, Harry Potter wishes to see you, the goblin said. Send him in, a raspy voice sounded from inside. Harry looked around as they walked in. They were in a large, circular room that practically screamed wealth. The architecture was ancient, antique yew and blackwood, inlaid with gold and mithril. The furniture was made from yew, except for the large, golden throne behind the desk that a regal-looking goblin sat at. Everything in the room was of very exquisite craftsmanship. Director Ragnarok watched carefully as the young Lord Potter and his lady friend entered the room. The child was dressed in rags, far from what the goblin had come to expect from such an old pure-blood family. Still, the child's eyes were bright and betrayed a depth that could only come with great pain and sorrow. Despite his age, Lord Potter carried himself with a strength and determination that screamed in defiance of his own upbringing. Something seemed off about the young human standing before him now. Hello, Director Ragnarok. May many fortunes smile upon you. Harry greeted in the goblin tongue. Ragnarok nearly fell off the throne from shock. Not only did the boy speak their language perfectly, he also spoke with manners. His eyes then fell on Gabrielle, who was standing shyly behind Lord Potter. What is it, young Lord Potter? The goblin asked in English. How can I be of service to you today, and who is this young Vila that is with you? It is not often that we goblins see a wizard treat other magical creatures as equals. Please call me Harry. I wish to do a blood purity test. I would like to know of my lineage and lay claim to any and all of my vaults. Also, I have heard that goblins are able to determine which, if any, special abilities that a witch or wizard may possess, Harry replied, while bowing respectfully to Ragnarok and helping Gabrielle to her seat before taking his own. Ragnarok nodded slowly as he listened to Harry's requests. Though he was slightly put off that Harry had knowledge of some of Gringotts' more obscure ritual services, Ragnarok could not help but to feel a certain amount of respect toward the young lord that was so very carefully holding back a great deal. Indeed, all that is quite possible, Harry. Also, due to the report that Ripclaw gave me, I was going to request that you take both of these tests anyways, in order to verify your identity. This will all be at the expense of Gringotts, of course. We would not want to allow anyone, other than the rightful wizard, to lay claim to such an ancient bloodline vault, Ragnarok stated. If this boy truly is the heir, then we are in for some interesting times ahead of us. At least he seems to treat non-humans with respect as equals. There is promise in this child. Let's hope that he is the one. He may finally be able to put these dark years behind us forever. Ragnarok thought to himself as he gathered the required papers for the two rituals. Harry, I can sense the old magic that is strong within you. But before I can say more, you must both follow me to our genealogy ritual chamber, where we can immediately perform the two rituals that are necessary, Ragnarok said through grinning teeth as he stepped down from his throne and opened an ancient-looking door that had appeared from nowhere in the side of the room. Swiftly, Ragnarok had moved to a door to the side that had not been there before and opened it, waving Harry and Gabrielle through after Harry had helped depart Vila to her feet. Harry's gentleness and respect for her did not go unnoticed by the goblin, who was still slightly gobsmacked that the human was not a gibbering idiot at the sight of a young Vila that had little control over her allure. Smirking to himself, Ragnak admitted to himself that Harry's treatment of Gabrielle and the goblins, whom Harry had treated in a respectful way after their own culture, had brought him to admire the boy. When they came to the room, Harry looked around and saw that the walls were covered in names of all the wizard families that had ever been recorded to have a vault at Gringotts. Also, a curious look passed over his face at the sight of what appeared to be a large aquarium that was cylindrical in shape, and it appeared to have a clear potion inside. This is our genealogy chamber. The liquid in that aquarium will be activated by the magic within you, and it will light up names on these walls, depending on if you're the direct heir or magical heir of the families, Ragnak explained as he led them into the room. This will be quite an uncomfortable experience for you, since the ritual requires you to completely submit and allow your magic to control you and search you. Rest assured, you will be completely safe, however. Harry looked at Ragnak cautiously, trying to determine if he was telling the truth or not. He could easily use legitimacy, but he did not want to offend the goblins, especially when their cooperation was crucial. Finally, he asked, "What do I have to do?" Ragnak grinned cruelly at Harry and answered, "You will have to be completely submerged in the potion until it takes effect on you, and then we will pull you out. During the period of time that it will take for the ancient magic in the room to work its course, you will use this ceremonial knife to cut your palm and drip some of your blood into this basin." As Ragnak said this, he waved his hand towards an ancient-looking bowl that was covered in runes. It was sitting beside a silver ceremonial knife, along with a blank piece of parchment and a quill. As soon as the basin has enough blood, your hand will automatically heal itself, and you will use that quill dipped in your blood to sign your name on the parchment. The charms on that parchment, along with the magic and the runes that cover the basin, will show you any and all special abilities that you have, whether or not they have been discovered yet, Ragnak explained. Gabrielle looked quizzically at Ragnak. She had been quiet up to this point, as she felt a bit overwhelmed by the magic she felt in this room. She sensed the old and powerful magic that was gently stirring and could be roused easily if one knew what they were doing. "What about me, Director? Would I be able to perform these rituals also?" Ragnak glanced briefly at Gabrielle before bowing his head. "I'm afraid not, Miss Delacour. The Vila blood in you would make the ritual disastrous for you, possibly killing you. Though blood magic and sex magic work well together in most cases, this is not one of those. In order for the ritual to work, the magic must completely overwhelm the witch or wizard, and I'm afraid that if you were to go through it, the blood magic and your magic would likely collide against each other, since both brands of magic have dominant traits." "That's okay, Gabrielle," Harry said as he softly squeezed her hand, seeing her face downcast and trying to comfort her. "I guess so," she replied quietly. "So, can we do this now, Ragnak?" Harry asked the old goblin. Grinning, Ragnak answered, "Of course, Lord Potter. If young Miss Delacour would stay right here, we can get you situated and begin the rituals." "Will you be okay, Gabrielle?" Harry asked softly as he looked her in the eye. Gabrielle looked up shyly and said, "Yes, I will be fine, Mon Chéri. Let's get this over with. We still have to deal with my papa." At that remark, Harry gulped, causing Gabrielle to giggle. The sound of her giggling was music to Harry's ears as it made him imagine sitting on the edge of a beach, watching the sunset, listening to the music that Gabrielle's voice spoke straight to his heart. Snapping out of it, Harry stepped forward, slowly releasing Gabrielle's hand and looking at Ragnak, spoke clearly, "I'm ready. Let's do this." As Harry climbed the stairs to the top of the aquarium, he wondered what it would feel like. Even Merlin did not tell him anything of these rituals. When Harry got to the top, two goblins lowered him into the aquarium. Just as the tip of Harry's head submerged completely under the water, he felt like he was being suffocated. Try as he might, Harry could not move. His limbs simply refused to respond. Finally, running out of air, Harry began to panic and his body began to thrash around. To Harry, it felt like jagged wires were stabbing all over him, and the pain was excruciating. Just when Harry was about to give up, however, his body seized and went rigid, and his magic exploded outward from him in massive waves. Gabrielle was getting worried. First, it had seemed that Harry had stopped moving, but that was at least better than when he started thrashing about for a few minutes, looking like he was in mortal agony. Just when she was about to tell Ragnar to stop the ritual, Gabrielle's eyes shot back towards Harry as she felt a massive wave of power fill the room. She could barely stand looking at the aquarium. The light was so bright. After a few minutes, though, the light began to dim, but was still pulsing strongly throughout the room as the goblins pulled a glowing Harry out of the now golden and pulsating liquid. Harry barely realized it when the goblins pulled him from the liquid. Believe it or not, he felt great. It was a horrible experience, but now he felt better than he ever had before. When he got to the bottom of the stairs and began walking over to Gabrielle, she ran over to him and launched herself into his arms. "Are you all right, mon chéri? I was so worried," she said, looking worried at Harry before burying her head in his chest. "You look like you were in so much pain." Harry patted Gabrielle's head as he held her close. "I'm fine, and yes, it hurt like hell, but I feel great now." "Are you sure?" Gabrielle asked, looking up at Harry with tears in her eyes. "I can't lose you now, especially right after I finally got you. It seems a bit strange to me still, but I do remember you saving my life at the Triwizard Tournament. The foolish headmaster put me in that lake, knowing that the Vila are still at war with the Mare people. He was a fool to believe that they would keep the granddaughter of the Vila matriarch safe. It was the perfect opportunity for them to ransom me and win the war." This time, it was Harry's turn to be surprised, as he openly gaped at Gabrielle. "How'd you dash?" he managed to stutter out, causing Gabrielle to giggle again. "I don't know," she answered. "My man should be able to explain it to us, though. Before we can do that, you need to finish the other ritual." Harry smiled at Gabrielle and nodded. It was true. He needed to finish so that he could complete the tasks he came here to do. He also had to talk with Gabrielle's father, and even though he didn't really want to speak with Dumbledore yet, Harry knew that the old man would not let him go until he had at least some answers. Sighing, Harry stepped up to the table beside Ragnar, on which the basin and other material for the second ritual sat, and picked up the dagger before cleanly slicing his palm and filling the basin with blood. Just as Ragnar had promised, after a couple seconds, his hand began to heal perfectly, not even leaving a scar. Next, Harry took the quill and, dipping it into the blood, he signed his name to the top of the parchment. The second the quill picked up from the parchment after signing the last letter of Harry's name, golden lines began crawling all over the parchment and lighting up several words that Harry was sure weren't there before. Harry also noticed that several names began to glow on the wall, some in gold and a couple in silver. Ragnar took the parchment from Harry's hands, along with the parchment of the names that had glowed on the wall, before frowning. "Interesting. Your results are spectacular, Lord Potter, but there was one problem. When I witnessed your reaction to the first ritual, especially the ending, it had me worried. By the looks of things, there is no need. If you would both follow me back to my office, we can continue our business there, and I will answer all of your relevant questions," Ragnar said before he walked off, heading back toward his office. Looking at each other, Harry and Gabrielle sighed before taking each other's hands and following him. Whatever the results were, Ragnar's last comment had them both worried, but if they stood by each other, they knew that they could get through it together. As for Harry, personally, he didn't understand what was going on between him and Gabrielle yet, but he liked it, and he definitely wasn't fixing to look this gift hippogriff in the beak. Chapter 3, Results and Vila Bonds. Main lobby, Gringotts, London. Having finished their business, Dumbledore and Jean Delacour awaited the return of the children, each being buried in their own thoughts that circled around the young, disheveled Harry Potter. For Jean Delacour, the matter was a bit more personal. After all, his little angel's heart was at stake. He knew that, unfortunately, after the long, emotional talk with his wife and youngest daughter earlier that morning, there was no way to break the bond that had been formed between his Gabby and young Mr. Potter. Wait a minute. Didn't the goblin refer to him as Lord Potter? What was that all about? It was unlikely, but not unheard of, that an underage wizard would be the head of house. Getting back on subject, Jean remembered that there was a way to break the bond, but he could not put Gabrielle through that. According to Apollon, if they attempted to break the bond, it would cause his little angel unbearable pain from losing her soulmate. If worse came to worst, it could kill her, but it would at the very least strip her of her magic and possibly her sanity. Grimacing at the thought, Jean decided to do his best to remain civil to the boy. After all, no father would want the alternative for his daughter, and this couldn't be Lord Potter's fault, could it? Sighing to himself, Jean Delacour tried to keep his doubts to himself. He would definitely have to find the underlying cause of this. He had to get to know this child. After all, the child was famous and the heir of at least one of the ancient and most noble families of Britain. Harry Potter held great potential, both financially and politically. Even more, Jean could feel the power that was restrained within the young wizard. But how could he be sure that Harry would treat his Gabby right? For centuries, wizards had enslaved Vila for their beauty and charms. Corruption was rampant in Britain, and it was certainly no secret that it was the last place you wanted to be if you were a part human. For Harry's sake and Gabby's, Jean hoped that he was an honorable young man. Smiling, Jean noted, with a growing fondness for the boy, the way Harry treated the goblins. Harry treated them with far more respect than many wizards did these days. Harry spoke to them as if they were his equals, far from a superior way that many powerful wizards deemed to treat the guardians of their gold and family treasures. Albus Dumbledore was confused. After the scene earlier, where Monsieur Delacour's daughter had launched herself on Harry, and Monsieur Delacour had allowed her to go off with him to a meeting with the goblin director Ragnarok, of all creatures, the old headmaster was stunned. The French head Auror seemed oddly at ease with his youngest daughter's actions and even seemed a bit unsurprised. This confused Albus to no end. Who in their right mind would react that way after their daughter aged several years in the span of less than 30 seconds? Yet, while carefully gauging the Frenchman's facial expressions and his reactions, Albus determined that somehow the French Auror had expected it. My old age must really be getting to me, Dumbledore thought to himself as he stared speechless at the French ambassador when he admitted as much, save for the fact that he hadn't expected it to be so soon. Dumbledore frowned. The waters of young Harry's life seemed to only grow murkier. Albus needed some answers soon. Worried as he was, Albus also did not miss the reactions between the goblins and Harry. The goblin that had taken the two children to the meeting had called Harry Lord Potter. That was impossible. Harry was underage, and Albus himself had made sure that James and Lily's would not be read until Harry's 17th birthday. Harry simply was not ready to take the responsibilities that came with being a head of house. Harry deserved at least a few more years to grow up and have a normal childhood. It has been a while since Z left us, Dumbledore, Monsieur Delacour said, breaking the silence between the two men. Indeed it has, Jean. Perhaps you would like to join me for a drink? We can await them at the Leaky Cauldron, and Hagrid will bring them to us when they return. That would be acceptable, Dumbledore. EET would also give me a chance to contact my wife, Apollon. She understands much more of what my little Gabrielle is going through than I do. EET will benefit them both to listen to what she has to say, Jean replied. Fantastic. I will instruct Hagrid to purchase Harry's school supplies for him, and he can return for his robes and wand tomorrow, Dumbledore said excitedly. This would give him the perfect chance to speak with young Harry and also find out what was going on between the young wizard and Miss Gabrielle Delacour. Then let us go, Dumbledore. I could use a drink. EET will help the headache that EES bound to come in a short while, after Zay returned to us, Jean said as the two wizards quickly exited the bank. Yes, I dare say that I too am looking forward to that conversation, Dumbledore replied softly, chuckling as he went to find Hagrid. Your headache has only just begun, old friend. Things are happening much too fast, and I must regain control of this situation for Harry's own good. Director's office, Gringotts, London. Sitting down behind his desk, Ragnar motioned for a goblin outside the office to close the door. The moment the door closed, Ragnar waved his hand and the walls and doors of the office glowed blue, sealing it effectively. Ragnar's actions were making both Harry and Gabrielle curious, and they watched Ragnar intently. The looks on their faces made it loud and clear. They were all ears, and they wanted to know exactly what was going on. First off, Ragnar began. Do either of you have any questions? Harry and Gabrielle glanced at each other, coming to a silent agreement, before Harry nodded and asked, Ragnar, what did you mean exactly when you said there was a problem with the first ritual? Yes, I thought you might ask about that. Before I can begin to explain it to you, I have a question of my own. Have you ever had any problems controlling your magic? I am speaking of physical magic, such as charms and transfiguration, which require the use of a wand or another magical focus. Ragnar watched both Harry and Gabrielle closely for any reaction to the question. However, neither one showed any. Instead, they looked more confused. Ragnar, we are both 11, and we don't even own wands yet. I am sorry that I can't answer your question either way, replied Harry. No matter, Harry, Ragnar said, trying to figure out an easy way to break the news to Harry. Well, if I am blunt, at least the child will understand. Harry, during the ritual, your magic was forced to purge any outside or impure influences on you. During this process, the residue of powerful dark magic was found. What astounded us is it was determined that the cause of this was that a fragment of the soul of another wizard that, torn and battered, had once been bound to you. Do you know anything of this? Harry sighed. He'd been found out. He had wanted to keep that a secret for as long as possible. It was a good thing that Ragnar had sealed the office, because what he was about to say, he did not want to get out and be made public knowledge. People might think that he would turn dark because of it. When Voldemort tried to kill me as a baby, he unknowingly made me a Horcrux. It anchored him to this life, and he now lives as a shade. Although he had been expecting as much, Ragnar's eyes still widened, and he looked at the young Lord Potter thoughtfully before answering. I expected as much, although I am quite surprised that you already knew about it. It appears that somehow the soul fragment from the wizard christening himself as Lord Voldemort is no longer bound to you. If it were, the magical backlash caused by the ritual purging your magic clean would have killed you. I am most curious, though, as to how you were able to dislodge it from yourself. That is very powerful magic, and soul magic isn't widely used because it is so widely mysterious and unpredictable. The fact that you are alive after such a feat would make you even more famous than you are now. Even though it is extremely uncommon for a Horcrux to be attached to another, whole and living soul, it is not unheard of. However, to this day, it is believed, to the very few that know of such vile magic, that the only way to destroy such a Horcrux would be to kill the one who had been made its vessel. Anyways, back to the explanation. What did occur was that there was still residual dark magic, which was strangling and binding your magical core. On that note, you already appeared to have a fusion of two powerful magical cores, both having your magical signature. One of these was your normal one, while the other appeared to be fully matured, having well-toned magical channels overlying your normal ones throughout your body. Harry sat thoughtfully, at first not noticing the pause in Ragnar's speech. Does that mean I have two magical cores? No, Harry, Ragnar replied. For a moment, the old goblin sat thinking to himself, choosing his next words carefully. During the purging process, your cores had a massive chain reaction as the residual magic and binds were released. In this process, your magic began steadily increasing and decreasing in waves that quickly gained in strength. Finally, a massive magical backlash occurred as your cores imploded on each other. Normally, no wizard or witch would be able to withstand the force of his or her magical core imploding on itself. Usually, when this happens, the witch or wizard either dies or loses their magic altogether. Harry's hands gripped his chair tightly, and he frowned. But I didn't lose my magic. I can still feel it flowing through me When I stepped out of the aquarium, I could feel it revitalizing me, Harry said, growing more confused by the minute. That is true, Harry. As they imploded, your cores simultaneously healed you and fused into an even larger, immature core with surprisingly advanced magical channels running throughout your body. I fear the pain is not over for you yet, as the process will be incomplete until you go to sleep tonight. As your body falls into unconsciousness, your mind and your magic will flare, causing your body to grow and shape to suit the power running through your veins. This is necessary to keep you from dying from all the excess magic. Your magic will also cleanse your body during the process, erasing any harmful effects of abuse or malnourishment. I dare say that when you awake tomorrow morning, you will no longer look or feel the same as you do now. Harry didn't know how he should feel. He understood everything Ragnarok was telling him and told him so, but he didn't know whether to dread the long night that he was bound to have or be elated that he had retained his full powers that had fully matured during his time in between. By now, Harry was well accustomed to pain, but it still wasn't pleasurable. Can we continue, Ragnarok? I thank you for the information. You have given me a lot to think over later, Harry murmured. Ragnarok shifted in his seat and took one of the pieces of parchment. Of course, Lord Potter, he replied as he handed the parchment to Harry. I can understand your need to think it over further. Now, the parchment I have handed you contains information on which houses you are the heir of. Before you begin, I would like to answer a question before it is asked, because the House of Draco is scarcely known and has been that way for the last 1800 years or so. They were the ancestors of modern vampires before they were cursed. Since the dormant blood of the Dracos has finally shown itself, after all this time, in you, I believe that the vampire's curse does not apply to you. The ancient blood in you appears to be pure. This means that you will basically have all their strengths purified and multiplied to what they were before they were cursed, and you will have none of their weaknesses. Sunlight will not be able to harm you. You will not thirst for blood, and you will eventually be able to take the form of one of the great drakes of old. I do not know what the effects will be on your appearance, however. Harry and Gabrielle each held a corner of the parchment, and Harry heard Gabrielle gasp as they read it together. Harry James Potter. Age, 11. Status, pure blood, unknown primary status. Heir of House Draco. Heir of House Peveril. Heir of House Potter. Heir of House Black. Heir of House Gryffindor. Heir of House Hufflepuff. Heir of House Ravenclaw. Magical heir of House Slytherin. Last of the true sorcerers. Magical heir of House Emrys. While they were reading, a stack of parchments and a box appeared on the table in front of them. Before Gabrielle could take the box to open it, Ragnarok shook his head. Harry, in this box are all the family rings that will go on your fingers before you leave here. You can choose for them to remain separate, or they will, of their own accord, bind themselves to the ring you already wear. Naturally, there will be powerful protections on each one, and you alone will be able to see any of them, unless you choose to show them of your own free will. Normally, since the House of Emrys ring, which is already on your finger, is the most ancient and powerful one, it will be the one that is normally seen until you decide to show one of the others. Would you like to put them on now? Immediately, Harry nodded and reached for the box. Putting them on one by one, they each resized themselves to fit his finger and disappeared, leaving only the Emrys ring there. We have also taken the liberty of gathering the financial information on all of your accounts, and with your permission, we will combine all the vaults so that when you go in your main vault, you can access each of the others from it. This will also disable the front doors to all of your other vaults, seeing as there will be a door for each one leading from the main vault. Ragnarok explained almost giddily. This young wizard sitting before him was easily the richest wizard in the country, possibly the world. Ragnarok smiled widely, showing several rows of sharp teeth, as he thought of the profits that Gringotts would make by working with him. He'd be an elder in no time at all, and all he had to do was keep their newest customer. Go ahead and connect them. It will make it easier for me to visit my vaults without having to take the cart everywhere, Harry answered. Ragnock nodded in reply, making Harry and Gabrielle both wince at the sight of the grinning goblin. Very well. As the director of Gringotts, I will personally manage your finances for the Emery's Vault. It has always been the duty of the director, and I will uphold my duty to the best of my abilities. However, with all of my other responsibilities, I must ask that you appoint another to manage all of your other accounts. Whichever goblin you choose, it will be that goblin's only job. That job alone will be quite a handful, and, if I may, I would strongly suggest that you choose before we go over your finances so that your account manager can be here with us while we do. Without a second thought, Harry already knew the goblin he wanted. The goblin in question was very efficient and had a very keen eye on how to turn a profit. I would like Griphook to be my account manager. To say he was surprised would be a major understatement. Are you sure, Harry? Your attitude towards goblins and other creatures that most witches and wizards normally consider below them is very refreshing, let me assure you. But Griphook is only a cart goblin. Harry merely looked up and smiled. I'm sure. Griphook has a lot of potential, and I can always change my mind later. That is true. Ragnock nodded affirmatively. Knocking a specific pattern on the desk in front of him, Ragnock deactivated the wards on the office and called for the goblins to bring Griphook to him. Before long, the office door opened, allowing a slightly confused-looking Griphook entry. Bowing respectfully to Ragnock, he said, You asked to see me, Director? How may I be of service? You are here by Lord Potter's request, not mine. However, your fortunes run freely today, as he has requested that you become his account manager for all his accounts, save the one of Emery's, which I will look after myself. Do you accept this position? Griphook looked faint, with his eyes bugging out of his head and tottering as if he was going to collapse. Apparently, this was not one of the things he had ever expected to hear, at least not there and then. As Griphook turned towards Harry, he saw a look of fierce glee and determination, backed by quite a bit of greed in his eyes. Smiling to himself, Harry could already tell that he wasn't going to regret this. Goblins are notorious for their cunning and greed. They would literally cut down their own mothers down for gold, and unless Harry was greatly mistaken, the more profits Griphook made for Harry, the wealthier he would be in turn. It would be an honor to accept these new responsibilities, Lord Potter. It is not widely known, but I have managed the Black Vault for several years, and since it is now yours, I will be able to continue my duties, Griphook said excitedly. Call me Harry, please. I really can't stand my fame and titles, Harry replied, a little unnerved at Griphook's reaction. It wasn't easy to excite a goblin, and in Harry's opinion, they were a bit more frightening when they were. Of course, Harry, Griphook responded, bowing deeply to Harry before seating himself beside Harry and taking a copy of the financial records. Looking over the paperwork, Harry soon realized why the goblins, especially Griphook, had reacted the way they did. Harry was rich. Filthy, stinking rich. Harry was quite sure that he could build several mansions out of the galleons themselves. Obviously, the interest on several of his vaults had built up a fortune over the years. House Draco. Vault number 230. High security. Vault contains 78,349,293 galleons. Vault also contains several ancient scrolls on warding and blood magic, along with many priceless artifacts and heirlooms. Properties and other assets. Castle Draco and several smaller properties in Romania. Ollivander's 15%. Madame Malkin's 24%. Marriage contract to the House of Black for the first daughter-born. Overall value of House Draco stands at 97,534,164 galleons. House Peveril. Vault number 412. High security. Vault contains 4,436,213 galleons. Vault also contains a vast supply of potions, texts, and materials, along with many priceless artifacts and heirlooms. Properties and other assets. Peveril Manor. Godric's Hollow, 24%. Ollivander's 18%. Slug in Jiggers Apothecary, 52%. Caro's Finest Cauldrons, 78%. Marriage Contract to the House of Lee for the first daughter born. Marriage Contract to the House of Spinnet for the first daughter born. Overall value of the House of Peveril stands at 11,362,653 galleons. House Potter. Vault number 651. Trust Fund Vault 1241 closed and added domain. High security. Vault contains 782,654,314 galleons. Vault contains a large library containing many ancient books and scrolls on various subjects, many of them the only copies in existence. Vault also contains a vast amount of priceless gems, portraits, wardstones, and other priceless artifacts and heirlooms. Properties and other assets. Potter Mansion and several other properties scattered throughout Scotland, Ireland, and the UK. Godric's Hollow, 26%. Florian Fortescue's Ice Cream Parlor, 29%. Dell, 56%. Flourish and Blots, 40%. Gamble and Japes, 25%. Zonko's, 25%. Quality Quidditch Supplies, 75%. Grunning's Drills, 93%. Marriage Contract for a Miss Ginevra Molly Weasley to Mr. Harry Potter signed and dated by the fathers of both children on October 9, 1981. Double Marriage Contract for a Miss Padma Patil and a Miss Parvati Patil to Mr. Harry Potter, signed and dated by the mothers of both children on October 3, 1981. Overall value of the House of Potter stands at 1,305,825,687 galleons. House Black. Vault number 711. High security. Vault contains 621,521,982 galleons. Vault also contains a large library on the dark arts, blood magic, and necromancy, many believed to be the only copies in existence. Vault also contains many dark objects, precious gems, and other priceless artifacts and heirlooms. Properties and other assets. Black Manor and several smaller houses scattered in the UK and along the Japanese and Puerto Rican islands. Number 12 Grimald Place. Borgin and Burke's, 97%. Florian Fortescue's Ice Cream Parlor, 36%. Slug and Jiggers Apothecary, 17%. Flourish and Blots, 54%. Gamble and Japes, 25%. Zonko's, 25%. Elop's Owl Emporium, 38%. The Shrieking Shack, 100%. Marriage Contract to the House of Abbott for the first daughter born. Double Marriage Contract for a Miss Daphne Greengrass and a Miss Astoria Greengrass to the next son born to the House of Black, signed and dated by the heads of both houses on July 23, 1982. Overall value for the House of Black stands at 1,163,583,967 galleons. House Gryffindor. Vault number 7. Maximum security. Vault contains 3,167,835,298 galleons. Vault also contains many precious gems and a large armory full of various armors and weapons. Vault also contains ancient tomes of long-forgotten magic, all of which are the last in existence, along with many other priceless artifacts and heirlooms. Properties and other assets. Gryffindor Castle. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 25%. Ollivanders, 65%. Marriage Contract to the House of Bones for the first daughter born. Overall value for the House of Gryffindor stands at 4,918,437,275 galleons. House Hufflepuff. Vault number 11. Maximum security. Vault contains 2,316,756,354 galleons. Vault also contains several other priceless artifacts and heirlooms, properties, and other assets. Hufflepuff Mansion. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 25%. Marriage contract to the House of Bell for the first daughter born. Overall value for the House of Hufflepuff stands at 3,525,473,905 galleons. House Ravenclaw. Vault number 9. Maximum security. Vault contains 2,864,972,768 galleons. Vault also contains several other priceless artifacts and heirlooms, properties, and other assets. Ravenclaw Manor. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 25%. Marriage contract to the House of Lovegood for the first daughter born. Overall value for the House of Ravenclaw stands at 4,167,834,753 galleons. House Slytherin. Vault number 13. Maximum security. Vault contains 6,397,732,964 galleons. Vault also contains several other priceless artifacts and heirlooms, properties, and other assets. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 25%. Marriage contract to the House of Davis for the first daughter born. Overall value for the House of Slytherin stands at 7,358,710,019 galleons. House of the Sorcerers. Vault number 512. High security. Vault contains 340,257,093 galleons. Vault also contains several other priceless artifacts and heirlooms, properties, and other assets. Sorcerer's Tower. Overall for the House of Sorcerers stands at 870,273,918 galleons. House Summaries. Vault 1. Top secret. Triple maximum security. Evacuation necessary to access Vault. Vault contains 23,753,294,847 galleons. Vault contains several ancient, mythical artifacts, tomes, scrolls, and other objects, each believed to be the only copies to ever be created. Vault also contains several other priceless artifacts and heirlooms, properties, and other assets. Stonehenge. The Isle of Avalon. Gringotts, 55%. Overall value for the House of Emery stands at 29,348,981,718 galleons. The summary and overall total value of Lord Harry Potter, including all of his gold, properties, and other assets, comes out to 52,768,018,059 galleons. Gabrielle and Harry both sat stunned for several minutes. Neither one of them had expected anything like this. Harry already knew that he was wealthy, but this was beyond belief. To top it off, he owned Hogwarts. Harry looked into Gabrielle's eyes, pleading for understanding, as they both thought the same thing. Harry had no choice but to fulfill the marriage contracts since they were magically binding. This made Harry furious. Ragnar was thoroughly enjoying himself. The young Lord Potter and his companion both looked as if they were about to shit bricks. Ragnar was worried, though. Lord Potter would be required to fulfill several marriage contracts. Although multiple marriages weren't unheard of in pure blood society, the last coven had been over 400 years previous. I'll assume that you had no idea of how wealthy you are before this. Harry shook his head in reply. I knew I was wealthy, but this is incredible. I wouldn't be able to spend all this money in 10 lifetimes. That is quite understandable, Harry. Griphook, what do you think about the accounts? Griphook looked over at Ragnar with a smile full of teeth and eyes that showed, quite clearly, how much he thought that he would profit from managing Harry's accounts. I believe that we goblins will profit greatly from working with Harry. Not only are his finances formidable, But the political influence that he is bound to have from the Wisengamot seats that he inherited would be a great help to goblins and other magical creatures whose rights are suppressed by wizards. Frankly, Harry could spend tens of millions of galleons a day and still never run out of gold. The interest alone that is made from the accounts would make sure of that. The fact that he also owns a majority in Gringotts, which was entrusted to us by his ancestor, would also make that assured, seeing as he makes a percentage of all of Gringotts' business, except for what we profit by managing his own personal accounts. Tell me, is there any way to back out of these contracts? Harry asked Ragnock, earning himself a dazzling smile from an appreciative Gabrielle. Looking confused, Ragnock replied, "Why would you want to do that? You would have much to gain from joining with these families." I don't particularly enjoy the idea of marriage contracts and arranged marriages. I understand that this may be acceptable in the wizarding community, but I firmly believe that everyone has the right to choose to marry for love. I don't plan on being forced into it, and I don't like it. I will, however, accept it if, and only if, I have no other options. That is, unless Gabrielle says no, then I will take whatever consequences are due for breaking the contracts myself. I refuse to force myself on any of these girls. Each and every one of us should have the right to choose. Ragnock looked highly pleased at Harry's reply. Glancing around, Harry noted that Griphook also seemed pleased. Beside Harry, Gabrielle had sat quietly through most of the meeting, carefully contemplating everything that was being said. She might be young, but Vila matured faster than normal witches, and fortunately, the Vila blood was powerfully dominant in her. Gabrielle understood magical bonds well. Being a Vila, she had to. Gabrielle knew that the bond between her and her soulmate would help her to be more comfortable with what now appeared inevitable. But that didn't mean she had to agree with it. She hadn't had much of a choice when the bond had formed between her and Harry. Quite the contrary, but she was very content for the time being. However, she couldn't be sure of her feelings about other women being with Harry, especially so soon after she had finally found him. Squeezing Harry's hand softly, Gabrielle gathered her courage for what she was about to say. She had always been very outgoing, but this was different. This was for life. "Harry," she said quietly, causing him to look directly into her gorgeous eyes. "She may only be 11, but I could lose myself in those eyes. I guess this strange attraction to her is something I will get used to in time, but it does feel right in a way." Harry thought to himself while gazing at her. "I know you don't like this. I can feel it from you. Personally, I don't understand my feelings on it either, but this is something that we're going to have to deal with. This bond we have, it's forever. Haven't you noticed that I don't have the slightest bit of French accent? We will talk about the bond later, but know this. I may not have had much choice in it, but I don't regret it. While you were looking over your financial records, I perused the documents for the marriage contracts. You can't break them, even if you wanted to. Your magic would pull you to them and them to you. It's part of the compulsion magic. It helps to ensure that the marriages last and that the contracts are fulfilled. The longer you take to fulfill these contracts, the worse it will be on everyone. Even though each contract specifically states that you must be at least 17, it would still be hard for you to keep yourself apart from them, and vice versa. If there isn't at least casual contact with each one on a steady basis, everyone involved, including myself, would lose their magic." "Why would you lose your magic?" Harry asked, frowning at the very thought. Here was a young witch, willing to be bound to him forever and love him, and this is the risk she had to take. Harry wouldn't allow it. He had been hurt all his life, and he vowed then and there that he would never hurt Gabrielle. He would always protect his Gabby and put her life before his own. Always. Wait, my Gabby? Where did that come from? Harry couldn't deny it, though. This angel beside him was his, and he loved it. "I am bonded to you, Harry. It is a powerful bond, and I cannot explain fully to you. I do know that we can draw off of each other's magic, and that by being bonded, both of our magic increases. Even though we both have our own unique abilities, our powers feed into a collective that each witch or wizard in the bond can draw from when they have need of it. This is only a small percentage of our magic, of course, but with your power and each witch's increased powers, it will be a formidable force to fall back on when in danger. Later, We will speak to my man, and she will be able to help us both to understand it more, she replied quietly, hoping that Harry wouldn't be mad at her. Harry was a little disappointed at this, but he smiled reassuringly at Gabby to show her that he wasn't upset at her in the least. Harry also noted that he and Gabby tended to be very empathic with each other. They didn't know each other that well, but they were already able to discern each other's moods and emotions in order to keep the other happy. Well said, Miss Delacour. Now, would you like to see the results of the second ritual? As I stated earlier, it will bring to light any special abilities that you may have, including the bloodline that the ability is derived from. Yes, thank you, Ragnarok, Harry replied, taking the parchment from the goblin and scanning it over, along with Gabby. Harry James Potter. Multiple Animagus Potter. Metamorphmagus Peveril. Enhanced speed, strength, and senses Draco. Enhanced healing and regeneration Draco. Shadow Magus Sorcerers. Aura Reading Gryffindor. Mage Sight Ravenclaw. Parcel Tongue Slytherin. Druidic Elven and Elemental Magus Emrys. Beast Master Emrys. What is a Shadow Mage? And what is the House of Sorcerers? Harry asked, looking up at Ragnarok with a dark look upon his face. Harry, please allow me to begin with the House of Emrys. It is a crucial point to the story of the true sorcerers of old. Not much is known of the origins of Merlin Emrys, also known as Merlin. Merlin was the founder of the House of Emrys and wielded vast powers over nature. Merlin was not often found among wizards, though. He was a druid and preferred to spend his time attuned with nature. It was said that he could speak with and control all manner of creatures, and in time, he taught the High Elves, who were the ancestors of the Cursed House elves before they were enslaved. He also taught the goblins. He taught both races powerful magic, but each race was taught a different form. All goblins are taught about the origins of our magic at a young age, so we know who to be thankful to if we ever met one of his descendants. Until today, there were none. During a long period of absence, witches and wizards began to desire more power. They sought to wield the powers of the elements like Merlin. In time, the land began to become ravished by war, and it was unacceptable. Many witches and wizards joined together and built an immense tower and formed the Guild of Sorcerers. These sorcerers were the only ones that managed to wield nature's powers, but the powers themselves were too vast. They often failed in controlling the elemental powers that were unleashed, and in time, Merlin decided to put a stop to it. Nobody really remembers what happened the day that Merlin arrived at the tower, but afterwards, the sorcerers became as shadows. The land all around the tower was scorched and barren, and the tower itself had collapsed to be rebuilt by Merlin shortly after. Harry remembered the story of that day. Merlin had told him how he had gathered a great army of creatures, led by the great eagles of the northern mountains, the mighty dragons of the western ranges, the ancient serpents of the southern seas, and the high elves of the eastern forests. The four great creature lords, leading their armies from the four corners of the earth, were led by Merlin. During the dispersal of power, when Merlin had chosen to bring magic to the mortals, Merlin had given each lord of the creatures one of the essences of magic, each contained within a small crystal globe. Born within each globe was the complete power over each one. Merlin gave earth to Lord Mirandor of the High Elves, fire to Lord Bahamut of the Dragons, wind to Lord Theros of the Eagles, and water to Lord Leviathan of the Serpents. Merlin himself wielded the last, most terrible force of them all. Merlin had said that it was one of the most beautiful, yet terrible forces in the universe. On their arrival, the sorcerers were struck powerless. The elements that they sought to control turned on them as lightning and raging wildfires swept through the battlefield and struck the high battlements with such fury and power that they were reduced to dust wherever they were struck. Many of the sorcerers tried to flee when massive earthquakes shook the tower's foundations and massive jagged stones rose up and turned the tower's wall to rubble. Unfortunately for them, they were swept into the air and slammed against just about anything as fiery whirlwinds swept through the tower, destroying and burning everything in their paths. The battle lasted all of an hour. Are you there, Harry? Gabrielle had her hand on Harry's shoulder and looking at him worriedly. You spaced out there for a few minutes. Harry hadn't noticed that Ragnock had stopped talking, and the look on Gabby's face was heartbreaking. Yeah, I'm Fine. I was just reminiscing about a story that I heard. I'm sorry if I upset you, Gabby. Gabrielle was shocked to say the least. She never let anyone outside her family call her Gabby. She hated the name. But somehow when Harry said it, it sounded right and comforting, and she loved it. It's okay, Harry. Are we ready to continue the story then? Ragnock asked. As the both nodded, Ragnock continued. After the battle, all the remaining sorcerers were gathered up and cursed. Merlin cursed them to live in the shadows forever as shadow magi, and said that one day their curse would consume them. He also stripped them of their other powers. Although they could still move within any shadows of the world and become as shadows themselves, they could no longer control the elements, and their most precious gift, the power to become one with the magic around them, drawing off external ambient magic to aid them, was also stripped. That power is what sets sorcerers apart from normal witches and wizards. Like them, sorcerers also had magical cores, but the difference was that sorcerers could see and feel the magic around them, and they could use it. Using this power, their magical cores turned from streams to oceans, basically without end and never tiring. Before he left them, Merlin gave them a final judgment, that one day his own true heir would wield all of their lost power, as well as the powers they sought to control and bring balance back to the world. The last anyone knows of the Shadow Magi is that they began devouring the souls of creatures and wizards. The constant devouring of souls and necromancy brought them so close to the gates of the Veil and the spirit world that their own souls were consumed. Since then, they were forced to feed on the pure feelings and desires of others in order to survive. They became the race of Dementors. What do you mean they could become shadows? Harry asked, frowning in confusion. Harry wanted to know everything he could about his powers and how he could learn to control them. I don't know much, though I do know that they could use the shadows to travel long distances, and that they could make their bodies one with the shadows, being completely invisible and undetectable. In shadow form, no physical attack could harm them, and they were able to perceive the souls within creatures and wizards. Nobody really understands it, but the claws they had in shadow form were able to rip the soul out near instantly. Understood. Well, I really do appreciate you taking your time to see me, Ragnock, but as I have several other things to do today, we must be going, Harry said, while standing and taking Gabrielle's hand as she got up beside him. If I may, there's one more matter that I must bring to your attention, Harry, Ragnock said curtly, peering over at the two children and thinking to himself. They will truly be a powerful couple one of these days. If he truly is the child of prophecy, then perhaps it is time for the Goblin Nation to take a stand in the war that is coming. Foolish humans. They believe that the self-proclaimed Dark Lord is truly gone, yet we goblins know better. Tom Riddle still lives, somehow. He truly was a powerful necromancer before his downfall. But this child, the potential in him is astounding, even without the added powers of his Vila mate. Loosening his grip on the golden door handle, Harry turned. What is it? Though you have signed the necessary paperwork to have your family rings and take control of your vaults, there is still the matter of the marriage contracts. Also, your parents' will was never fully carried out. Also, seeing as your godfather, Lord Sirius Black, was never actually convicted, his will remains legal. Though he is not dead, the stipulations that he set for his will to be carried out were that if anything happened to him, whether Azkaban, insanity, or death, this would be carried out unless another was created afterwards. Both of these wills will be read in 2 weeks' time. Though you're not required to be there, because you have already signed and received your shares, I would strongly advise that you show up. It could be enlightening, Ragnock replied, having the same evil grin on his face that Griphook now had, as he had momentarily ceased peering over the numerous documents. Thank you, Ragnock. We will consider the contracts and get back to you on that matter later. Rest assured that I will be there. There are a few people that I would love to see get what's coming to them, Harry replied, showing a mischievous grin of his own. Remembering goblin formality, Harry bowed respectfully and said, "May your gold flow freely, and your enemies bleed rivers." Griphook stared speechless at Harry as Ragnarok replied, "And to you, Lord Potter, may your fortunes never run dry, and the fates forever guide your wand." Taking Gabrielle's hand, the couple walked back down the hall towards the main lobby. Finally, it began to sink in that he would have to deal with not only Dumbledore. Harry wasn't stupid enough to believe that the old man would miss this chance to drill him, but also Gabrielle's father. The French Auror looked to be an imposing man, even though he had an air of kindness around him. Still, Harry wasn't at all looking forward to the talk that he knew he would get from the man. Walking hand in hand with Harry, Gabrielle was happier than she had ever been, but she was also nervous. She could feel the tension building in Harry as they neared the lobby, and squeezed his hand firmly and offered him what she hoped was a reassuring smile. She knew her papa. He loved both his little girls, her older sister Fleur and herself, but he had also accepted years ago what they were. Even before they were born, Fleur and Gabrielle's mother had explained to their father that if her Vila blood won out, she would give birth to daughters, who would in turn have Vila blood and be susceptible to the prejudiced laws that applied to part humans. Gabrielle's mother, Apollon, also explained to him of Vila bonds in order to prepare him for the possibilities. "Hey, Harry, over there." Harry and Gabrielle looked over and saw Hagrid waving at them from the middle of the main lobby. "Hagrid, have you seen Dumbledore? He was supposed to be waiting for Gabrielle and me. Her father is with him, and we need to meet back up with them," Harry called back to Hagrid as he and Gabrielle strolled over to the half-giant. "Aye, Dumbledore and Monsieur Delacour are waiting and fare ye both at the leaky cauldron. And don't worry, Harry, I've got your school supplies for ye. I'll bring you back tomorrow to get your robes and wand. Right now, I've got to take you to Dumbledore," Hagrid answered, peering down curiously at the two. "That's okay, Hagrid. Tomorrow I have to get a few other things in Diagon Alley, and I'm sure Gabrielle and I can manage. I can get gold from my vault first thing in the morning." "Are you sure, Harry?" "I don't mind," Hagrid asked. He really liked Harry, and he had been good friends with his parents. Hagrid didn't want him to be afraid of him. Smiling at Hagrid, Gabrielle said, "He's sure, Hagrid. He promised to take me shopping." Harry gulped while laughter danced in Hagrid's eyes. "You're going to regret that, Harry. Women are dead scary when they're shopping. Mark my words, you're going to wish you had a room full of featherweight charms by the time you're done. Probably an extra bag or two of gold, too." Hagrid roared with laughter as Harry glared at him. Gabrielle, on the other hand, looked indignant. "Hey, I'm not that bad. All I want is my wand, a new trunk, a cauldron, and some new dress robes," she said, causing Harry's eyes to widen at her. "I wouldn't say no to some new books and a broom either," she said sweetly, batting her eyelashes at Harry. Harry smelled certain doom. What was worse, Hagrid smelled it too, and he thought it was funny as hell. Hagrid was leaning against the open door to the leaky cauldron, trying to catch his breath from seeing the look of dread in Harry's eyes. "Give it up, Harry," Jean said, having caught Gabrielle's comment. Jean smirked at his daughter. "My little angel has been taught well by her mother and older sister. Be sure that you'll regret that offer, young man, although I should be thanking you for it." This earned Jean a glare from both Gabrielle and Apollon as they all sat down around the table. Harry looked around as he sat down and spotted Quirrell. "You're going to regret it this time, Quirrell. You pathetic bastard, sharing your soul with Voldemort." Quirrell seemed to be as jumpy as usual. Overall, it was very dark and shabby. A few old women were sitting in a corner, drinking tiny glasses of sherry. One of them was smoking a long pipe, and a little man in a top hat was talking to the old barman, who was quite bald and looked like a gummy walnut. Unfortunately for Harry, this was also the moment that a few of the others in the room recognized him. Harry soon found himself shaking hands with nearly everyone in the pub. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Potter." One which was so delighted to meet him that she came back more than once to shake his hand. "Welcome back, sir. Daedalus Diggle's the name. The little man in the top had said excitedly, while shaking his hand. Acting surprised, Harry said, "Hey, I remember you. You bowed to me once in the grocery store. My aunt was so scared she pissed herself and left the store. She wasn't used to anyone knowing me and knew what that meant. She refused to go shopping there for 2 months." Tears of laughter were streaming down Harry's face at the memory as the others at the table stared at him. "You hear that, folks? He remembers me," the little man squeaked, top hat now lying crooked on his head. Harry's scar prickled as Quirrell approached him. Harry didn't know whether they were all blind or just didn't care when he glared at him coldly. If Harry hadn't been paying close attention to Quirrell's reaction to him, he would have missed the dark look that crossed the older wizard's face. Dumbledore smiled and patted Harry on the shoulder before introducing Quirrell. "Harry, this is Professor Quirrell. He will be your defense against the dark arts instructor." "And nice to meet you, P. Potter," Quirrell said, reaching out to shake Harry's hand. Harry was barely able to restrain himself from cursing Quirrell on the spot. He had to stop Quirrell before he got to the Sorcerer's Stone, but he had all school year for that. There was a time and place for everything, and for now, he had to let the bastard walk away free. Gabrielle wasn't the only one who saw the look in Harry's eyes. Dumbledore was startled by the look of intense hatred in Harry's eyes before he quickly hid it. He had seen that look before. Harry wanted to kill the man, but as far as Dumbledore knew, they had never met before, and judging by Quirrell's reaction, or lack thereof, they hadn't. Nothing made sense, and unless Albus seriously missed his guess, this child was not Harry Potter. But how could that be? Albus Dumbledore prided himself on being an extremely learned wizard, and he knew full well what the scar on Harry's forehead could really mean. After all, Dumbledore had tried every spell that he knew in order to conceal it, but there was simply no way. No, it has to be Harry. The dark aura around his scar is unmistakable. No spell or potion could recreate or mimic that. Wait, it's gone. What happened to you today, Harry? I know I could still sense the residue of Voldemort's magic on you this morning. Were you Harry? Bowing his head, the old wizard vowed to keep a closer eye on Harry. There had been too many surprises already. Gabrielle glanced at Harry and tensed. For some reason, Harry hated this man. Gabrielle could see the muscles tightening in his neck, and his free hand underneath the table was clenched so hard that it was quickly turning white. Gabrielle didn't know what to think. Professor Quirrell didn't appear to be much of a problem. He was actually trembling from head to toe as he reached his hand out to shake Harry's. Honestly, Gabrielle didn't know how the man could teach the dada when he jumped at every new sound and appeared to be scared of his own shadow. There was something even stranger, though. There was an eerie smell around his turban. Seeing Harry shake Quirrell's hand, she dismissed her suspicions. "It's a pleasure to meet you too, Professor," Harry replied after slamming his mental barriers up to full strength, shaking Quirrell's hand quickly before letting it go. "I'll be looking forward to assisting you in my C classes, Mr. P. Potter. I really must be going now. I have several things I need to do in Diagon Alley. I need some new books on vampires and such." Looking terrified at the very thought, Quirrell stuttered out as he quickly pulled his hand back to his chest and squeaked before running out the door. The group watched a retreating Quirrell before they turned to look at Harry and Gabrielle, making both of their cheeks turn bright red. "Well, it seems like we have much to discuss," Apollon said, drawing the attention of the rest. Harry watched as the mid-aged witch cast several secrecy and anti-spying charms all around their table. He could definitely tell where Gabrielle got her looks from. Harry had been 14 before he died, and he knew a beautiful witch when he saw one. Apollon Delacour was tall, beautiful, and blonde. Like her daughters, she got her looks from her Vila heritage. Dumbledore frowned as the French witch cast her charms around the table. Even though he recognized all the spells she was using, he raised his eyebrows at a few of them. Why would she go to such lengths to protect their privacy? What could she possibly know that he didn't? He had watched Harry closely all of his life, and the knowledge of several types of Villabonds was fairly common knowledge. Harry gulped, realizing that Apollon knew his secret or at least expected it. How could he have been so stupid? Of course, she had to know something. Even Monsieur Delacour didn't seem all that surprised when Gabrielle attached herself to Harry, saying that he was, quite literally, the man of her dreams. Harry had hoped to keep his past a secret, at least for a while longer, but if Gabrielle had dreams of her future memories and told them to her parents, then it shouldn't have been that hard to figure it out on their own. Sitting back down, Apollon fixed Harry with an apprehensive look. "You're Mr. Potter, is that correct?" Nodding, Harry replied, "Please call me Harry." "As you wish," she affirmed. "Then please call me Apollon. After all, you shall be my son-in-law one day." This comment made both Dumbledore's and Hagrid's eyes pop out of their heads, although the rest of the group seemed unaffected by the remark. How could that be? Dumbledore shook his head. This was impossible. Dumbledore himself had already acted in Harry's best interests as his magical guardian weeks ago, and signed an unbreakable marriage contract between Harry and a young Muggleborn, which that would be going to Hogwarts for her first year also. The young Miss Granger was a brilliant child, and being with Harry might easily bring her out of her shell. He seemed friendly enough, and friends weren't something that she had in abundance. This bond between Harry and Gabrielle was troublesome, though. Albus knew full well that most Vila bonds were based on love or another powerful emotion and could not be broken. Breaking from his thoughts, Dumbledore watched Apollon attentively as she fixed Harry with a stare and asked, "How old are you, Harry?" "I just turned 11 today," Harry answered. Harry hoped that if Apollon knew the truth, she could understand his situation and forgive his deception. He would only state the truth if she proved that she already knew. "How old are you really, Harry?" Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. Where was the Delacour matriarch and daughter of the Vila matriarch going with this line of questioning? Puzzled, Dumbledore watched Harry's face for any kind of reaction, but the boy stared back blankly at Apollon. "I'm 11 physically, although I am 21 magically." "How did you know?" Harry asked her, mainly to confirm his suspicions, even though he was pretty sure he already knew what the answer to his question would be. Everyone else's jaws dropped as they stared dumbfounded at Harry. Only Gabrielle and her mother seemed unaffected by the revelation. "Gabrielle has been having dreams lately and calling out your name. When her papa and I asked her about them, she told us of many things that have not yet happened. Many of these things she could not have known, such as the specifics of the Triwizard Tournament that we are currently here to plan with Dumbledore. EET is still top secret and isn't planned on taking place for another 3 years. In Z Vila history, there are few Vilas that once bonded had many memories of things that were not theirs. What it doesn't explain is how Gabrielle could have memories of Z future. EET started to make sense to me when she told me of her memory of you saving her life from ZE Merman. She AZ never been to Hogwarts, yet her description of ZE school fits exactly what Jean has told me of ET. When you saved her life that day, and she acknowledged it, a Vila life bond was formed. She owes you a life debt, and ET is said that Z bond carries over death itself. I believe that this is ZE reason for her memories. However, everything she has told me ends at one night. What happened Z night of Z third task? He'd been found out. This was not the way or the time that he had wanted to reveal it, especially to Dumbledore, and according to the look that the headmaster was giving him, a long explanation was expected. Seeing the looks in their faces, he said simply, "I died." Seeing stunned expressions all around the table, Harry sighed and told them everything that had happened in his 4th year. "So, Voldemort returned, Harry?" Dumbledore asked gently in his grandfather voice, causing everyone at the table except Harry to wince at the name. "Ah, I'm glad that you're not afraid of the name, Harry. After all, fear of the name only increases fear of the thing itself," Harry finished for him. Dumbledore beamed brightly at him. "Yes," he returned. "Wormtail used my blood to resurrect him. We will discuss this later, Headmaster. For now, I wish to continue my conversation with Apollon." Dumbledore paled at the name, but nodded. Harry had neglected to mention Wormtail's name as the one who resurrected the Dark Lord when telling his story. If this boy truly had knowledge of the future, then what else was going to happen that Harry hadn't told them yet? How does that explain Gabrielle's dream, though? She doesn't owe me a life debt. None of it has happened yet. Harry calmly asked Apollon. Gabrielle's feelings for you transformed Z bond. Avila's powers come from their emotions. When she chose you, the bond transformed. Has she called you her trace, special E.T. Charon, and told you what that means? Harry nodded at first before carefully answering. I heard her call me that to Monsieur Delacour before he allowed her to go to a meeting with me, although I haven't any clue what it means. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing, though. It allowed her to come with me, and I enjoyed her company. Jean looked at Harry carefully before speaking. Please call me Jean, Mr. Potter. Not missing a beat, Harry replied. Then call me Harry, please. You are Gabrielle's family, so no formalities. Apollon smiled. Well, Harry, to answer your unspoken question, Trace Special E.T. Charon is a phrase used to describe Avila's bondmate. Whatever happens that caused Z bond to form between you both set in motion powerful magic. You became her soul mate, and her magic is making her ZE perfect mate for you. Do not doubt for a second that ET is what she wanted. We can all plainly see that she EES happy with you, and EET would be disastrous to try to force you both apart. Z's soul bond forges a powerful connection between Z, Vila, and her mate. As proved by Z, both of you, this bond overcomes death itself and has brought her soul back with yours. You should consider EET a blessing. You will both be very happy together. Harry thought over her words for a minute and looked at Gabrielle, seeing the hope and love in her eyes. If I didn't already know that Gabby was happy, I would find a way to break the bond. I don't mind it at all. I look forward to getting to know her, but she should still have the right to choose who she wants to be with, without magical interference. Gabrielle smiled at her nickname. Sure, her sister Fleur had called her Gabby several times, but it was different coming from her Charon. The term of endearment warmed her in new ways, and she loved it. Harry, Jean interrupted. I knows that what I am about to say, yes, probably Z last thing you expected to hear. ETS, certainly not what I expected to ever hear myself say, especially not this early ENZ scheme of things. However, you Ave changed my mind for me. I see it here, and I've been watching you too. You and my angel, Gabrielle. You seem at ease with one another, and happy. That is all that a father could hope for his daughter. And I already knows that you were able to provide for her. Still, the one question remained to me. Would you treat her as a witch or Vila? Would she be her own person with you? Would you see her as something to take advantage of, or a blessing, a person to love and care for, the way she deserves? You have answered these questions for me, simply by your last statement. I now know in my heart that I can entrust my youngest daughter to you, and I freely give my blessing, hoping that as time passes, you and I may be able to get to know each other as a father and son should. You do plan on marrying my daughter eventually, don't you? Harry answered without hesitation. Of course I do, but only if she will have me. We are still young, and we have several years before we have to worry about that. Who knows what will happen in the time until then? As for Gabby, you may not see it, but she is both a witch and a Vila. True, her Vila blood may influence her on things, but would you want it any other way? If the Vila in her chooses to do something that a normal witch would not do, would you love her any less for it? Or try to change her decision? I wouldn't. The Vila nature is a part of her, and always will be. It is a beautiful side of her that any reasonable person would learn to accept. Your words are very refreshing, and certainly ease the burden on both of our hearts, Airy. Anyways, you cannot break Z bond. EET would be very harmful to my daughter if you attempted ET. I admire your views towards her, though. Most people would simply see her beauty and use her. Wizards have treated Vila like Zoe for centuries. I was going to ask you your views, but you Ave answer my questions for me. Now, hopefully I can persuade Professor Dumbledore to allow her to attend Hogwarts with you. Apollon said while looking over at Dumbledore, who nodded his approval. I will speak with the Board of Governors immediately, Madame Delacour. I dare say that Harry can buy her supplies for her tomorrow when they go to Diagon Alley together. I agree with you that it would be best for the both of them that they remain together. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Now, perhaps we should allow the children to get some rest while we discuss the arrangements, she said, looking over at a tired Gabrielle. Harry hadn't noticed, but her head was leaning on his shoulder and her eyes had a steady droop to them. That would be wise. Harry, I can see that you're not at all tired, but there are things that we must discuss away from you both. It would be a good idea for you to help Miss Delacour to bed. There are a great deal of things that I wish to discuss with you, but now is not the time. I will speak with you at the train station as you requested in the letter you sent to me last night, Dumbledore replied. Turning around, Harry stopped for a moment and said, Headmaster, I have not sent you any letters that I can recall. Not since I came back. Harry then continued helping Gabrielle up the stairs, and they disappeared into Harry's room, leaving Dumbledore more confused than ever. If Harry didn't send that letter, then who did? Dumbledore highly doubted that Harry was lying to him. He was, after all, a well-accomplished legilimens, and he did not detect any signs of deceit from Harry. Something was up. Dumbledore decided that he would keep his plans to meet with Harry at the King's Cross station. Perhaps he would find some more clues then. Gabrielle was happy. It had been a very eventful day, but in the end, she had her chair on. She smiled and cuddled closer, feeling Harry's heartbeat under her head. True, at first she had been worried. She had feared that he would reject her or just use her for her body, like most wizards would do. As the day went on, Gabrielle learned that she had nothing of the sort to fear. Harry seemed to genuinely want to get to know her, and she felt safe when she was with him. Even better, her mamman and papa were sending her to Hogwarts. She soon drifted off to sleep, dreaming of the wonderful year that she had ahead of her. Harry was lying back in bed, thinking about everything that had happened. He hadn't expected Gabby to come into his life the way she had. He actually hadn't planned most of what had happened that day, especially having to reveal his past or future, whatever you want to call it. This time around, he would make sure he got all the answers from Dumbledore. He wouldn't actively go against Dumbledore. Even though Dumbledore always had his best interests at heart, Harry had grown tired of the old coot's manipulations. If he wanted Harry's help this time around, he had damned well better give him all the relevant information. He would have to go tomorrow to get his wand and some robes, and he would take Gabby with him and buy her the things she needed also. Harry was trapped at the moment. He was on his back, and Gabrielle was turned on her side with her head on his chest and one of her legs draped across his. Harry smiled as he felt Gabby cuddle and snuggle in closer to him and sigh into his chest. Before long, her breathing became steady, and Harry followed soon after, but not before wondering why the hell the adults trusted them so explicitly. Chapter 4, Diagon Alley. Leaky Cauldron, London. A few hours after Harry and Gabrielle had gone to bed, Hagrid and Dumbledore were the only ones of the group still at the Leaky Cauldron, as Hagrid had been given a letter by Gabrielle's parents that he promised to give them before he and Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts. Shortly before midnight, Dumbledore stopped mid-sentence in his conversation with Hagrid and looked up in shock. Dumbledore felt several waves of magic, quickly building in strength and threatening to overwhelm his senses. Hagrid looked worried as Dumbledore dashed up the stairs, with an agile grace that a wizard of his age should never have, and threw open the door to Harry and Gabrielle's room, wand at the ready. Before he realized that whatever Dumbledore saw had stopped him dead in his tracks, Hagrid had swept up the stairs and pushed past Dumbledore into the room before gaping at the sight before him. Though no torches were lit in the hallway or the room was as bright as daylight. On the bed, they saw two figures. The one laying on his back was Harry, or so Dumbledore assumed. What was strange was the fact that his body was glowing with an intense green and golden light, and Dumbledore felt, before he saw, the magic cackling like bluish lightning all over his body, periodically shooting outward to strike out at the walls and furniture. The room was already in shambles, and Dumbledore quickly cast several powerful shield spells to contain the destruction to the room. Almost as soon as Dumbledore completed his final spell, Harry and Gabrielle's bodies both began to slowly rise, levitating in the air about 3 feet above the bed. Somehow, it seemed that Harry's magic was protecting her as well. As they watched, both bodies were cocooned in the magic, and they could see it rippling across Harry's body, stabbing into him at various points. Dumbledore had seen the powers of wizards mature several times in his long life. But although the signs were the same, he could feel that this was different. Harry's magic appeared to be healing several years of abuse and malnourishment, and his body seemed to be changing to accommodate the massive amounts of raw magic that Dumbledore sensed. In addition, there was no possible way that his powers were fully maturing, seeing as Harry was only physically 11. Still, Dumbledore, and indeed Hagrid, could not help but to feel awed and overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of Harry's powers, which were already easily rivaling Dumbledore's own. About half an hour after it began, there the glow of magic turned pure white, and Dumbledore heard Phoenix Song as magic shot out from every pore in Harry's body and turned into a blazing whirlwind that tore around the room, burning everything in sight, before in final outburst a magic blew from Harry's body outward, causing Hagrid and Dumbledore both to shield their eyes to keep from being blinded. When he looked again, Dumbledore's mage sight allowed him to see traces of the magic in the air around the room, and though they were lying back on the bed, Harry's body was still softly radiating power that came in ever-weakening waves that warmed the room and Dumbledore as well. Surprisingly, the room looked as it did before, as if the magical wildfire and whirlwind hadn't swept through the room. There wasn't even the slightest burn from the magical lightning that had been striking out at every surface in the room. In fact, the only change that he could see, besides Harry glowing of course, was the phoenix perched on the top of the coat rack. Dumbledore smiled to himself as Hagrid stared in awe before setting Gabrielle's parents' letter on the desk and walking out of the room. Fawkes will be proud tonight. His daughter has chosen a fine master. Indeed, Dumbledore had only seen Fawkes' daughter once. She was a magnificent bird, but even more prideful than Fawkes. Dumbledore's face was serene as he turned and vanished. This was a sure sign that Harry's heart was pure. Otherwise, Celine would never have come to him. Many things about the boy confused and worried him, especially the display he had just seen, but he would back off the boy for now. His main worry was that Harry would turn dark, but his fears had just been swept away by Celine. Albus had been almost 70 years old when he met Fawkes, but even then, Celine had glared at him and deemed him impure and unworthy of her. Room 12, Diagon Alley, London. Harry awoke the next morning to a soft purring from the head on his chest. For some reason, Harry could feel traces of powerful magic tingling in the air all around the room. Probably from Dumbledore, but what would he come in here for? He thought to himself. Harry couldn't believe that her parents had let her stay the night with him, especially since they had just met him. Harry really didn't want to get up, but he also had to use the loo. He couldn't remember when he had ever slept so well. Perhaps that had to do a bit with the beautiful which currently passed out across his chest. After a while, he couldn't hold it anymore and stroked his hand gently through Gabby's hair, earning a cute purr from her and causing her to tighten her grip on him and cuddle her head harder to his chest. "Gabby, please, I need to get up," he pleaded with her, making her groan before smiling. Too early." "Well, I was planning on making Ollivanders our first stop today," Harry said mischievously. He knew the thought of having her own first wand would get her up in a heartbeat. Come to think of it, it'd work on just about any witch or wizard. Sure enough, Gabby's head came up with a snap. "Really? Are you really going to give me a wand today, mon chéri?" she asked just before her mouth dropped open and her eyes widened, staring at him in shock. "What is it, Gabby?" Harry asked. He was concerned. She had looked at him as if she didn't even know him before she had looked into his eyes. At that point, she had seemed to relax. But the moment passed so quickly that Harry barely caught the passing emotions behind her eyes. "What's wrong?" "Harry, go look at yourself in the mirror. Do you remember what Ragnarok said about your body changing to adjust to the influx of magic?" Harry got up and walked to the mirror that was on the back of the desk. He was stunned by what he saw. Harry blushed beet red as he realized that he was only wearing boxers, and Gabby had seen him half naked. Though he didn't recall ever changing out his clothes, he could plainly see that all the scars he had from the years of beatings by his uncle had disappeared. He had bulked up a bit, and the muscles of his arms, legs, and torso were rippled powerfully under his skin. He wasn't muscle-bound, but his body was rock-hard, and he could tell from the look on Gabby's face that she definitely approved of his new abs. Harry had also grown a couple inches, not much, but he was now of average height for wizards his age. His unruly hair had also grown. Now it came down in silky, jet black waves to just below his shoulder blades and had white tips. What was weird, though, was that the front of his hair wasn't as long as the rest. It was a couple inches long and now spiked backwards, tipped in dazzling white. Harry also noticed that his scar was faintly traced in emerald green. Harry nearly sang for joy when he realized that he could see without his glasses. In fact, his vision was beyond perfect, and sounds and smells from all around him were assaulting his senses. He would have to get used to this. "Wow," Gabrielle said. Harry could only nod in reply, before noticing that she had her eyes on a beautiful phoenix that was now sitting on the bed beside her. Harry jumped in surprise at the flash of fire that linked them when Gabby reached out to touch it. Quickly crossing the room, Harry reached Gabrielle and inspected her. Finding nothing, he saw the broad grin on her face. "Why are you grinning? What's so funny and what just happened, Gabby?" he asked. Gabrielle was surprised when she saw the phoenix beside her. They were supposed to be really rare and hardly ever showed themselves to humans. Still, Gabrielle felt a connection to the one beside her, which really confused her. Phoenixes were creatures of purity, and while Vila weren't necessarily dark creatures, as was widely believed, they were far from pure. Vila were sexual creatures, creatures of desire, and when angered, could transform into their avian form. As cousins of the sirens, full-blooded Vila could very well live off the life force of another. While the voices of sirens were their allure and fed solely off the life force of their victims, full-blooded Vila, however, had a phenomenal allure and could choose whether or not to feed off the sexual energies of theirs. Pushing her doubts to the side, Gabrielle allowed her curiosity to get the best of her and reached forward. The phoenix seemed to understand her hesitancy as her hand stopped a couple inches from it and looked her in the eye. For some reason that she could not describe, Gabrielle felt that it was right and reached her hand the rest of the way to stroke the phoenix, and just as her hand touched it, there was a flash of fire that wrapped itself around her hand, linking her to it. Before she could react, however, she heard a voice in her mind. "Greetings, young one. What's going on? Who are you?" She thought back to the voice. It seemed weird to her at first, but looking at the phoenix beside her, she understood. It was communicating to her through her mind. But what did that mean? "I am Celine, daughter of Fox. I believe that my father's master was here shortly before I arrived. I have long sought to meet you, young one. The weight of the world is laid upon the shoulders of your mate, yet you shall also require a great deal of help. I came here to be joined with you. For as long as you live, I shall be your partner, your familiar. I can sense the doubt in you. Though the blood of your heritage indeed runs true, your heart is pure. In the years of darkness that are to come, you shall be the light in the shadows. Though your mate shall stand before the wizarding world and lead them from the darkness, you shall be his light, his reason for living, his reason to fight. His destiny is great, but it can also be terrible. The choice is his to make. But know this, without the connections of the heart, his power can never truly be unleashed. It is the heart that binds and holds the key to a terrible power." "What do you mean by all that? How is any of that possible?" She thought back furiously. Celine spoke to her in careful riddles and obviously knew much of what was going on. Sighing to herself, Gabrielle realized that it might just be true that phoenixes could see the future. Though they had their burning days, they were technically immortal, and it was rumored that they basically stood outside time itself and could gaze upon the past, present, and future. "In time you'll understand, but not now. You are still young for a human and have much to learn. But be prepared, When the war comes again, the armies must be gathered once more, and magic must cleanse itself of the darkness brought to it by the very nature of humanity, such has been divined. Gabby. Harry's voice seemed to bring her out of it. Gabrielle had just sat there for a few minutes, grinning before her face grew solemn. At first, Harry thought that something good had happened to her, but now he didn't know. Even as she came out of it, she looked upset. "Are you all right, Gabby?" he asked her softly, while stroking her hair with his hand. Harry didn't understand. Merlin had stressed a great deal about changing the past too much. "Time is like water in a pond," he said. "When one meddles with time, each action sets the present onto a different path into the future. Each action causes a ripple effect in time, just as a ripple in the middle of a pond caused by a rock. The future, like the water, does not remain the same. Instead, small ripples occur and things are changed. Now, imagine if someone were to throw several rocks at different spots in the pond. The ripples would not flow freely. Instead, the ripples would spread out and clash against each other. Time is also like this. The more your actions change the future, the more time itself is unbalanced. Strive ahead in your goals with caution, Harry. If things change too much, the effects could throw off the very scales that fate herself has carefully balanced in order to banish the darkness that is the Dark Lord. Remember one final thing, Harry. As things change, your knowledge of the future becomes increasingly useless." Indeed, things had changed a great deal already. For one, Harry was no longer welcome at the Dursleys, as if he would agree to go back there anyways. He had more than enough money to provide for himself, and he was very capable of defending himself, even though the latter fact must remain as secret as possible. Also, Harry had not expected having Gabby this time around. He was secretly pleased, of course. He found himself enjoying her company very much, even in the short time that they had together so far. She was very shy around people she didn't know, but also really sweet and strong-willed when the need arose. Harry didn't at all envy the person who got on the receiving end of her temper. He had seen Gabby go off on a drunk that seemed to think that even underage vela were sex toys. Harry and Gabby were both outraged, as were several other patrons of the Leaky Cauldron. After a few minutes, however, all who watched were shocked as the cute, petite girl gave the drunk a tongue lashing that all but sobered up several of the listeners, including the pervert, who was by this point in tears with magic restraining cuffs placed on him by two Aurors that were angrily packing up their dinner to go. Lucius Malfoy was not having a good night. Another thing was his letter to Dumbledore. There were certain things that he could not allow to happen, and he was going to take care of it straight away, but when he had awoke the next morning, the letter was missing. Having a lot to do already, Harry had dismissed the fact, determining that he might have misplaced it, and decided to look for it later. After all, he still had to figure out a way to get the letter to Dumbledore in the first place. He didn't have Hedwig yet. What he hadn't expected, however, was that when he asked Dumbledore if he had received his letter, the headmaster said yes. Harry was still confused at Dumbledore's question as he and Gabby walked to their room the night before. If Harry had heard him correctly, Dumbledore assumed that he had sent him the letter, when Harry had assumed, due to Dumbledore's affirmative answer earlier, that Hagrid had given Dumbledore the letter after seeing who it was for. Harry had, of course, written the letter, but by no means had he sent it. Whether for good or evil, someone was watching Harry carefully, and Harry had to get to the bottom of it before he made a fatal error. Last thing was the Phoenix that had just appeared. Things were changing too fast, and Harry wasn't so certain that it would end up being for the best. "Yeah, I'm okay, Harry," Gabrielle replied, looking up at Harry, confusion showing in her eyes. Harry didn't miss the look in her eyes, but he let it go. If she wanted to tell him, then she would. "Gabby, if you don't feel comfortable talking about it, then that's fine. I'll be here if you change your mind. No matter what you say, it won't change my opinion of you." "It's not that, Harry. This Phoenix, her name is Celine. She spoke to me, Harry. I don't know. Some of the things she told me are confusing, but I don't want to talk about it just now." Harry met her eyes, and she noticed the concern showing in his. Gabrielle didn't know whether she should tell Harry about what Celine had said or not. The way Celine had spoken, It was meant for Gabrielle only, but couldn't she trust Harry? She felt, knew that she could, but for now she wanted to try to figure out these things on her own. Changing the subject, she giggled. Oh, today was going to be so much fun. Harry, can we just forget about this for now and go shopping? Please. Harry noticed the change of subject, but let it go as soon as he saw the evil grin on Gabby's face, right before she started giggling and mentioned shopping. Harry gulped. He was in for a long day, and he knew it. Let's go then. We still have to drop by Gringotts first, though. Get dressed so we can leave. I'm going to go to the Louvre first, and after I get changed, I'll be right out. Harry was still dreading the long day he was bound to have, and if he wasn't terrified enough already, the moment he left the bathroom, Gabby squealed and grabbed his hand, nearly dragging him all the way to Gringotts. Gringotts, Diagon Alley, London. When they finally stopped, Harry stood panting. Gabby was a right terror when she was this excited. He could barely stay on his feet long enough to keep up with her. She had a tight grip on his hand the whole way. Grinning at Harry, Gabrielle got a mischievous look on her face before she broke down laughing. I'm sorry, Harry. I guess I'm a little excited. A little. Harry glared at her in mock anger. If he was honest with himself, he'd have to admit that if he was in her shoes, he would think it highly amusing to have just dragged someone that far, making them trip over their own feet, along with several other things, several times. Well, a lot, Gabrielle answered sweetly, giggling to herself. I have never been to any of the stores here in England, and I'm very anxious to see what they have. A few goblins stared at the two as Harry and Gabrielle turned and walked up to one of the podiums, where a goblin sat counting various gems. Neither one noticed the ancient-looking goblin that was hidden from sight just behind the podium and to the left. At the elder goblin's nod, the younger goblin in front of Harry and Gabrielle gave a glance to Harry and Gabrielle before continuing his task. 365, 67, and 491 rubies. 923 rubies, Harry said, catching the goblin's eye. The goblin gave a curt nod and continued. 94, 218, and 207 emeralds. The goblin trailed off and eyed Harry expectantly. Without missing a beat, Harry answered, 519 emeralds, causing the goblin to show his teeth in a smile. Again, the goblin continued, matching Harry's pace. Finally, we have 412, 119, and 378 diamonds. You have 909 diamonds in that purse, Harry replied, while giving a short, respectful nod to the goblin. Thank you, Lord Potter. Before I help you today, I would like to thank you. For far too long, wizards have treated goblins as inferior. Most, when ignored as I did to you, would have become furious with pompous rage and demanded to be served. Yet not only did you show respect by allowing me to complete my task, you even lowered yourself and put your mind towards helping me. Not many wizards have treated goblins as equals in the past, Lord Potter. I have been given the honor and authority, given that you passed this unknown test of character, to extend a hand in allegiance to you. The Goblin Nation has been treated very poorly in the past, and has chosen to stay out of the wizarding wars between the dark and the light. However, we feel that by aligning ourselves with you, the Goblin Nation will, in the end, come out for the better. We wish to regain our rights, which wizards have constantly stripped over the years. Indeed, there has been bloodshed and misunderstandings caused by both sides, but is most often caused by wizards' lack of respect for our customs. The best prime example I can give for this is ownership loss. Unlike wizards, when we sell our artisanship, it is to that person only and cannot be passed as heirlooms. A fine way of explaining this would be to say that the buyer rents the ownership from the goblin artisan until his or her death. Upon the buyer's death, the item is returned, and if not, it is considered stolen. Many on both sides have wronged us, but you have not. If you wish, Lord Potter, the whole of the Goblin Nation shall stand behind you. In you, the world shall find unity once more, and we believe that the prejudices of old will be banished forever. Harry was dumbstruck. He had somehow known before that he was being tested for some reason, but this was huge. The goblins were well known to be cunning and greedy, and cared only for their wealth and crafts. They had always stayed out of wizarding wars, but they were now offering to stand behind him in a war that many believed was long over. What would they have to gain? Of course, they would want to be out from under the boot of wizarding rule. But what else? Something else had to be up, but for now, he would go along with it. Cunning or not, goblins were also infamous to holding their word, especially if they came out better for it. Why would you make this offer to me? I'm only 11 years old, and I haven't even started school yet. Surely, there must be many more knowledgeable wizards and witches that can fight for your rights, Harry stated. He had thought his words over carefully and carefully gauged the goblin's reaction, which was again not what he had expected. The goblin in question broke out into a broad grin as the ancient goblin made himself known. Lord Potter, if you and your lady would please follow me, we can speak in private. How could I have been so foolish? That goblin must have been standing there the whole time, and if he had been a Death Eater, I'd be dead. Even if it's still a few years off, I must maintain constant vigilance. Harry thought to himself, carefully hiding his thoughts behind an emotionless mask on his face, using his occlumency. As Harry's mental barriers went up to full strength, he nodded towards the goblin, and he and Gabrielle quickly followed the ancient goblin to a small room, just off the right-hand side of the lobby. It was essentially a normal room, normally reserved for those making private transactions, and only held a small table in the middle, surrounded by chairs, and it had a shield bearing the Gringotts seal on the wall opposite of the door. Although the goblin gestured to two chairs that had appeared for Harry and Gabrielle to sit in on one side of the table, they both waited until the ancient goblin had taken his seat before nodding respectfully and taking their own. Very well, the goblin said, looking to make sure that the two children were paying close attention to him. Before we begin, I would like to introduce myself to you, Lord Potter. And before you say it, please allow me to use your title, as it shows a respect for your position. In time, you will have to get used to this in order to use your political might and influence to change the wizarding world for the better. I am the Chief Elder Wolfclaw. I am the Chief Elder of the Goblin Council and head of the 3 Goblin Nations. At the request of my younger brother, Ragnarok, who is head of the tribe you are most accustomed to dealing with, I took the liberty to call a meeting to council, and upon passing the test of character, we decided to stand behind you. Now, I believe I must still answer your question from earlier. We goblins know of you, Lord Potter. We have our own time chamber, which vastly exceeds what your ministry is capable of, so we are well aware of the signs of time travel. Fear not, warrior, for through the rituals, we have seen the future through your eyes and have come to realize that we have long assumed correctly that the Dark Lord will soon return and we will not betray your secret. For this, you will have the full strength of the goblins behind you. Call, and we will answer. Our blades shall flood the battlefield with your enemy's blood. And your gold shall run rivers forevermore, Harry finished, causing Wolfclaw to lean forward in a bow. When that day comes, I will be proud to stand beside the goblins as warriors and equals. But let us hope that day never comes. Too many lives have been lost to, and because of Voldemort already. With this, Harry reached his hand across the table and shook the hand of Wolfclaw. Surprisingly, the ancient goblin was still strong, and his handshake was firm. Well said, Lord Potter. Now, before we can finish, I must ask you to look this over and sign it. It is your parents' will, and since you are the sole heir and beneficiary, as long as you are here, there need be no reading of the will, with your approval, of course. Wolfclaw handed the will over to Harry, who took it and read it over. Sure enough, it was actually quite short and simple. His parents had stated that they were of sound mind and body and had left their son, one Harry James Potter, everything. All their gold, properties, titles, and other assets were now officially his. Harry signed his parents' will and handed it back to Wolfclaw, who took it and smiled. Lord Potter, now how can I help you today? I apologize for the delay and keeping you, so I will personally take care of all of your needs today. Gabrielle, who had been quietly listening and thinking things over until now, replied before Harry could. Chief Elder Wolfclaw, We came only to gain access to Harry's vault, seeing as all of his vaults have been connected to Vault 1, and to get some gold for shopping. However, we do appreciate what you have done for us today. As a part Vila, I understand the impact that this will have, seeing as Vila are as unjustly treated as goblins are, even if not as openly. Very few Vila, if any, choose to live in Britain because of its laws labeling us as dark creatures with very few rights. Most of the laws aimed at keeping us as sex slaves. Harry gave Gabby a reassuring smile as the young girl blushed shyly and lowered her head. He gave her leg a light squeeze to try to comfort her. The young part Vila seemed very shy at times, but also very observant and headstrong in her beliefs. Chief Elder Wolfclaw, I believe that she has spoken for us both. She is shy, but the convictions she stated are the same as my own, and I will stand beside her for it. Very well, please follow me. Before we go, I do have some questions about the marriage contracts as to how many of them, being hundreds of years old, have not yet been fulfilled. I already know the answer to that question when it comes to the founders, but as to the other families, I fail to realize how this is possible, Harry said. That is a very good question, Lord Potter. Before I answer it, would you enlighten me to what you already know? Wolfclaw peered intently at Harry, giving him his full attention, and giving Harry the feeling that the goblin could catch anything he said and everything he didn't. Well then, said Harry, I guess I will start with the most ancient house that had marriage contracts. This, of course, would be the House of Peveril, which, though very few know it, is more ancient than even the houses of the founders, although it did not become famous until the story of the Deathly Hallows. The father of the three brothers, Cadmus, Antioch, and Ignotus entered into 2 marriage contracts for his 2 eldest sons, Cadmus and Antioch. One of these was with Christopher Spinnet, his old childhood friend. The other was made to Li Chun, a powerful wizarding general in the Chinese armies at the time. Cadmus Peveril, the eldest brother, had an illegitimate heir. Cadmus Peveril was the receiver of the Resurrection Stone, which was passed along through his line by his only known son, and was last known to be worn on a ring by the Gaunts. The son was not held to the contracts because his name had been changed to Gaunt, and he, although unknowingly, was the younger of 2 half-brothers. The Potters, though being the descendants of Ignotus Peveril, were not held to the contracts because they were not from the elder line. Now being the Potter and Slytherin heir, I am the heir of both lines, which in turn makes me again the direct descendant of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, who married. The fact is scarcely known that the daughter and only child of Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw married the heir of the Peveril line. For this reason alone, the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw names disappeared, and it was thought that their lines had died out. Next, I will go to the House of Draco. All I know of the origins of the contract is that the very first Lord Black, a Lucifer Black, saved the life of the current Lord Draco, a one Octavius Draco, from a pack of werewolves that had attacked the village. Even though the House of Draco is more ancient than the founders, this occurred about 100 years after the last of the founders died. By the time a daughter was born to the House of Black, however, the House of Draco had been cursed and became the part human race of vampires. Thus, the contract couldn't be fulfilled because it's not legal for vampires, who were their only known descendants and no longer fully human, to marry human witches. The contract remained, contrary to the many efforts of the Ministry. Even the Ministry could not cancel out a magically binding marriage contract of an ancient and noble house, let alone 2. Harry coughed and took a drink of pumpkin juice that had appeared on the table in front of him. Clearing his throat, he looked at Gabby, who was sitting beside him and apparently very interesting in the history lesson that Harry was giving. "Enjoying yourself, Gabby?" he asked. "Very much so, Harry," she answered quickly. Smiling sweetly, she said, "Please continue with the story." Harry chuckled quietly, but nonetheless cleared his throat and continued. Now we get to the contract of the House of Gryffindor, which was made between Godric Gryffindor and the politically powerful House of Bones. Amir Bones entered into the contract with Godric Gryffindor, giving his house protection, as the House of Bones had, back then, never been truly powerful in combat magic. This also gave Godric a foothold in the Wisingamot. before Helga Hufflepuff cast a spell on her own bloodline, so that they would all be born as muggles until my mother, she entered into a contract with Lord Alexander Bell. The contract was made because they had cared for each other for several years, although Lord Bell had himself been forced into a marriage contract, and they wanted their lines to merge and always be allied. The spell Helga Hufflepuff cast on her line, as her daughter was in her womb, was only half of the reason that the contract was never fulfilled, since muggles could not legally be held to the contract. Now, Rowena Ravenclaw herself was a famous seer, but near the end of her life, she met a Lord Caradoc Lovegood, who was also a seer, but possessed more heavily the ability to not only sense magical signatures, but also the ability to hide them. Each wanting their lines to have the powerful divination abilities of the other, they agreed to enter into the contract, hoping that their families would remain allied forever. Finally, the last one I can answer for is the contract entered into by Salazar Slytherin himself. His reasons were actually quite simple and, of course, prejudiced. Salazar had always openly despised any who were not purebloods, and Lord Vincent Davis was a powerful ally who had always supported his views in the Wisengamot. From his viewpoint, Salazar was more a master than a friend to Lord Davis, and he gladly accepted a merging of his own line with the prestigious House of Slytherin. I'll assume that being such an ancient race with magnificent records, the goblins know of the Founder's prophecy. After all, it would explain a great deal of why the goblins have been treating me this way. Wolfclaw's jaw dropped, and he had a look of utmost shock on his face. Trying to speak, it took him several minutes of stammering before he could finally get the words from his mouth. Finally, nodding, he replied, "Indeed we do, Lord Potter. And you're the first wizard in over 1,000 years, the only one besides Merlin and the Founders themselves, to know of it. It seems that we goblins have assumed correctly, and for this I have never been gladder in my 230 long years of life. However, what does that particular prophecy have to do with your explanations?" Harry smiled mischievously at Wolfclaw and sat quietly for a few minutes, letting the elder goblin sweat a bit. That's quite simple, really. As you just said, the Founders knew of Merlin's prophecy. They also knew that the child would need many allies, and they laid spells upon the contracts, so that they would not be known or able to be fulfilled until all of their own lines merged. Gabby looked at Harry in awe. "Harry, I've heard about spells that could do that, but it would take someone of Dumbledore's power to cast any of them," she said. "That is true, Miss Delacour," Wolfclaw interjected. "Each of the Founders easily had the amount of power that Dumbledore himself possesses. I believe that it is my turn to explain the rest of the contracts, which fortunately are far more recent and easier to explain." Glancing briefly at Harry and Gabby in order to make sure that he had their full and undivided attention, Wolfclaw began his own story. "I believe that since they were made by your parents, I will begin with the contracts for the House of Potter. Your father, Lord James Potter, along with Arthur Weasley, the head of the House of Weasley, were both good friends and members of a secret order called the Order of the Phoenix, which was created during the reign of Grindelwald and worked to bring down Dark Lords and prevent their rise. Your father saw no benefit from this, except the union between his own house and the house of a dear friend. Arthur Weasley, however, has long endured poverty and a low social status. He saw this as a chance to give his newborn daughter, a Ginevra Molly Weasley, who is a year younger than you are, a future outside of those troubles, also allying his house to the powerful ancient and noble House of Potter. Your mother Lily, however, did not know of this and entered into contract with her friend Jameen Patil from the Indian Embassy. The double contract was made between you and his twin daughters Padma Patil and Parvati Patil, both who were your age. They both agreed that the union would be a buffer for the alliance between your two families. The only reason your mother agreed to the double contract is that magical identical twins almost always share a powerful bond to each other. They are able to share thoughts and feelings with each other, and your mother, Lily, and their father, Jameen, agreed that separating them would be cruel. As for the House of Black, Lord Arcturus Black entered into a double contract with a powerful neutral dark family headed by Lord Aidan Greengrass. The contract was to be between his own heir and the first pair of unwed sisters born to the House of Greengrass. I believe a pair exists now, and their names are Daphne Greengrass, who is your age, and her younger sister Storia Greengrass, who is 2 years younger than you are. Unlike many of his ancestors, Arcturus Black did not consider himself openly hostile against Muggles and Muggleborns. For this, he constantly argued with your godfather's Sirius parents, or Ian and Walburga Black, and refused to give them the head and lady rings. When he noted that Sirius despised his parents and their beliefs as much, if not more than he did, Lord Arcturus was delighted and named Sirius the heir to the most noble and ancient house of Black. At age 16, however, young Sirius Black despised most of his family, save for his grandfather and his cousin Andromeda, who had been disowned by the family for marrying a Muggle. He was also good friends with his young cousin Nymphadora. The problems came to a peak when Sirius and his mother had an argument, and she blasted him off the family tapestry. But Arcturus, the current head of house, refused to agree with her and formally disown him. When Sirius turned 17, Lord Arcturus Black made him the head of house in order to bypass the problems with Walburga. Since Sirius was the only one named heir, Regulus could not fulfill the contract, and Sirius ran off and landed himself in Azkaban before he could do so. Normally, Regulus could have sued for the head of house position, being Sirius' younger brother, but not only was Sirius Black never convicted, Regulus Black had died 2 years previous. Shortly before Lord Sirius was sent to Azkaban, he entered into a contract with Lord Richard Abbott, the head of a prominent but dying ancient and noble family. In his own words, Sirius did this so that his parents would be turning in their graves. Wow, was all either Harry or Gabby could say. Indeed, that is all for the contracts that you already know of. There is, however, another one. At this, Gabrielle looked just as confused as Harry, but Wolfclaw continued, undaunted. Just this morning, it came to my attention that Lord Albus Wulfric Brian Dumbledore entered you into an unbreakable marriage contract with the Muggle-born Hermione Jane Granger. This was done sometime last week, and upon questioning Richard and Jane Granger, her parents, they stated that being new to our world, Dumbledore had explained her social and political standing to them. In short, by the time the meeting concluded, their views were thus. They knowingly entered their daughter into the contract in order to help her through the stigmatism of being Muggle-born. Also, being Muggles themselves, they thought it wise to ally themselves to such an ancient and powerful pure-blood house. If Harry had been expecting anything, this was definitely not it. Dumbledore did what? He roared, jumping to his feet. That's not possible. I am an emancipated head of house. Lord Potter, at the time the contract was signed, you were not. Being an orphan, you were the magical ward of Albus Dumbledore, Wolfclaw replied quietly. Secretly, he was enjoying the rage that young Harry was showing towards the manipulative headmaster. That bastard, that manipulative old coot thinks he can get away with this? He has controlled my life for far too long, greater good my arse. I understand his views very well, and know that he has only good intentions, but he is meddling with people's lives. I'm not a pawn to be used in his schemes. I can't believe this. Hermione, of all people. Before I came back, she was one of my best friends, Harry finished softly, sitting down as he said Hermione's name. He couldn't think of anything to say. With all of his occlumency skill, his fury had still overwhelmed him. He did love Hermione as a sister, but this was too much. Wolfclaw, can we please continue to my vault now? Wolfclaw didn't answer. Instead, he simply got up and opened the door. Taking Gabby's hand softly, careful not to hurt her in his anger, Harry helped her up and wrapped his arm around her waist, squeezing her before they turned to follow Wolfclaw. Strangely enough, Wolfclaw led them back towards the main lobby, where Harry and Gabrielle heard alarms going off. Harry began to rush forward, but Wolfclaw grinned evilly and blocked Harry's path with his arm. Do not worry about the alarms. It is a fail-safe measure used to evacuate the building. We had to do that in order to access your vault. As he spoke, Harry and Gabrielle saw 3 massive stone circles rise from the emblem in the middle of the main lobby, and they rose into the air, spinning fast before one became the bottom, supporting the portal, which formed between the three stone circles. Harry walked forward and inspected the runes covering the sides of the portal that the circles had formed, and gently shook his head in awe of the ancient and powerful magic. Thieves beware, indeed. Harry highly doubted that Merlin himself could access this vault without permission. The wards that the runes created alone would spell a very painful and excruciatingly long drawn-out death for whoever tried, and by the looks of it, the magic would force them to remain sane the entire time. Harry smiled at the ingenuity of the goblins. This is the first and only time we will be required to do this in order to key you to the ancient wards on your vault. From here on out, you, and anyone with your permission, will be able to apparate or flew directly into your vault. Any unauthorized visitors, however unlikely it is that the very existence of the vault becomes known, will be in for a very nasty surprise. Harry and Wolfclaw both grinned evilly at this statement. Would it be too much for Voldemort to just prance into my vault? Now, that would make it too easy. Harry thought to himself. Even if Voldemort still had his Horcruxes and survived the wards as a spirit, his new body would still be destroyed, and his masterpiece of his soul and the vast majority of his power will be trapped in Harry's vault. Follow me, please. Only I am able to do this until you are keyed into the wards, Lord Potter. This is the very first and our most ancient vault, entrusted to us by Merlin himself. In this vault, all of his worldly possessions have been left, and, as such, it is the most heavily guarded vault in the world. Only the current Chief Elder is able to do this. Not even Ragnarok would survive. Wolfclaw told them firmly as he stepped into the portal, followed closely by Harry and Gabrielle. Darkness seemed to consume them all as they stepped into the portal. That is, until Wolfclaw lit a torch from seemingly nowhere. No magic in this corridor, please. Only goblin magic works here. Nodding, Harry and Gabrielle continued following Wolfclaw. The corridor was dark, warm, and dry. Although it hadn't been opened in over 1,000 years, the air was surprisingly fresh. Torches ran the length of the walls and lit up as they passed, and in between them, several suits of armor stood guard. After several twists and turns, they finally came to the vault door. Along the way, they had passed by several other small corridors, leading off from the path they followed, and not surprisingly, glowing eyes and growls came from many of them. Still, Harry doubted that many would get past the pair of black onyx gargoyles that guarded each corner of the corridors. Wolfclaw was correct to have them follow so closely, because if anyone had fallen off the correct path, they likely would have never been seen again, and only Wolfclaw was able to bypass the suits of armor and gargoyles along the way. He also disabled several traps that Harry, at full alert, hadn't noticed. The traps went from vanishing floors to several stepping stones that made the only safe path in one corridor. Lest one would like to end up impaled by several poisoned spears and arrows, followed by a burst of fiend fire, Wolfclaw grinningly announced. Harry watched as Wolfclaw put his palm on the emblem in the center of the door, causing a panel on each side of the door to appear. Taking a knife from inside his vest, Wolfclaw cut his palm and dripped some of his blood onto the panel in front of him, before handing Harry the knife and motioning for him to do the same. As the guardian of the vault, only my blood can unseal it, and your blood must also be spilled on the other panel in front of you in order to key you to the vault's wards and traps. After you do this, all the traps and creatures guarding your vault will no longer hurt you, and if you come this way again, the path to get here will reveal itself. Also, as an added benefit, this will enable anyone with your permission to also bypass these protections. You must give this permission of your own free will. No potions or spells can force it from you, at least not without dire consequences once the thief gets here. The moment Harry's blood hit the panel in front of him, his hand healed over instantly, and the door to his vault, which had been a bright silver material that Harry recognized as mithril, glowed blue, and Harry felt the weight of the wards from his vault and all of his properties on him. Talk about heavy warding. By the feel of it, Harry had a castle, no a palace, that was easily twice the size of Hogwarts, probably larger. And it had the most powerful wards Harry had ever felt. Muggle repelling, unplottable, notice-me-nots, invisibility wards, shock wards, flame wards, asphyxiation wards, stun wards, blindness and deafness wards, anti-apparition, anti-portkey, obliviation wards, and several layers of powerful death wards on the inside of the wards. The wards covered what appeared to be a large island, far to the north, hidden by layers of deep cold mists and many ancient and powerful spells. The outer layer was covered heavily with intent-based and identification and death wards. Basically, any who had ill intent would die instantly as soon as they touched the first ward, and any and all magical concealment or imperious-like effects would be removed. Any intruders that continued onwards from there would be instantly paralyzed by the shock wards and stunned before the wards operate the intruder directly into a holding cell deep underground. What was more brilliant is that so very few people knew of it, and Harry could choose whom to allow to bypass his wards, and anyone who visited would forget the existence of the island unless Harry decided otherwise. Overall, the Isle of Avalon was impenetrable, and most now believed it to be a myth, even though it was once one of the two most famous places in the world, known to both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. The trick, as Merlin had told him, was bringing Avalon back to the mortal realm. Merlin had told him how to do that, of course, but it was going to be extremely difficult. At this point, only Harry could see or get to Avalon, since it was held in a powerful stasis spell that held it in a pocket of space and time created by Merlin in the darkness of chaos itself. Chaos, as Merlin had explained, it was nothing more or less than a deep, impenetrable darkness that simply existed. Time and space were merely tools used to control the realms, which were created within the chaos. On the outside of these realms lived the divines, one of which had been Merlin himself once. In retrospect, Avalon was outside existence itself, awaiting Harry's call, as only one with the blood of a divine had the power to transcend existence and summon it from the ether. When Harry came out of it, he noticed Gabby's eyes were wide, and she had a stunned look on her face. "Did you feel it too, Gabby?" Gabby could only nod in reply, as she didn't seem to be able to speak at the moment. Wolfclaw looked at Harry and Gabby happily. "Well, that settles it. Only the true heir of Emery's would be able to take control of the wards that, no doubt, you have both just felt. It is extremely rare that wards are tied to two people, although I believe the bond between the both of you is so close and powerful that she has indeed become the Lady Emery's. As such, she wields the same power over the wards that you do, Lord Emery's." Harry frowned. As much as he hated formal titles, he would much rather be called Lord Potter instead of Emery's. Harry was proud of his heritage, but he was born a Potter. It was his way of honoring his parents, and they, along with Merlin, had been proud of him for his choice when Merlin asked what title he would prefer to be called. "Please, sir, just Lord Potter if you must be formal." "Very well. Now, in you go," Wolfclaw replied, gesturing for Harry and Gabby to enter the vault, which the door had suddenly disappeared from. "I will wait here for you both. For now, you two are the only ones able to enter the vault without suffering instant madness." Wow was all Harry and Gabby could both think, as they soon found themselves gaping at the piles of gold and jewelry. When Harry took a step forward, a parchment appeared in his hand, and looking it over, he and Gabby found that it detailed the layout and full contents of his vaults. Currently, he was standing in the main Emery's vault, and there were numerous doors leading to his other vaults, along with a massive library that held well over 300,000 unique tomes and several others, an armory, a potion supply storage, which held several ingredients and potions under powerful stasis charms, many of which were created by Merlin himself. Gabrielle, it seemed, was in love with a brilliant gold necklace. The chain itself was inlaid with true silver and diamonds and interwove like 3 small ropes, and it held a pendant. The pendant itself was of a weird jet black metal, as dark as the starless night. In the center of it was a large emerald, surrounded by 7 small sapphires, each the precise shade of Gabby's eyes. Harry noticed this and smiled and nodded at Gabby. "If you want it, you have to let me put on you." Gabby squealed in delight and hurriedly grabbed the necklace and ran over to Harry, who put it on her. Blushing, she kissed Harry's cheek, causing it to burn before shying away quickly, her face turning a shade of red that would have made any Weasley proud. Harry was momentarily speechless. "Oh, thank you, Harry. It's so wonderful. Thank you so much." "You are very welcome, Gabby. I'm just glad to have someone that I can spoil for once," Harry said before he walked up to the fountain in the center of the vault and removed the item there. What Harry had come here for, besides gold, was the pulsating red and golden stone that he now held in his hand, which had emerald green inlay patterns of light, verifying the authenticity of the only true sorcerer's stone ever to be created. True, as Merlin had told him, Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore did stumble onto the actual first of 7 stages to the Sorcerer's Stone, which, while it gave strength and produced the elixir of life, and of course turned any metal into gold, it was not the true elixir. The elixir that Flamel's stone produced had to be consumed constantly in order to maintain your strength and immortality, but that was pretty much the limit for that first stage. Also, the first stage only protected you from death caused by aging. The stone in Harry's hand, however, was the final and true stage of the Sorcerer's Stone. Unlike Flamel's stone, you merely had to consume its elixir once, and you would never die from natural causes and would be immune from any disease. It also gave you powerful protections against spells, including the unforgivables themselves. Luckily, being created by Merlin, who knew so many of the mysteries of magic, having brought it to the mortals himself, Merlin understood the way that each and every spell worked and imbued the stone with the power to shield its user from them. Also, if you chose to counter its effects, all you had to do was will it to happen, and it would be nullified. It was a veritable fountain of youth. Unlike Flamel's stone, this one would also give you eternal youth if you wished it. It could freeze and unfreeze your body at whatever age you were concentrating on when you consumed the elixir, and also purified your magic and magnified its intensity. One had to be very careful with that final aspect, though. You didn't want to have more magic than you could safely control. Gathering up several galleons, Harry placed them in a bottomless bag that he then charmed so that when needed, he could just pull the exact amount of galleons from the bag, drawing directly from his vault. Harry also noticed the Emery's head of house ring. True, the ring that was currently on his finger worked. As it was given to him by Merlin, it did not have the true coat of arms on it and was only the air ring. The ring that Harry was now placing upon his finger had an emblem of a great black shield. It had a silver sword burning with blue and white fire, stabbing down through the middle of it, and the sword had a crown on top. On the left side of the sword, a royal phoenix spread its wings as if to fan the fire, and a lion sat regally on the right side of the sword, with one paw reaching out towards it, claws extended. The basilisk at the bottom held the tip of the sword in its fangs, and the basilisk was in mid-transformation. The Great Drake. None had ever seen the species of royal dragon since the time of Merlin himself. The few that still existed lived far to the west, protecting the very essence of fire. Their hides were impenetrable to even the strongest of curses, and only a very powerful and well-placed killing curse would stand a chance of taking it down. They lived for thousands of years and breathed white-hot flame, but could also breathe air thousands of degrees below freezing. Placing it on his finger, Harry noticed the lady of the house ring appear on Gabby's finger, and she looked admiringly at it before she smiled at him and ran up to him, giving him a hug that threatened to break his back. Gabrielle looked up at Harry sweetly and gave him another kiss on the cheek, though this time, instead of moving away from him, she sighed contentedly and leaned into his chest. "It's beautiful, Harry, and it will show everyone that I will always be yours." Looking down at Gabby, Harry kissed the top of her head before replying. "We're still young, Gabby, but we're going to have 7 long years at Hogwarts to get to know each other. Now, let's go shopping." Seeing the look in Gabby's eyes, Harry took her hand and operated them both directly to the front of Ollivander's before she could react. Ollivander's, Diagon Alley, London. Harry and Gabrielle were now standing in front of a narrow and shabby shop. Over the door, peeling gold, letters read Ollivander's. makers of fine wands since 382 BC. There was a single wand that lay on a faded purple cushion in the window, and as they steeped inside, a tinkling bell rang somewhere in the depths of the shop. It was a tiny little place, empty except for a single, spindly chair that Gabby sat on to wait her turn. Harry felt strangely as though he had entered a very strict library and swallowed a couple questions that had just occurred to him, being in the wand maker's shop again. Instead, Harry turned to look at the thousands of narrow boxes that were piled neatly right up to the ceiling. He wondered if Mr. Ollivander had made all those himself, or if his ancestors had. Mr. Ollivander's age alone was a mystery. Harry enjoyed the feeling of the back of his neck prickling from the magic that the very dust and silence in the shop seemed to tingle with. It was at once comforting, but also unnerving to those not used to the feeling. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry jumped. He had been preoccupied with his plan on what he wanted to do here. Gabrielle must have jumped, too, because there was a slight crunching noise, and she got quickly off the spindly chair. Mr. Ollivander was standing before them. The old man's wide, pale eyes were shining like moons through the shop. "Hello," said Harry firmly. "Ah, yes," said Mr. Ollivander. Yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Harry Potter." It didn't sound like a question to Harry. "You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday that she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. It was a very nice wand for charm work." Mr. Ollivander moved closer to Harry. Harry wished he would blink, because those silvery eyes always did creep him out a bit. "Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches, pliable, with a little more power and excellent for transfiguration." "Well, I say your father favored it, although it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course." Mr. Ollivander was so close to Harry by this point that he and Harry were nearly nose to nose with each other. Harry could see himself reflected in those misty eyes. And that's where Harry fought back a scowl as Mr. Ollivander touched his scar with a long, white finger. "I'm sorry to say that I sold the wand that did that to you, Mr. Potter," he said softly. 13½ inches, powerful. It was a very powerful wand. And in the wrong hands, well, if I had known before then what it was going out into the world to do." He shook his head as he trailed off. Harry had, of course, already known all of this, but that didn't make going through it again any more enjoyable. Just then, Mr. Ollivander finally seemed to notice the other occupant of his little shop. "And who might you be, my dear? I don't believe that I have seen you or your family around here before." "I am Gabrielle Delacour. I'll be starting Hogwarts with Harry this year, though my family is from France," she answered the old wand maker. "Well now, Miss Delacour, shall we? I believe we should take care of you first. I dare say Mr. Potter here might be quite the tricky customer." "Let me see," Mr. Ollivander said, while pulling a long tape measure with silver markings out of his pocket. "Which is your wand arm, dear?" "Well, I'm right-handed," said Gabrielle slowly, looking unsure of herself. Harry caught her eye and gave her a reassuring smile. She visibly relaxed and mouthed, "Thank you," at Harry. "Hold out your arm." "That's it." He measured Gabby from shoulder to finger, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and round her head. As he measured, he said, "Every Ollivander wand has a powerful core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter and Miss Delacour. I normally use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. Although there have been a few rare occurrences over the years where I was forced to make new wands for customers, as I did not have any that were compatible with them. If either of you should require this, I will be most delighted, and you will find that I have every conceivable wand-making material in my private workshop. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. I am proud of it and will work to continue that way. Of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand." Harry smirked as the measuring tape, which was by now working on its own, was measuring between Gabby's nostrils, causing the young girl's eyes to go wide, and Harry could plainly see the goosebumps on her arm. If it was anyone else, Harry would have been snickering at this, but he softly patted Gabby's shoulder to try to make her feel better. Meanwhile, Mr. Ollivander was flitting around the shelves, taking down several boxes. "That will do," he said, and the tape measure crumpled into the floor. Right then, Miss Delacour, "Try this one. 8.5 inches. Maple and phoenix feather. Go ahead, just take it and give it a wave." Gabrielle took the wand and waved it around a bit, but Mr. Ollivander snatched it out of her hand almost at once. After several minutes, the pile of tried and failed wands was mounting higher and higher on the spindly chair, and Mr. Ollivander and Harry both seemed to become happier with each failure. "Well now, tricky customers today. Not to worry, I can have you each a wand crafted by the end of the day. Of course, you will both have to follow me to my workshop if you please. We'll have to find out what materials suit each of you." Mr. Ollivander seemed positively delighted at the aspect of creating a couple specially made wands. Even Harry was letting his happiness show. He had intended for Gabby and himself to have custom wands made in the first place, and now he didn't even have to figure out how to broach the subject with Mr. Ollivander. Harry and Gabrielle followed Mr. Ollivander through a hidden door in the back of his shop to a dark, musky room. Along the walls were materials of every conceivable kind, many of them Harry recognized to be exceedingly rare and very expensive. "Now then, Miss Delacour, you'll be first. First, place your hand on each of these woods and pick out any that you can feel a warm tingling to your touch. That will be the wood that your wand is crafted from. Then, I would like you to close your eyes and feel out any material along these walls that feels right. After putting them into one of the 3 cauldrons that hold the Sanctimonia Quat Vox magnification potion, they will become the liquid core to your wand. Normally, I would use a solid core, but liquid core is especially made by using this exceedingly powerful and potent potion that, if I may add, is near impossible to brew and disastrous if you get it wrong, are far more potent and powerful than solid cores." Gabby quickly obeyed Mr. Ollivander, hope and anxiousness shining in her face. Shortly after, she had 2 separate blanks of wood and 2 different materials to form the core. "Interesting. Yes, very interesting. This wood here is white birch and symbolizes love and desire. The secondary wood that you have chosen is black thorn and symbolizes the power to overcome and influence others through the darkest of times. Now your first core material is not surprising. It is a single Vela hair from the current Vela matriarch, which symbolizes lust, fierce protection, and healing. Your secondary core material, however, is far more rare and powerful. These, young lady, are a pair of feathers, one from each wing of the Pegasus itself. It symbolizes purity and fiery independence. I dare say that your wand will be the most powerful wand that I myself have ever made, and it will be very difficult. It will be worth it, though, and it will most likely be very suitable to every branch of magic, save for blood magic and dark magic. It will make casting even the most difficult of light magic spells a breeze for you, however." Gabby's eyes shone with unshed tears of joy, and she grinned happily at both Harry and Mr. Ollivander. Harry laughed. He was very happy for her. "It does my old heart good to see that you are so happy, Miss Delacour," continued Mr. Ollivander. "I hope that you will be satisfied with your wand once my work is complete. It will be a masterpiece, I'm sure. Now, please put your core materials in the cauldron nearest to you while I work on your wand." Gabby did so. After nearly 2 hours, the wand was finally completed, and it had a hole in the top for the core to be poured in. Harry noticed that Mr. Ollivander had also drawn several intricate runes for power, healing, purity, and knowledge onto the handle of her wand. Showing it to Gabby, she squealed and said, "Oh, it's beautiful." Silently, Harry agreed. Gabby's wand was 10.25 inches long, pure white with a comfortable black dragonhide grip that Mr. Ollivander had attached to the wand handle. "Wonderful. It is coming along nicely," Mr. Ollivander muttered to himself, peering into the cauldron that Gabby had placed her core materials into. The potion, which had been blood red at first, was now silvery and clear. Mr. Ollivander raised his own wand and began a long stream of incantations that took him nearly another half-hour to complete. "Wow, it's a good thing we started so early, Gabby," Harry said, and Gabby smiled in happy agreement. "What spell did you just cast, Mr. Ollivander?" he asked. Mr. Ollivander peered at Harry closely, making Harry a bit uncomfortable again. "It is an ancient spell called the Ritus de Animis Indulgio. If you will notice, the potion is now gone, and the amount of liquid left should be just enough to fill the core of the wand. In addition, this spell makes it impossible for the wand core to ever run out of magic, seeing as once the wand is bound, it replenishes its magic by drawing from the wizard or which it is bound to, and from the ambient magic around the witch or wizard, so that the witch or wizard will not grow magically fatigued. It can also replenish the witch or wizard's own magical core through the same process." "Amazing," Harry said. If what Mr. Ollivander had said was true, then he and Gabby would each have a near endless supply of magic to use without tiring themselves out, not counting Harry's own abilities, of course. Sure enough, it was just as Mr. Ollivander had said as Harry saw him pour the silver-clear liquid into the end of Gabby's wand and seal off the end. As soon as the core of the wand was filled, the entire potion had been used. "Mr. Ollivander, why did you already have those 3 potions brewed? Have you been expecting somebody? I thought you said that you hadn't done this in years." Harry asked quickly. Constant vigilance had taught Harry to always be observant, even of the things that didn't always seem so obvious, except that in this case, it was very obvious. "A fair question, Mr. Potter," Mr. Ollivander answered. He seemed happy that Harry had pointed this out. "The potion in question can be held under stasis charm for over 130 years. That is one thing that makes it so valuable. These 3 batches are the first and only 3 that I ever made, and I made them when I was just a little older than you both are. I have held them in stasis ever since, hoping that one day I might be able to use them. What you are witnessing, Mr. Potter, is my life's work. Today I will make my 2 masterpieces and forever cement myself as the greatest wand maker that ever lived. For this reason, your wand will be only 100 galleons each, even though the materials alone will probably be worth millions of galleons apiece." "Okay, thanks for explaining it to me. I was beginning to get concerned. After all, the dark times aren't that far behind us," Harry replied. "Indeed, Mr. Potter," Mr. Ollivander said while looking apprehensively at Harry, as if sizing up the real reason for his query. "Now, if you would please repeat what Miss Delacour did to choose your wand materials, I can proceed to make the finest piece of craftsmanship the world has ever seen." Harry laughed, and Gabby giggled at Mr. Ollivander's apparent anxiousness. The old man had an unhealthy gleam in his eye that spoke clearly of his obsession with his craft and all at once convinced Harry of his honesty. Not long after, Harry had 2 blanks of wood in his hands, along with 3 separate core materials. Checking what Harry had chosen, Mr. Ollivander looked close to having a heart attack as his broad smile seemed to stretch right off his face, and his breathing quickened up to a very unhealthy pace for such an old wizard. "Are you all right, Mr. Ollivander?" Harry asked with a concerned look on his face. Mr. Ollivander looked at Harry with a mad look in his eye, still grinning broadly and taking great huffs of breath. "Oh yes, Mr. Potter. The materials you have chosen are each unique and the only ones of their kind ever to be freely given. They have each been passed down through my family for hundreds, and a couple of them, almost 1,500 years, he finally managed to get out without stammering." Harry was in awe. He could barely imagine what the materials in his hands really were. "Well, Mr. Potter," Mr. Ollivander began, "the primary wood that you have chosen is a branch from the ancient ashen tree called the Yggdrasil. It symbolizes the burden of the world that you carry, Harry. It stands for all those that depend on you, even as you would keep the darkness trapped forever. The secondary wood that you have chosen is a branch from the central trunk of Thor's oak. As legend goes, when the god fell, he fused all of his powers into the tree. It symbolizes the inner turmoil that storms within each of us. It also symbolizes the fierce strength within you, waiting to be unleashed. The primary, balancing core material that you have chosen is a wing feather of one of the 4 cherubim, which stand guard at the throne of the heavenly realm. This celestial being symbolizes the might of the 4 creature lords that dwell at the 4 corners of the earth, and not once has ever come to this plane of existence. My ancestor once saved a mysterious stranger one day, and it is said that when he woke up the next morning, he found this feather upon him before remembering the dream that told him what it was. This vial here contains freely given phoenix tears that was given to another of my ancestors by a very rare royal phoenix, the Phoenix Lord Raphael, if I remember correctly. To this day, the reason remains as much a mystery as the creatures themselves. It symbolizes life, regeneration, and resurrection. It is the symbol of fire and divinity. Finally, this vial contains the venomous blood of Samuel, demon lord of death and chaos himself. This was given to my ancestor, Antioch Peveril, along with the Elder Wand by Death. Death had been given the blood freely by his master and told to meet Antioch and his brothers at a certain bridge and to give this to him. It symbolizes power over death and the maddening descent into death and chaos. Your wand will easily be far more powerful than the Elder Wand, the most powerful wand to ever exist. I will be proud to be the crafter of such a masterpiece. If my assumptions are correct, this wand will be powerful in every branch of magic known to us. The core materials themselves contradict each other, yet are balanced by a force that stands guard over all of magic. Brilliant! Mr. Ollivander was nearly skipping with glee as Harry placed the core materials in the next cauldron, and Mr. Ollivander repeated the process to create Harry's wand. Nearly 3 hours later, Harry and Gabby were paying for their wands. Harry's wand was also pure white, but had a black and gold hue to it, which was strangely beautiful. It was 13.5 inches and had a black dragonhide grip. His wand had the same runes that Gabby's did, except that Mr. Ollivander had also added in the runes for love, pain, and courage to Harry's wand. As Harry and Gabby took their wands, a golden glow filled the room, and an invisible wind blew strongly around them, ruffling their robes and hair. Very good. Now then, I don't know whether you two realized it or not, but when you place your core materials in the potions, your blood was added. I can sense the bond between you, so I can safely say that the potion and spell that I cast made it impossible for any except you two to use these 2 wands. Anyone else that attempts to do so will find that they are mere sticks in their hands. Again, anyone that touches them with ill intent will be temporarily drained of their magic, and the spells on the wands make them unbreakable, Mr. Ollivander said. Gabby and Harry thanked him profusely for the wands, before Mr. Ollivander held up his hands to silence them. I have one more thing to give each of you, he said, handing them both a wand holster. These wrist wand holsters are spelled so that only you can remove them from your wrist, and they're keyed to your blood so that only you can see them and remove your wands from them. To access your wand, you merely have to flick your wrist and your wand will appear in your hands. Now, I believe we can expect great things from you both. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Taking the wand holsters and attaching them to their wrists, Harry and Gabby placed their new wands in the holsters before leaving the shop. Room 12, Leaky Cauldron, London. Several hours later, Harry and Gabrielle collapsed on their bed after a long day of shopping. Fortunately, Harry had managed to get the essentials of what he would need before Gabby dragged him through nearly every shop in Diagon Alley, kissing him sweetly each time he got her another book or piece of clothes or jewelry. Before they came back, though, they had a nice dinner at a small Italian restaurant in Muggle London, after dropping off their purchases, of course. They had both gotten a set of battle robes that were made of Hungarian horntail dragon hide, interwoven and laced together with acromantulous silk that itself was heavily enchanted with spells to give strength, speed, and extra protection to the wearer. There were also invisibility and disillusionment, and many other concealment charms that could be activated with a wave of the wand, making them invisible and silent. They each had a set of gloves and boots made of the same material. The gloves had specially made pads that had the additional effect of gripping charms and charms that prevented the wearer from being disarmed in a duel. Their boots had charms applied to the specially made soles that included cushioning, agility, and silencing charms, so that a wearer could move quickly and silently. The entire works had been bathed in basilisk venom, so that its magic also imbued each item and lined with mithril at the seams, allowing each piece to absorb an almost infinite amount of magic. Harry and Gabby had both grinned when the shopkeeper told them of the anti-summoning and weather charms on all of their items, so that they could not be summoned and they would remain comfortable no matter how hot, cold, or what it was. Moreover, of course, they were fireproof, tried and true in blasts of dragonfire. Harry himself had gotten magical contacts, even though he no longer needed them to see. They had every charm possible on them, and were impossible for someone looking at him to even notice. Before each contact was placed in his eye, Harry had 3 drops of Veritaserum placed in each eye. It hurt a hell of a lot, and Gabby burst into tears at Harry's cries of pain, even as he squeezed her hand to comfort her. The effect, though, was quite brilliant. Each contact alone was the equivalent, actually better, of Mad Eye's magical eye, and had attached themselves to Harry's own eyes, bonding with them. The contacts could never be removed, but Harry could activate their effects and deactivate them at will. Otherwise, it was as if they were never there. By placing the Veritaserum in his eyes, he could see the truth of anyone that looked directly into his eyes, depending on what he saw them as. They were truly windows to the soul, and even though Harry was already a master legilimens, not even a master occlumens could look into his eyes and lie to him. Finally, Harry had gotten himself and Gabby a trunk. Only one trunk was needed, because it had 21 different compartments, and the main compartment was huge. The trunk had powerful wards that were keyed only to Harry and Gabby and could only be opened by them, or someone with their direct permission. The main compartment had a large workout area and weight gym in it. It also had a pool, a kitchen, a library, a large dungeon, several bedrooms and living areas, a potions lab, and even a dueling ring and several storage areas, one of which was packed with portal stones. The stones, the shopkeeper had told them, were used to transport whoever held them to the portal room in the main compartment. Harry could give a stone to a person he trusted, and by using a password, they could activate the stone. Harry and Gabby themselves would each use a stone when needed. What was more was that Harry brought out a small cube that he had taken from his vault. It was a room of requirement, the only other one ever created, and it was tied to the one that was hidden somewhere in Hogwarts. Harry found an empty stretch of wall at the end of the hallway and bound a room to it. At once, a door appeared in the wall, before quickly disappearing. Following Gabby into the room, Harry sat in the chair at the desk, while Gabby sat on the edge of the bed before leaning back and sighing. Funnily enough, when she sat up, Gabby had an odd look on her face as she looked Harry in the eyes, before resting her eyes on her lap. Suddenly, a spot on her shoe seemed awfully interesting, and it worried Harry. "Gabby, are you okay? I mean, I know that this is all so new and—" Harry trailed off as Gabby grabbed his hand and pulled him to sit beside her, while putting a finger to his lips. Harry waited patiently, and fortunately didn't have to wait long for Gabby to answer his unspoken pleas. "Harry, I want you to know something. I had a really wonderful day today," Gabby began, motioning for Harry to remain quiet as his mouth opened. "Even as prepared as I was, when we first bonded, I was scared. I knew that being a Vila, my family would entrust me to you. I'm sorry I had my doubts, but I don't regret anything. I'm happy with you, and I want you to know that." Harry looked at her, and even their short time together was enough to show Harry the love in her eyes as she looked up at him. "I know that, Gabby, and I feel the same way. I didn't expect any of this, but I'm happy with you, and I have no regrets. I have always wanted someone to love and protect, and you've given that to me. I never had a family, save for the Weasleys, of course, but that was a different time. And this, me and you, it's different, special." "Oh, Harry," Gabby squealed and tackled him backwards before he had a chance to react. Now Harry was lying on his back, and Gabby was lying flat on top of him, both of their feet hanging off the edge of the bed. Harry chuckled. "You know, you're really cute when you giggle like that." This caused the Gabby who was currently in a fit of very unladylike giggles, to blush madly and give him a peck on the cheek, before rolling halfway off him and leaning against him, with her head on his chest and one leg draped over him. Sighing contentedly, she whispered, "Harry, I'll never leave your side, so please don't ever ask me to, not even to keep me safe. Please promise me this." Harry looked down at her, as her head was tilted up at his, and frowned. "I don't intend to ever do that, Gabby. Call me selfish, but I'm quite happy to have you by my side, and I'd be jealous if you ever relied on someone else to protect you. But if it makes you feel any better, you have my word." "Thank you, Harry." "It does," Gabby said as she closed her eyes. "Go ahead and get some rest, Gabby," Harry said. "I'm going to lay here until you fall asleep, but then I have to write a letter to Gringotts before I can go back to sleep with you. Good night, mon chéri, Gabby en soir tiré de lit." Later that night, after Gabby had fallen asleep, Harry got up and wrote a letter to Gringotts. He sent a stone to Griphook and requested that everything in all of his vaults, except for the gold, be placed and arranged in the mansion that was the main compartment of his trunk. Smiling, Harry gave an owl treat to Hedwig, who he had also bought earlier, and tied the letter to her leg before stroking her head affectionately and sending her off. Finally, Harry was ready for bed and curled up behind Gabby and held her, smiling at the contented sigh she let out as she cuddled closer to him. With one last yawn, he bade good night to Celine, who was currently perched on a magnificent golden stand that was made especially for a phoenix. Harry thought, as he had watched Gabby coax Celine onto her new perch, that the proud phoenix looked especially majestic in contrast to the elegant stand. Chapter 5. The Will of Sirius Black. Maximum security block, Azkaban, somewhere in the Atlantic. Azkaban Prison. Built by the dwarves during a war long forgotten, the dread fortress of Azkaban had stood eerily along the banks of the island for over 1,000 years. Despite their best efforts to put the darkness of the past behind them, the infamous prison continues to harshly remind the wizarding world of the darkness they would choose to blindly ignore. It was shortly before nightfall when the boat arrived. This was the only way for any outside of a very select few to get to the god-forsaken island. Here, the Atlantic was harsh, and it never stopped storming. Even now, he could see the icy waters of the Atlantic crashing against the rocky cliffs of the island. Howling winds emitted a tumultuous rage, and lightning split the sky open, daring anyone to come to this forbidden place. A lone beach stood out among the jagged rocks, black sand the only relief on an isle of unforgiving stone. The island was inaccessible by portkey and apparition, except through strictly enforced security protocols, by which means only the minister, head of the DMLE, and the prison's warden had access. If by some chance another tried to access Azkaban by these means, there were powerful security wards in place to prevent any unauthorized guests. No, it was near impossible to come here without authorization and the proper transportation. Even the Muggles knew not to come to this part of the ocean. Their technology was said to go completely wacky here, even if such devices had been warded against magic. As unplottable and warded as it was, even the Muggles feared these seas. They called this area the Bermuda Triangle, not even knowing that wizards had set up wards that way over the centuries, with the forbidding prison of Azkaban at its center. Though the location of the prison was acknowledged publicly as being hidden somewhere in the North Sea, there were a handful of individuals aware that a massively powerful illusion of the prison at the location hid the presence of the portal to the prison that would rise from the seafloor, given the proper password from the proper location and distance out. If by the minimal chance that any invaders actually managed to get to the correct location and view the prison was still guarded by more than just the storms, illusions, walls, and gates. Numerous wards surrounded the fortress, many of them having been cast by the dwarves themselves, along with the help of goblin slaves at the time. As such, they only grew stronger with age. The island was further isolated from the outside world by the unplottable charm placed upon it, and the flue system was completely blocked off except for highly secured connections between the prison warden's flue, the head of the DMLE's flue, and the Minister of Magic's flue. Getting here was hard enough. But if one ever decided to be the first person in history to escape the Island of Sorrow, they would have to get through the vast maze of corridors, past the Dementors and the Aurors. Not many, if any at all, could complete such a feat, especially without a wand. And if that didn't stop them, there were still the frigid, icy waters of the ocean that would freeze their very bones. Such a swim, hundreds of miles to shore, would be impossible. Looking up, he saw the fortress that stood atop the hill amongst the rocks. Built in the center of the barren island, the imposing structure was made of the strongest, magically resistant ore. Built of adamantium and lined with mithril, the walls of the fortress could withstand almost anything and absorb immense amounts of magic, strengthening them even further. Ominous gates sealed the building from the outside, while a series of guard towers watched the rock-strewn land below. Some of the most powerful armies ever to rise had tested their might and fallen against these impenetrable walls, and dark lords of the greatest power and skill had failed to claim victory against the infamous fortress. The dread fortress of Azkaban. The fortress stood before him as a testament to an age-long loss to history. Its dark, torch-lit stone corridors had housed many of Britain's most notorious and infamous criminals. Throughout the centuries, since being entrusted to the British ministry, those the ministry wished to silence had also found themselves thrust into one of Azkaban's endless cells. The dark maze of corridors within the prison was lined with countless cells, magically reinforced doors keeping the inmates at bay. They weren't needed to prevent escape, though. Dementors prowled the corridors, feeding off the prisoners, and as such, the majority of the prison's residents were trapped within their own mind, plagued by the worst nightmares of their various pasts, haunted by demons that never slept. They were incapable of thinking in a sane manner. It was the closest thing possible to hell on earth. It had been a long time since he had come here, but he had business to attend to. Normally, goblins would never be seen in this dank, accursed place. Naturally, this was due to the fact that a lawful conviction of any prisoner for a life sentence in the prison or longer would result in the forfeit of any and all rights to whatever gold or titles the convicted had, and as such, the assets and all rights included would pass along to the heir of the accused, magical or otherwise. If, however, there was no heir, the goblins would seize everything. It was this very reasoning that brought Griphook to one of the most dreaded places in the world, the wizarding prison of Azkaban. Few knew that he had been the account manager of the Black family for several years, and under the authority of the new Lord Potter, he now had even more reason to be here. Disembarking the boat, Griphook had felt that familiar chill that had run down his spine so many years ago. As most did, he hated the Dementors of Azkaban, but strangely, he also pitied them. Goblins were a very long-lived race, and Griphook had known the story of their curse since he was young. Oh, how the mighty have fallen! Pride comes before every fall, and it is most befitting that you pitiful creatures must survive off of what you once despised, feared by your own brethren. The goblin thought to himself as the new curse-breaker Bill Weasley stepped up beside him and cast a Patronus charm to keep the Dementors at bay. Griphook, I still don't understand why we are here. Everyone knows that this man is a convicted murderer, and his will should be void, Bill said as his Sphinx Patronus erupted from his wand, casting an immediate warmth on them both before it circled ahead of them, clearing the path to the Auror outpost. Mr. Weasley, you are one of our brightest new curse breakers, and you are here only for my protection. As such, I advise you to keep quiet about things that not only do not concern you, but you have no truthful and relevant facts regarding. Griphook snapped at the young wizard. Seeing the man rear back in shock at his words, Griphook scowled. Perhaps his words had been a little too harsh, but the wizard should have kept his mouth shut. Mr. Weasley, I understand your concern for this case. However, the murderer you speak of does not exist. The traitor that committed those murders committed one short of what the man we have come to see today was accused of. Sirius Black is innocent, and all of our tests and several powerful truth serums and spells have proved that fact beyond even the slightest shadow of a doubt. Your ministry sent an innocent man to prison without a trial, with the head of the Wisengamot fully knowing that a small dose of Veritaserum would have proven his innocence. Since then, the goblins have given copies of our records of the tests and his testimony to your ministry. But that corrupt fool, Cornelius Fudge, refuses to admit his mistakes. Bill Weasley couldn't believe his ears. For the last decade, the wizarding world had cursed the mass murderer Sirius Black for betraying the Potters and killing another of his childhood friends, Peter Pettigrew. Not to mention an alley full of muggles along with Pettigrew. Not including the Potters, the blood of 13 people was on the hands of Sirius Black, and all from one spell. None of what Griphook was saying made any sense. Bill had no doubts that Sirius had been sent to Azkaban without a trial. It sounded just like Fudge, and Barty Crouch certainly would have done it, but Griphook accused Albus Dumbledore of being incompetent. How could Dumbledore have known if Sirius was innocent or not? Griphook, Sirius Black betrayed his best friends. Everyone knows that he's the reason they are dead. And what about Peter Pettigrew? He didn't fall dead of his own accord, did he? Bill asked, sure that the goblin wouldn't be able to avoid these facts. Griphook turned his head towards the redhead just as they reached the Auror outpost and glared at him. Mr. Weasley, Sirius Black did nothing of the sort. The facts that the wizarding world claims to know are lies, covered up by the ministry even after the minister himself was given proof of it. By now, Griphook was furious. He had always liked the young Sirius Black, and now, because of the foolish humans' belief in their corrupt ministry, the man had endured 10 long years in this horrid place. As for Peter Pettigrew, he is alive. Gringotts records indicate this, though his vaults have not been touched in 10 years. Sirius Black revealed that he is an unregistered Ratanimagus that should now be missing a single toe. At the last statement, a chill ran down Bill's spine before he brushed the thoughts aside. Surely it couldn't be. But even as he thought this, Bill Weasley had to admit to himself that he had often wondered how Scabbers, who by no means appeared magical at all, had lived so long. An ordinary rat could only last a few years. Yet if Bill remembered correctly, he had found him not 2 weeks after Voldemort was destroyed 10 years ago. Bill's scowl deepened. As a young child, he had known that his parents were members of the Order of the Phoenix, and had even seen Pettigrew a few times. Something had always seemed a bit off about that man. Bill silently vowed to himself that he would make a visit to the burrow to either confirm or deny his suspicions. Hopefully Ron would forgive him for it. The boy loved that rat. Still, where does Dumbledore come into this? He has been head of the Wisengamot for several years, and he knew the Potters, Sirius, and Peter very well. How could he have known if Sirius was innocent or not? Bill replied, surprised at the vicious grin the Griphook was now displaying. The grin widened with each word that passed Bill's lips. Because, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore is the one who cast the Fidelius charm that hid the Potters, and as such, he had full knowledge of whom the secret keeper was. Now come along, we are on a tight time schedule, Griphook said nastily. Bill couldn't believe his ears. Everything that Griphook had told him strangely made sense, but why would Dumbledore lie to the world like that, knowing the truth? Did he believe that Sirius murdered Peter and deserve his fate? Or is there something else up the old man's sleeve? The Weasleys had always liked and trusted Dumbledore a great deal, so this was no small blow to that. But what could Dumbledore possibly have to gain by condemning an innocent man to such a fate? Bill soon found himself walking down a corridor, following an Auror in Griphook. He hadn't been paying attention as he was lost in his thoughts and barely recognized, until now, how dark and dreary this place was. The small group passed many cells, and Bill could see many Dementors patrolling the hallways and other corridors as they passed. Though the Patroni cast by him and the Auror kept them at bay, Bill still felt the horrible, ice-cold chill run through his nerves, draining him of happiness, sapping at his powers. No wonder they call this place the Island of Sorrow, Bill thought to himself. He would much rather be in Egypt right now. At least the tombs didn't give him such dreadful feelings. Bill noticed the unnerving, insane looks in the unhealthy, sunken eyes of infamous Death Eaters such as Bellatrix Lestrange, the Caros twins, and Anton Dolohov as they passed by their small cells. Here in the maximum security block, it was a who's who of you-know-who's best and deadliest. Each prisoner was subjected to the direct presence of the cursed guards of Azkaban several times each day, and before long, many of them went insane, haunted by memories of their own crimes and other horrible memories inflicted upon them in the course of their lives. It was said that after being subjected to the effects of the Dementors for too long, a witch's or wizard's very powers began to leave them, right along with their sanity. Bill wasn't surprised that Bellatrix didn't seem insane even after more than a decade of imprisonment. She even taunted them as they went by and earned herself a stunner to the chest. Seeing his look of surprise, the Auror turned to Bill and answered the unspoken question hanging in the air between them. We sometimes have to stun her several times a week. She was always quite mad. I don't suppose there was enough sanity left by the time she came here. Well, that and the fact that she truly enjoyed the atrocities she committed have left very few memories that can bother such a disturbed mind. The only times when she screams are when she's moaning about failing her beloved master. I honestly don't want to ever see the pictures of those thoughts running through her head, the way she looks on those days. She just sits there, staring off into nowhere, on her knees, begging for forgiveness. It's been happening more often just recently. I guess the Dementors affect even the most powerful of you-know-who's servants in the end. Somehow, Bill wasn't all that surprised. Bellatrix was you-know-who's second in command, and a truly feared duelist. Anyone who had ever had the misfortune to meet the Mad Witch and live to tell the tale, which was not many, could tell you how much glee it gave her to torture innocent souls. She got as much a kick out of it as her beloved, sick, twisted, and truly vile master she groveled at the feet of. Bill didn't even want to consider some of the stories he had heard to be true. How could anyone torture and kill a whole primary school of children and teachers, and rape several of the young boys, dead and alive? What kind of monster could relish such a memory? Bill knew this story had to be true, though, because during a major assault on Hogsmeade, she had brought such a young Muggle boy with her and led several Aurors into a trap. Bellatrix had told the boy what was going to happen, and then silenced him before imperiousing him to stumble into the middle of Hogsmeade helpless. He appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the village, beaten, raped, and with several cuts, bruises, and broken bones all over his body. Horrified, several people had screamed and ran to help him, but as a few of the Aurors guarding the village approached him, Bellatrix's time, delayed bombardment, a Maxima curse took effect. Bill shuddered at the memory. He had been with his parents in the village that day, getting some candy. They were among the few that survived. Bill clung to his mother like his life depended on it when the explosion hit, signaling the beginning of the Death Eaters' attack. That day, Bill saw death, torture, and the lowest depths of human cruelty as the Death Eaters struck innocents mercilessly. They didn't seem to care who you were. Innocent witches, wizard, Aurors, and even several children were murdered in cold blood. All in all, only 7 Death Eaters were captured, 2 of them dead. The body count for the Light stood at 26 Aurors and 117 non-combatants. For as long as he lived, Bill would never forget that day, or the look on the poor boy's face as he desperately mouthed "stay away" at Bill when he started to run to him. He owed the boy his life. It was that day that Bill Weasley gained the motivation to be the greatest curse breaker the world had ever seen. He would never allow another to suffer like that. "Ah, here we are," the Auror said, surprising Bill out of his thoughts. "May I introduce our esteemed and traitorous guest, notorious mass murderer, and best friend of James and Lily Potter, Sirius Orion Black? He's the strangest one I have seen so far. Black looks as mad as the rest of them, but he's always very calm and well-behaved. Good luck trying to reach him. No one has been able to get a word out of him in several years." "Very well," Griphook said. "Can my assistant and I have a bit of privacy with the prisoner?" Startled by the reply, the Auror quickly answered, "Of course. I'll be just down the hallway, checking on a few of the other prisoners. Mr. Weasley, Have your Patronus give me a message when you are both ready to depart." Bill nodded. As he turned to go, the Auror gave a shiver. "Sometimes, I wish I hadn't become an Auror. I have always fought for what I believe is right, of course, but this really is a wretched place. I can't wait until the last day of my 6-month assignment." Bill nodded at the Auror and watched him walk away before he heard a voice speak calmly from the darkness, scaring the hell out of him. He normally paid more attention than he was. Bill scolded himself. "This place must be getting to me more than I thought." "Griphook, old friend. It is very good to see you again after all these years. I wish that I could play a gracious host, but I fear this is not the best of circumstances," Sirius said with a grin. Sirius Black, Bill noted, had the faded features of a once proud, handsome man. The years hadn't been kind to him, though, not in this accursed place. His dark and sunken eyes betrayed a haunted and pained look, and he was pale and very thin. Still, you could tell that he had once been a proud, intelligent, and handsome man. "We are agreed, Lord Black," Griphook replied. "I have come to discuss your last will and testament, which you signed and filed on the 5th of November, 1981, shortly after your arrest. Under normal circumstances, your will would become null and void, as you well know. Since, however, we are executing your will while you still live, although incarcerated, we need your signature in order to proceed. I take it my godson has finally rejoined the magical world?" Sirius asked. "That is correct," Griphook replied calmly. "Lord Harry Potter has laid claim on several different vaults and titles. Your godson is an amazing wizard, Lord Black." Sirius Black grinned heartily, a look of fierce pride, like that of a lioness for her cub, showing brightly in his eyes. Where's he been all this time? As far as the wizarding world knew, he had disappeared deep into hiding. Griphook shifted uncomfortably. After all the years serving Lord Black and his family, he knew full well what he would think of Albus Dumbledore's actions. Lord Dumbledore sent him to live with his only remaining relatives, a Mr. and Mrs. Vernon Dursley. "What?" Sirius roared. "That manipulative bastard knows full well what James and Lily thought of the Dursleys. Greater good be damned. Did he ever realize what kind of miserable life he was condemning my godson to? I'll murder him. It was in their will. Harry had several other people to go to, and under no circumstances was Harry ever to go to the Dursleys. Dumbledore knows this. We were both there when the will was signed. They hate us. I can't even begin to imagine the lies they've told him about his own parents." Griphook looked shocked. "I don't believe that is possible, Lord Black. I have seen the will with my own eyes, and it specifically names Albus Dumbledore as the sole executor of the Potter's will and states quite clearly that the young Lord Potter was to live with his only living relatives until his 17th birthday in order to maintain the blood wards that protect him." "That is a lie," growled Sirius. His eyes blazed with a burning fury that grew with each word that passed Griphook's lips. What is your name?" he asked, pointing at Bill. "Bill Weasley, sir. I am a curse breaker and warder for Gringotts," he answered quickly, wondering where this was going. Bill had a bad feeling about this. His family had always stood firm behind Albus Dumbledore, yet this Sirius Black was accusing him of falsifying official documents in order to control Harry Potter's life. "Do you have your wand? And a vial?" Bill looked uneasy at the line of questioning. "Of course, but I can't give you either of them," Bill replied. "There is no need. Are you willing to do the right thing, no matter what kind of damage it could do to your so-called leader of the light?" Sirius asked. Looking into the young man's eyes, Sirius could see his warring emotions. Sirius remembered Arthur and Molly Weasley well, and he knew that the Weasleys were firmly loyal to Dumbledore. But this young man also looked like he knew a few things that he had opened his eyes and was willing to see justice done. "I am willing, Lord Black. What do you need?" "I need you to take a memory from me. Please, don't fear getting close to the bars to get it. I am innocent after all, and I won't hurt you. I have fought against the dark and my own family's beliefs all of my life, and I would do anything in order to help my godson." Sirius was practically begging by now. "Please do this for me." I know how hard it must be to trust the words of a man sent to Azkaban for murder. But Harry is the only thing that I have left in my life, the only part of my greatest friends. He is the only one I have to live for. After a moment's pause, Bill hesitated, carefully considering Sirius' words, before stepping forward to the cell and putting his wand to Sirius's temple. A second later, a silvery strand of memory emerged, hanging on the tip of his wand, and Bill placed it in a vial that he then replaced into a deep pocket on the inside of his robes. "Thank you very much, Mr. Weasley," Sirius said calmly, reaching his hand out to shake Bill's. Bill simply nodded as he took Sirius's hand, shaking it firmly. "Lord Black, we at Gringotts will look over this memory, and if what you have said is true, there will repercussions, I assure you," Griphook stated with a malicious grin at the thought of what they now had in their possession. "Thank you, old friend. After all the years working together, I knew that I could count on you," Sirius replied sadly. "I wish that we could continue, but soon that choice will no longer be mine to make. You have been a goblin friend for many years, Lord Black. It has been an honor working with you." Griphook gave a short bow to Sirius, and when he raised his head, Sirius had a look of shocked confusion at the glee on the goblin's face. Sirius scowled at Griphook. "Are you that eager to be rid of me, Griphook?" "Absolutely not, Lord Black," Griphook answered with a broad grin. "It so happens that Lord Potter has asked me to manage all of his vaults, except for the Vault of Emeries, of course." "Really? That's bloody brilliant. Harry couldn't have asked for a goblin better suited for the job," Sirius said. "Thank you, Lord Black. It means much to hear you say that," Griphook replied. "Think nothing of it, Griphook. The compliment is well-deserved. You may be greedy, but I'm a very wealthy man for it." Sirius laughed at Griphook's scowl. "Yes, time is galleons, of course," Griphook replied with a small smirk. "Oh, and did you say the Vault of Emeries a minute ago? As in Merlin Emeries?" Sirius asked. "That is correct. Lord Potter is the sole heir of several noble and ancient families. The House of Emeries is among them, and at this moment, I believe that your godson now wears Merlin's own head of house ring." Sirius was stunned. "Harry is the bloody heir of Merlin. How is that possible? Merlin died without any children." "Are you positive about this, Griphook?" 100%, Lord Black. It is affirmative. Lord Potter underwent the bloodline and ability revelation rituals. I have it on good authority that the young Lord Potter wishes this fact to remain a closely guarded secret for as long as possible," Griphook answered firmly. "Of course, I agree with him. You never know who could be looking to try to use such a thing against him. Well, as much as I enjoy our conversations, Lord Black, I must be going fairly soon. I have many other matters to attend to before the reading of your will tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. "That is understandable. I enjoyed your visit. I don't get that many," Sirius said as he signed the paperwork so that Griphook and Bill could leave. "It has been an honor, Lord Black," Griphook replied, bowing. "Hopefully one day we will meet again under better conditions that will be more profitable. Of course, but this old dog would have to sneak past the Dementors first." Sirius chuckled as he watched them leave. As they left, Bill looked over at Griphook as he helped the goblin back into the boat. "Griphook, is this Lord Potter that you called Sirius Black's godson, Harry Potter?" "Indeed, they are one and the same. A very interesting young wizard, not unlike yourself. A little headstrong, but humble, very bright, and with an amazing amount of talent. The Harry Potter, things just got a bit more interesting," Bill thought to himself as he watched Azkaban disappear into the darkness of the horizon. Sirius watched them leave quietly. Indeed, Padfoot was probably the only thing that had saved his sanity all these years. Dementors were blind, and an animal's emotions were more primitive than a human's, so the Dementors could barely sense Sirius when he was transformed. When they came near him, they merely assumed that the less complex emotions were simply caused by his growing madness, as so often happened with the other inmates. He had often thought of using his animagus form to escape, but until now he had no idea where his godson was or what he was up to. But Harry was 11 now and would be attending Hogwarts shortly, and in the morning, he would become Lord Black, and Sirius will have facilitated a few drastic changes as his last orders as Lord Black. I wish I could be there, or at least see a pensive memory of it. Sissy is going to be fuming, as if I would ever allow the spawn of Malfoy to be Lord Black. Oh, I would so love to be there when my surprises are unveiled. Sighing, Sirius lay back on the cot and looked around. His 6 by 8 foot cell was dark and musty, and the walls were cold and smooth. Along with an old moldy blanket and a rotting pillow, the only other thing in the cell besides him was the loo. The ceiling was so low that he could barely stand straight without banging his head. Just like almost every other night since he had been in Azkaban, Sirius Black cried himself to sleep, thinking of the horrible night that took away his best friends in his life. His final thought as he went to sleep was, "I should have been there. I'll never be late again." Shortly after midnight, there was a flash of fire that illuminated the cell, and Sirius barely caught the second flash of fire as he woke groggily. He thought he had seen a black and gold phoenix with Lily's eyes disappear from sitting right beside him. Deciding that it was a hopeful dream, Sirius momentarily dismissed his suspicions until he caught sight of a letter and a burning, gold and black phoenix feather under it. "Dear Padfoot, I've been watching you. For 10 years, you have been innocent. 10 long years you have carried the burden of guilt. It is not your fault they died. James and Lily died, fighting for what they believed is just and right. Although you may believe different, things would be far worse if you had been there. Lily might have lived for a little while longer, but Harry would not have been given the power to vanquish Voldemort. That night gave the wizarding world a reason to celebrate, a reason to hope, even as you mourn the deaths of your best friends. Take pride in the fact that in your godson, hope was born in the darkness. A light will soon illuminate the greatest depths the magic has to reveal. All impossibilities shall soon be done by the blood of one of the 9 divines. Dumbledore's time is at an end, and shortly he will step down and deliver us all into the hands of a much brighter light. Believe this, Padfoot, you must. A warrior has been born with great power, but he has known no love until recently. As one of the last links to the family that he lost, you must be strong in your guidance of him. His heart and soul are pure, but such power can have an awfully corrupting influence, especially on one so young. Take heart that your strength, wisdom, and friendship will be valued greatly by him. He has known a great deal of pain in his life, and only a father can influence the son to keep him from falling. Stay strong, Padfoot. You will soon be free. On the next night that Moony howls, you must rejoin your godson. Blaze Wing. P.S. You did not make a mistake that night. Destiny cannot be denied. Sirius was sobbing softly as he finished reading the letter and finally noticed a basket of meat pies, chicken, treacle tarts, and nut bread that had appeared. Who could possibly have sent all this? It had to have been one of our close friends, but why now, after all these years? No one else could have possibly known our secret. Whoever the letter and basket was from, Sirius vowed that he would do his best not to let Prongs and Lilyflower down. Silently, Sirius gazed up at the ceiling and thanked the mysterious Blaze Wing and began to promptly devour the food. Unknown. Night had fallen, and the air was cold and bitter as he swept north along the ridges. There was not a cloud in the starry sky as he soared high above the valleys and in between the peaks of the tallest mountains, peaks and ridges that had long been hidden from sight. Far below, ancient trees hundreds of feet tall spanned several miles, hiding the ruins that lay near the western coast. Under starry sky, these ruins had been untouched by human hands for nearly 1,000 years, long forgotten to history. This place was not important, at least not nearly as important as the few treasures entombed within. For this reason, he guarded this place and flew over each night. The time was coming. He could feel it as his powerful wings took him deep into the ridges of the mountains. Leaky Cauldron, Diagon Alley, London. Harry awoke with a start. He could vividly recall a strange dream, not unlike the few he had once had of Voldemort. But this one had been different somehow, yet try as he might, Harry could not remember any details of the dream and dismissed it for the time being. Harry grinned at the head of blonde hair that was tickling his bare chest. Gabby was still sleeping peacefully, with her head nuzzling close to his chest. Harry couldn't believe his luck. 2 weeks ago, he never would have thought that he would be this happy, and yet the past few days with Gabrielle had been the best of his life. After situating all their new things into their trunk, they had given up shopping, except for Florian Fortescue's ice cream. They had spent the last few days exploring Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley, and a little ways into Muggle London together, just getting to know each other. Gabby was shy, but could be very excitable. She had a brilliant mind that could easily rival Hermione's, but without the unnatural learning drive. She was also very headstrong and independent, but being the youngest sister all her life had given her a love of being spoiled and taken care of. She was very much the fiery princess that Harry would likely need to keep him under control and keep him firmly grounded. Gabrielle and Fleur had always been very close, but although Gabby definitely had Fleur's love of shopping, she did not have her sister's pompous attitude. Harry liked that a lot. A hand on his cheek brought Harry out of his thoughts with a jerk. Looking down, he saw Gabby's face turned up towards his, with her sweet, early morning smile on her face. Smiling back, Harry leaned down a little for a kiss, which Gabby happily obliged. "Good morning, love," Harry whispered in her ear. Morning," Gabby purred back, straddling his waist and leaning all the way forward to nuzzle her head in his neck while he wrapped his arms around her. Neither one of them said anything more for a few minutes, as this little cuddling act had become routine. For almost a quarter of an hour, they were both quiet, just enjoying holding each other and being held. As Harry lay, holding his Gabby, he wished that his life could always be this peaceful. Although some points of his life were getting better every day. Just look at the night before, for instance. Flashback. Harry and Gabby sat in a private booth in the corner of an upper-class French restaurant in downtown London. Gabby was anxious, but not at all enjoying the thought of meeting their guest tonight. Harry had told her a few stories of the Dursleys already, and although she was a very friendly person, Gabrielle would have loved nothing more than to transfigure them into shiny white mice and set a few nifflers on them. She looked to her side worriedly at Harry. He seemed quiet, and she could understand why, but he had told her before they arrived that he had a few things in mind that would set the Dursleys straight. The memory of the look of mischief as Harry's dazzling emerald eyes shone with cruel excitement brought a warm smile to Gabby's face as she watched a bony woman with a giraffe's neck following a man that would likely fill 3 chairs when sitting. Behind them, a very large boy about hers and Harry's age followed his parents to their booth. All in all, Gabby could easily see the masks of fake pleasantness that hid the truly vile people that they were. Harry, on the other hand, looked calm and strangely resigned. While going over his assets, he had noticed something peculiar in one of the titles to a Muggle business that his parents had bought. If Harry wasn't very much mistaken, Grunning's Drills was the firm that his Uncle Vernon worked for, and Harry owned it. All these years, the Dursleys had complained about how much Harry cost to keep under their roof. Even though they very rarely spent anything on him, Harry was the one paying for everything they owned in the first place. It was Harry's money that was paying Uncle Vernon's wages. Now, as Harry sat quietly beside Gabby, waiting for the Dursleys to arrive, he contemplated what he was here to do and carefully hid his anxiousness at wanting to see the Dursleys' reaction when they realized who had brought them to this lavish restaurant and why. Before long, his thoughts were interrupted by a familiar rude grunt. Looking up, Harry realized that he had failed to notice the Dursleys' arrival. "What are you doing here, boy?" Vernon asked gruffly with a scowl on his face. "And who is this little tramp beside you?" Gabrielle's eyes flashed, and her face grew dark as she fixed Vernon with a death glare. "How dare you?" she raged. "How can you think to judge me for something that you know nothing about? You vile, loathsome man. It is no wonder that Harry hates you so much. Tonight, I dare say that he will give you everything that you have coming. You better be thankful that it is not my say, or I'd turn you into a toad. You call me a tramp? Look at your son and what you have done to him. He is fat, lazy, and undisciplined. He is a bully. Is any of that poundage muscle, or is it all blubber? If I didn't already know better, I would say that he's as much a helpless hog as he looks. Tell me, do you honestly think that he won't rape any girl he wants? Do you think that he knows he can lie to you and get away with anything he wants? You are pathetic. And you, Petunia, have you given up being nosy and trying to pry into every one of your neighbors' lives? You must really be miserable if their lives are more interesting to you than your own. What would you think if one of them walked in now and learned your deepest, darkest secret? Aunt Petunia had paled and her face turned white with horror. But Uncle Vernon, it seemed, was doing everything in his power to control his temper and hold his tongue. The effect on his face was obviously very funny to Harry and Gabby, as they couldn't keep from snickering. They could both see his fury plainly as he fought to control his emotions. Vernon's face had went from normal to red, to purple, and back again several times before his logic won out. If you are one of them, then I dare say that your words aren't worth the breath you use to speak them, you little whore. I, on the other hand, have just learned that I will be getting a promotion at a very powerful firm. Why you are both sitting at the booth that we were led to is beyond me, but you can be sure that you will be forced to leave once my boss arrives. He was once a captain in the Royal Navy, and he will not put up with any of your foolishness, Vernon replied carefully. Harry was furious. He wouldn't allow anyone to dare speak to his Gabby like that. Or indeed, Harry opened his mouth to tell Uncle Vernon off, but his first words were cut short by the arrival of Uncle Vernon's boss. "Why, hello, Vernon," the man said as he shook Uncle Vernon's hand. "Is this your wife and son that you speak so fondly of?" "Hello, Ted. Yes, they are. This is my wife Petunia and our son Dudley," Vernon replied as Petunia and Dudley both shook Ted's hand. "And who is this?" Ted asked, nodding towards Harry and Gabrielle. "The boy is my nephew, and his friend decided to come along with him to deliver us a message. They were just leaving." Vernon finished fixing a stare on them both. "No, they can stay. The more the merrier, I say. After all, family and friends are very important. Now, before we begin, we have to wait for one more person to arrive. Now, what are your names?" Ted asked while taking a seat beside Harry and reaching his hand out. "Harry, sir. Harry Potter. This is my lady, Gabrielle Delacour Potter," Harry answered while taking the offered hand and watching Ted go speechless with shock. "Oh my, Harry Potter, you say? I would say that it is an honor to meet you, young sir, but I am just a muggle. Even so, even we muggles have loads to be thankful to you for. After all, you know who would have kept killing us off until we were under wizarding rule. I did, of course, know that the Potter family owned the majority of Grunnings, but I did not dare to dream that I would be meeting you personally." Looking at Vernon, who was staring speechlessly in anger at Harry, Ted clapped him on the back. "Vernon, old boy, why didn't you ever say anything about Harry? You've been hiding a gem. You should be proud to have him for a nephew. Most, if not every family in our world would pay every galleon in their vault to be in your shoes. Harry Potter, my wife and I, and probably dozens of other families have wondered who was hiding him all these years. Bless you, Vernon. You have done the wizarding world a huge favor. Unfortunately, it is not one that could ever be repaid in full, but I'd bet anything that you are probably going to end up being my boss pretty soon." Harry looked at the delighted man's face. This was about the last thing he expected. The man clearly knew about the wizarding world, but how is a good question. "May I ask your name? And how do you know about magic?" "Captain Ted Tonks at your service, Mr. Potter. My wife Andromeda and our daughter Nymphadora are both witches. If memory serves, your godfather, Sirius Black, was Andromeda's cousin, so that makes us practically family." "Wait, your wife is a Black?" Harry queried. "She was, but Sirius's mother blasted her off the tapestry when she was disowned. Since then, it has been a matter of shame for the two ladies in my life," Ted replied as he bowed his head. "Will you be at the will reading in the morning?" Looking up, Ted nodded. "Yes, I will be there to support Andromeda and Nymphadora since they have been named in the will." "Good," Harry said, smiling. Ted looked at Harry quizzically. "How is that such a good thing? Tomorrow morning is going to be devastating. The closest heir is the Ponce son of Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy. Narcissa is Andromeda's sister and even more of a prude than your aunt looks to be. My aunt is a prude, all right, Harry confirmed, laughing. I am and have always been my aunt and uncle's deepest, darkest secret. To have a wizard in the family is, in their opinion, a matter of the deepest shame. I can't recall all the beatings, bruises, and broken bones they have given me. You were wrong a few minutes ago. I will never allow Vernon to be promoted. As a matter of fact, the only reason I'm still going to allow him to work for me, with a heavy raise, is to keep the Dursleys as far away from me as possible. As for tomorrow, I think that you can look forward to it. There may be a few more surprises in store for you than you are aware of. For now, though, we order. Looking up, Ted and Vernon noticed the waiter bringing them a fine 300-year-old Scottish red wine on the rocks. After their meal, Harry noticed all the Dursleys, especially Uncle Vernon, fixing him with stares, as if demanding to know why Harry had dared to bring them here, as they now knew that Harry owned Grunnings. Harry bowed his head before raising his eyes to meet Uncle Vernon's. "You may as well speak your mind, Uncle Vernon," he said with a rough, hate-filled voice. "I was told I was here to be promoted, and now I have found out that was a lie. So why have you brought me here? You can't fire me. I have done nothing wrong, so I could sue you if you tried," Vernon said with a haughty manner. "I can fire you, but I won't. It's simply not in my best interest or the best interest of my company. You are scum, a worthless piece of dirt as a human being, but as a director you do your job very well. I have looked over your file. Instead, what I am offering you is the chance to lead our expansion to our cousins across the Atlantic. All of your expenses, including your flight, hotel, and new executive apartment in New York City, will be paid for by us. The only thing I ask in return is to never see your face again. Do we have a deal?" Uncle Vernon obviously couldn't decide whether to be furious and insulted or delighted. "Let me get this straight, boy," he replied. "You are willing to give me a raise and more authority and pay for all of our expenses if I take this offer? All of it just to make sure you never see us again." Harry smiled cruelly. "That about sums it up. I hate you more than you could ever hate me. For all the years of hell you put me through, I should run you off to Antarctica or perhaps ruin the reputation that you have so carefully built with your lies and false pleasantries. I won't do either, though. By doing it this way, we both get what we want and never have to see each other again, and I don't have to put up with whatever stupid things you decide to do as revenge for me ruining your lives. I will warn you, though, I normally believe in doing the right thing, but just in case you ever forget our little chat here tonight and think about coming back, remember that if I find out, I will hunt you down and torture you all very slowly for the years of abuse you put me through. Then I will kill you, and believe me, I can, and will get away with it. Are we clear?" Harry sat enjoying the effects that his words had on his uncle. On one side, his dreams were coming true. He would have a very wealthy lifestyle and control the whole American expansion of Grunnings, and he would be rid of Harry forever. On the other hand, he hated the fact that Harry was the cause of it. He controlled his career and his whole life at the moment. Then, if you please, the pathetic child dared to threaten him and his family. The nerve of his nephew. Harry watched as the vein in Uncle Vernon's forehead twitched and his beady little eyes fixed themselves on Harry. "Crystal clear, boy, but make sure you don't change your mind. This may be the only thing we ever agree on." "Don't worry," Harry replied as he stared down his uncle. "I won't ever change my mind. And no matter what you do, you'll have the job until the day you die or retire. I know how obsessed you are with your work, so I know that even your lazy fat arse will make the company prosper. Now, since our meeting is over, you can all leave. I'll pick up the bill." The Dursleys got up to go, leaving Harry and Gabrielle alone at the booth, as Mr. Tonks had left shortly after the meal, so that Harry could have his chat with his family in private. Before they turned to leave, however, Vernon asked Harry, "So, when do I begin? When do we leave for our new home?" Smiling, Harry answered, "Your plane tickets will arrive in the mail tomorrow morning. As soon as you are in New York, you are to go to the address on this card," Harry replied, handing Uncle Vernon a business card. "You will start immediately the morning after you arrive." "Good, the sooner the better. This country is going to the dogs anyways. Goodbye, Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia." And Dudley, they've already ruined you, so try not to land yourself in prison right off the bat. The Americans are very prejudiced, and they love to throw everyone in prison just to make money off of them. Honestly, all of their pathetic and hypocritical laws that I have heard about tend to be a bit ridiculous. Hell, they have laws telling people what they can and can't do with their own bodies. Now, I'd rather never go there. They create their own criminals out of otherwise decent people there. Harry watched as the Dursleys left, amused and unsurprised at the look of horror on his cousin's face. Satisfied, Harry glanced at Gabby, who seemed amused. Harry, they're your family. You know that, right? Harry scoffed. Well, they sure as hell never treated me like it. What are you trying to get at? Gabby remained silent for a moment, enjoying her game. Harry, on the other hand, was confused and looked at her questioningly, though she kept a mask of innocence on, at least until she smiled and said, if my family had ever treated me like that, I would have hexed them until they thought they were little girls for the rest of their lives. But 2 pigs and an arse would have worked too. Harry and Gabby both broke down laughing, making the couple at the table they were passing on their way out look curiously at them. 2 pigs? My uncle makes more of an arse of himself than my aunt does. But have you seen your aunt's face? It is hideous. And that neck. She was made to be a donkey. Then I guess it is too bad that we will never be able to make her the offer in person. I'm sure that she would be delighted for 2 freak children to give her 4 hooves and a couple of ears that would be perfect for spying on her neighbors. Gabby raised her eyebrows. Freak children? Stopping and squeezing Gabby's hand just before he operated them back to the leaky cauldron, Harry replied in a cold voice, I meant us, Gabby. I was never Harry to them. Hell, until I was 5 I thought my name was either Freak or Boy. Looking down, tears had welled up in Gabby's eyes as she stared at the ground in disbelief. I'm sorry, it's just... I didn't, she stuttered out through her tears as she looked at Harry in anguish. Harry shushed her, gently placing his finger on her lips as he looked around to make sure nobody was observing them. Don't worry. It's okay, Gabby. Holding her close and comforting her, Harry kissed her on the head and operated them back to their room in the leaky cauldron with a silent pop. Sitting down beside Gabby, he looked at her as she buried her head in his chest, sobbing. It felt a bit strange. Everything lately had been a bit new, and Harry was used to Hermione's hysterics, but he could honestly say that he had never felt that anyone cared as much about him as the beautiful blonde girl in his arms. Not even Hermione or Ron had been nearly this upset when he told them bits about how he had been treated by the Dursleys. Gabby, are you all right? Harry asked worriedly. Gabby had gone silent for a few moments as she sat leaning into Harry, lost in her thoughts. When Harry's voice brought her out of it, she looked into those magnificent emerald green eyes and saw the love and concern there. But why would he be concerned about her? It was because of what he'd been forced to go through and endure that she was upset. Other than that, she was fine. I'm Fine. Why do you ask? Stroking his hand through her soft hair, Harry chose his words carefully before answering. Well, for the last 15 minutes you were sobbing into my chest, and I can understand where that came from. But then you got really quiet and had a weird look on your face. Oh, I was just thinking about what it would have been like if I didn't have my family. Being a Vila, I can imagine what kind of cruel life I would have had being raised by another family, especially in Britain. But it's wrong for family to treat you that way. Why do they? You never hurt them, did you? Harry sighed. Obviously, he didn't enjoy the direction the conversation was turning. I never hurt them. Hearing the coldness in Harry's voice, Gabby shrank away from it first, but he squeezed her hand and gave her a smile. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, Gabby. Please don't ever be afraid of me. I would never do anything to hurt you. Smiling, Gabrielle gave Harry a peck on the lips. I know that, silly. I was just afraid that you got angry, thinking that I was accusing you of hurting them. No, that's not it. I have no problems hurting them, although that wouldn't be the right thing to do. Personally, I would find it very satisfying and well worth the effort. I just don't like being on the subject much. The Dursleys hate me, and you for what we are. They are terrified of magic. Quite frankly, they hate everything to do with magic and anything abnormal or what would seem out of the ordinary for Muggles. I guess they had some bad experiences with wizards, didn't they? I mean, they must have a really good reason for hating magic, and those affiliated with it so much. No, Aunt Petunia was always jealous of my mom. She filled Uncle Vernon's head full of lies about magic. Not that he would have needed much convincing. He's as narrow-minded as she is. She just gave him a viable excuse, an outlet to blame his life and everything else on when things don't tend to go his way. A bit sad, really, and a bit pathetic. Overgrown whale can't even man up and face things the way they are. Coward is what he is. You saw how he licks the polished boots of anyone superior to him. Yawning, Gabrielle leaned back on the bed, looking up at Harry, who turned sideways with his hand beside her waist looking at her. My papa has many people under him that are like that, so I have seen it many, many times. Isn't it ironic to you that you hate him so, and yet your shoes are the ones that he has to kiss now? And you could have put him in his place, but you sent him away, with a promotion no less. Do you not think that your decision will inflate his ego even more? Tracing Gabby's lips with a finger, Harry leaned in and brushed her forehead with his lips before kissing her full on the lips. Harry knew full well that at their age, there was no way that their hormones were raging. But as he breathed in her scent, the smell of wild blueberries and jasmine in her hair, and the faintest taste of strawberries mixed with something that he couldn't quite describe, something exquisite that was all Gabby, only her, he could have sworn a wizard's oath to lay down his wand forever and leave the wizarding world to the end that it brought upon itself. If only he could spirit her far away, somewhere, and never leave the moment behind. Sadly, Harry knew that he couldn't do that. Harry was a warrior, and if Hermione had her say in it, he had a bit of a saving people thing going on. The truth was, Harry couldn't just leave it like that. It was his life, his destiny, if you believe in fate. True, Harry refused to let anyone, which included fate, run his life. He made his own decisions. Harry was the one that had to follow through with everything he chose to do. Nobody else was in his shoes. Still, Harry knew that what he wanted could not come true until Voldemort was dealt with permanently. It wouldn't be easy, but it would be the right path, the right thing to do. He didn't want his children to grow up in a world away from everyone else, or in a world full of fear of what Voldemort would do next. His parents gave their lives so that he could live and make a difference. They fought for what they believed in, and they died for it. Talking to them while in between, Harry had gotten to know them and know that they had no regrets. From them, he learned that he had nothing to fear, especially not death. There would always be those like Voldemort, or worse. But there would also always be people like Harry who had the courage to stand and fight for what they believed in and what was right, and lay down their lives if it came to it, in order to preserve a world and make it better for the ones they love. Harry didn't want to fight, but he knew that at one point he would have to. Sometimes a hero's job was just to rescue people or show them the way, but sometimes a hero's job was to stand tall in front of the masses at the front lines and lead a world that had, by its own actions, led itself to the darkness, back to the light. Harry didn't like it, but for some reason, fate had deemed that he be born for the job. The wizarding world had long seemed content to allow its problems to stew unattended, as long as it didn't affect them directly, but that very view had allowed Gellert Grindelwald, followed by Tom Riddle, and many others before them, to rise to power. Through the ages, the wizarding world never took the fight to the Dark Lords, until the Dark Lord struck first and in the open for the public to see. Only then would the Ministry of Magic strike back, and by then it was always too late. It was, and always had been, up to powerful leaders of the light to strike down each consecutive Dark Lord, and now it was Harry's turn. Voldemort, the most feared Dark Lord in 1,000 years, the heir of Salazar Slytherin himself, and Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the heir of Merlin himself, in whose veins ran the blood of one of the 9 divines, had a score to settle. "Harry, hello? Are you listening?" Gabby was shaking Harry by the arm. Being shook out of his thoughts, Harry looked at Gabby and gave her a smile to comfort the worry that was clear in her eyes. "I'm fine, sorry. I was lost in my thoughts for a moment. The answer to your question is no. There is no love lost between Uncle Vernon and me. We both know the reasons I sent them away, and he knows that it is nothing that he can or should be proud of. He also knows that if he causes any trouble, I will personally guarantee that if he survives, which is a long shot, he will be on the streets for the rest of his miserable life. I guess you have a good point. Serious will reading is in the morning. Don't you think we should be trying to get some sleep sometime before then? Gabby said while looking Harry up and down while she got under the sheets and raised him up so that Harry could lie down beside her. Like what you see, love? Harry asked. Gabby giggled and blushed. Love it. Chuckling, Harry crawled in beside her and tickled her sides, enjoying the squeals he got from her. Stop it. We need some sleep, she said, laughing as she nuzzled his neck. Okay, fine. Good night, Gabby. Harry shivered as she breathed on his neck. It tickled, but it felt good and sent a shiver straight down his spine and ran along every nerve ending in his body, making them tingle with warm fire. Good night, love, he whispered in her ear. Good night, mon chéri, Gabrielle answered back while trying to stifle a yawn. In flashback. Gabby, we should be getting up. The will reading is in less than 2 hours. We should be getting ready so we can grab some breakfast before we go. 10 more minutes, please, Gabby pleaded. I'm comfortable, and I don't want to get up just yet. Okay, sure. I'm comfortable too. I just thought that we could drop by and grab some books about broom crafting from the Quidditch store. I have to pick something up from there anyways. We're going to make our own brooms. Gabby squealed. Hold on. What is it that you have to pick up? We didn't order anything from there that I can remember. With a mischievous smile, Harry gave Gabrielle a peck on the lips and rolled them both over, with him now on top. My dear Gabby, it's a surprise. I ordered for it a few nights ago, just after you fell asleep. Oh, tell me what it is, please. Gabby cried with desperation. Batting her eyelashes at him, she gave him a wicked smile. Come on, you know you want to, she said seductively. The next thing Harry knew, as Gabby said these words, her aura that he had begun to notice in the last few days went from a dazzling silver to a glowing white that seemed to be pushing outwards at him. Strangely, he felt nothing. Gabby, is that your Vila allure? As sudden as it had happened, it stopped. Gabby's aura relapsed to its normal state as her mouth dropped open in shock. You're immune. Oh, I'm sorry, Harry. Please, I wasn't trying to manipulate you. I just wanted to know what the surprise is. I'm not very good with surprises. The waiting drives me bonkers. Harry laughed. It's okay, Gabby. You're the one person that I would allow any control over me. Besides, I asked because your aura changed and I was wondering what caused it. I've never seen the fabled Vila allure up close, and yours seem to be really powerful. Getting up, Gabby began to get dressed, changing out of her nightgown and into some beautiful baby blue robes made from acromantulous silk. Gabrielle had spotted them a couple days before as she and Harry passed the window to a shop, and she had fallen in love with them. Harry, who always seemed so eager to please her, or to just spoil her rotten, was very easy for her to convince to buy them for her. What do you mean by my aura? Harry sat thoughtfully for a second, pulling up his black, dragon leather pants. Your aura. Lately, I guess I've been starting to get my abilities, especially my aura reading and mage sight. Haven't you noticed how good my senses are now, too? I can hear someone whisper from hundreds of feet away when I try. And my sense of smell. I'm just glad that I can focus and turn it off sometimes. My strength, speed, and stamina, too. They are incredible, far beyond anything I have ever had before. Anyways, I like your aura. It's beautiful, bright, and silvery. Not like Dumbledore's. His is bright yellow and purple, a bit overwhelming to look at if you ask me. I can see the faint auras on magical objects and creatures too. Magic leaves a trace, you know. It's all around us, and I can see it in the air and in the ground. I can actually see and sense it enough that I can reach out my hand and feel it and draw it into me. I've tried and done it. It was amazing. The raw power of magic, never having been channeled, was at my fingertips. I don't know if that makes me like one of the true sorcerers that lived so long ago, but it would make sense. I am their descendant. There's one more thing, though. My aura, my magic. When I drew in the magic from around me, my own magic grew more powerful and changed. My visible aura is usually emerald mixed with gold, but when I drew in the magic, it changed to a lightning blue and black. Wow, was all that Gabby could say as she listened to Harry. All that is just fantastic, Harry. But you have to be careful. A lot of wizards and witches have been seduced by power before, and I couldn't bear to see that happen to you. Stroking Gabby's cheek softly, Harry smiled at her. It won't happen. I won't let it. I know I'm powerful, but I control my powers, not the other way around. I hope so, Gabby replied with a concerned look. After all, very few wizards in history have had the power to sustain a visible aura. I doubt that anyone except Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort have been able to do it in the last 200 years. Except for you, I mean. I know. So, are you ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready. Are you going to tell me what the surprise is? Nope. You're just going to have to wait and see. By that, I mean that you won't find out until we get back from dinner tonight. I found a new restaurant that I think you will enjoy, after a movie too, if you want. Sure, I'd love that. But do I have to wait until then? Yep. Damn. Oh well. A girl has to try, doesn't she? Instead of answering, Harry just chuckled merrily and took Gabrielle softly around the waist. A silent pop, later, and they were gone. Gringotts, Diagon Alley, London. An hour and a half later, Harry and Gabrielle found themselves being led to a private room, off the left-hand side of the main hall at Gringotts. Before they had arrived, Harry and Gabby stopped by a small breakfast parlor and then headed to Quality Quidditch Supplies. Not long after, they emerged from the shop with a long, wide package that had been pre-shrunk and wrapped for them. Even after a few tries, Gabby was still persistent in trying to get a sneaky grip on one of the corners of the package so that she could tear a little to see what was inside. So Harry was forced to banish it to a small cubbyhole that he had made in a small room in their trunk. Gabby wasn't too happy about it, but in the end she resigned herself to having to wait and wonder what the surprise would be. Once they entered Gringotts, Harry really shouldn't have been surprised, but none other than the headmaster Albus Dumbledore was there, obviously waiting on them. Harry, my boy, the wizened old headmaster began, eyes twinkling. Harry felt a slight nudge as something smoothed along his mental shields. It is a distinct pleasure to see you both here today. I'll assume that you are both here for Sirius Black's while reading. Yes, headmaster, Harry answered shortly as he raised his occlumency barriers up to full strength. Well then, shall we? Dumbledore stepped aside and waved Harry and Gabrielle by to a room off to the left side. Harry and Gabrielle didn't move an inch. Instead, Harry fixed Dumbledore with a stare. I didn't know that you would be here, sir. The tingle along Harry's mental shields was growing stronger by the second. Fortunately, Harry didn't have to worry about Gabby's mind being penetrated, as Vila were among the most powerful natural occluments. Yes, I happened to drop by, and I heard some interesting news. The grandfatherly voice and twinkling eyes were going full blast. What would that be, sir? Harry asked. It has come to my attention that your godfather, Sirius Black, has a will that will be read this morning, and, no doubt, you are named in it. Harry looked quizzically at Dumbledore. How is any of this your concern, headmaster? As your magical guardian, it is my duty to be here, Harry. I do feel that you being here is unnecessary, seeing as I can stand in for you. But since you are both already here, there is no harm done. But I do need to speak with you both when we're done here. Since you are both underage, I have managed to find a suitable wizarding family that you will be staying with that will take care of you both while you're not at Hogwarts. I am sure that you will find the Weasleys to be very kind people, and they are delighted to take you both in. Molly will probably be horrified at how skinny you both are. Harry was enraged, and Gabrielle no less. There were blue sparks of fire dancing along her now silvery hair, and all down her arms and chest. Headmaster, you are overstepping your boundaries. I am a head of house, and, as such, you have no authority over me outside of Hogwarts. We are perfectly happy and safe where we are, and when we decide to find a permanent place to stay, we already have several options open to us. The Weasleys are great people, but how can they afford 2 more children? Do you think that I haven't noticed the money you transferred from my trust account to theirs? It's only because of my respect for them and my knowing that they would never accept such charity that I allowed you to continue your transactions. I have plenty to spare, and I have no problem helping them, but next time it will be my choice to do it, not yours. Stop meddling in our affairs. I won't be your weapon, Dumbledore. I will face Voldemort, but on my terms, not his and not yours. We won't be staying with them, as much as I would like it. I will not tolerate your spying on me and attempting to control my every move. Good day, Headmaster. With that, Harry and Gabby both stormed by the stunned headmaster and headed for the room that they had been directed would be holding the will reading ceremony. As they entered the room where the will would be read, Harry and Gabby both noticed, and both gave a small nod to Ragnock and Griphook, who were at the head of a large, circular table that had chairs drawn up around the sides. The table's center had a pedestal that had been set on the floor and raised up through the hole in the center. On top of the pedestal was a crystal-clear, blue orb. "Harry, please sit here," Ragnock said as he ushered Harry and Gabrielle to two chairs right beside his own. "It is only fitting. The head of house would normally take the seat of honor, so you should be as close to it as possible. Besides, I need to speak with you on a subject that came up very recently. It is very urgent and important that we deal with it as soon as time allows." After helping Gabrielle to her seat, Harry took his own before turning to Ragnock with a questioning look. "What is it? Did something happen that I need to know about?" "Indeed it did, Lord Potter. Before the others arrive, please let me inform you that on occasions such as this, I must use formalities, as it shows respect for your family, your honor, and your position. We will discuss the matter after the will reading. I hope it does not offend you, sir, but the others will be arriving shortly, and we do not have time to give the matter such thought and discussion as it will require." Harry only nodded as he noticed a very familiar head of blonde hair, with a chin and nose stuck high in the air, enter the room. Draco Malfoy looked as arrogant as ever, followed in by his mother, who looked just as haughty. She gave a short glance to Harry and Gabby before taking her seat. If Harry wasn't mistaken, she walked with her nose turned up as if the smell beneath her nose was unbearable, and Harry obviously couldn't blame her. Having a Ponce for a son and worse for a husband should have given her a taste for the delightfully foul smells by now, though. Harry did notice, though, the look of recognition in her eyes as she took in the sight of Harry and Gabby, before giving a quick, stinging glare to Gabby, who shrank back into Harry's side as Lucius Malfoy walked into the room and sat beside his wife. Noticing Harry and Gabrielle, Lucius Malfoy stared in cold, ruthless anger at Gabby, who was by now squeezing Harry's hand so hard that Harry was surprised it didn't break. Squeezing her hand softly, Harry whispered in Gabby's ear, "It's okay, love. I remember what he did, and I promise I will never allow anyone to ever try that with you again. You have nothing to fear from him." Fortunately, this seemed to cheer her up a little bit, as she gave him a tentative smile and loosened her grip on Harry's hand, but Harry was furious. "Lord Malfoy," he stated simply, his voice dripping with venom at every syllable. "Do not speak to me, child," Lucius spat back. "You and your pathetic tramp cost me thousands of galleons and a night in Azkaban. Do you not know what the punishment is for embarrassing such a powerful lord? You should be thankful that I didn't press charges for the curse you shot at me. Far be it from me to know where you even learned such powerful, dark magic. You got no more or less than you deserved, you pathetic waste of a wizard. And I assure you that if you ever insult my lady again, or even think to, I will destroy you. Do you remember your miserable, late master who tried to kill me? Come on, you know the one. Just remember whose feet you kissed and groveled at for so many years. He couldn't kill me, so what makes you think that you would stand even the slightest chance? If I hear even one word come from your lips today, I will invoke a blood war between our houses, and I will annihilate you and your family. I will wipe the once proud, but now wretched and twisted name of Malfoy from existence." Lucius paled with rage, but kept silent. Draco, however, was stupid enough not to hold his tongue. "So you are the famous Harry Potter. And this must be the little French Villa whore that landed my father in prison. It is a shame, Potter. You are stepping on the feet of the wrong wizarding family. My father is Lord Malfoy, and being the closest living heir, today I shall be named Lord Black. Not only can a current head of house invoke a blood feud, but even if you managed it, being underage and all, you are the only Potter left. If you invoke a blood feud, we will have every right to kill you where you stand, and you wouldn't stand a chance. You haven't even begun your first year at Hogwarts yet. And still, if you survived long enough to escape, you would have two of the most powerful families after you. You wouldn't live another 3 days. Listen once, and listen well, Draco. Do you see these rings on my finger? Harry raised his hand and let his head of house rings flash to the Malfoys. And did you notice the black head of house ring there also? I'm Lord Black, you slimy weasel. As for you all, I could take you all at once while blinded, body-binded, and with one finger to use my wand. So give me just one reason to. I would love to watch the goblins clean you up off the floor. Draco glared. You wouldn't dashed. But he was cut off from saying more by his father, who had his hand on his shoulder and seemed to be squeezing pretty hard, judging by the younger Malfoy's wince. Now is not the time or place, Draco. Keep quiet. Lord Black, please excuse my outburst. We seem to start off on the wrong foot entirely, and I have spoken only to have my son hold his tongue. I wish no war with you. Perhaps we might even be able to have you both to dinner before you go to Hogwarts. Perhaps, Harry answered curtly. I agree that perhaps we got off on the wrong foot, seeing as you were a roaring drunk, but let us not neglect the fact that you and your family have strong beliefs in blood purity and pure blood superiority, and I am against it. Blood does not determine a wizard's skill or power. In fact, the more magical blood is recycled through pure blood marriages, the less potent it becomes. To keep a wizarding line, an infusion of powerful, new, pure, and unrecycled magical blood is needed. That is one reason Muggleborns are needed, seeing as they are the first in their line to have magic. The magic in them is new and extremely potent. Not to mention that without Muggleborns, wizards would have died out long ago, or would have intermarried to the point where they were all born as squibs. Haven't you realized that no Muggleborn has ever produced a squib? Squibs tend to come from the oldest of pure blood ancestries. However, some of the most powerful wizards in the world are Muggleborn. Even you would have to admit that. After all, you knew Tom Riddle in school, and you also knew the wizard he became. Lord Voldemort, quite possibly the most powerful half-blood in centuries. How do you know, Dash? Lucius began, but Harry cut him off. How I know is not important. But do see to it that you keep that diary that he gave you to yourself, at least until I come for it. Eyes wide in shock, Lucius nodded in assurance that he would do exactly that. Now, that is better. Even enemies can remain civil at times, Ragnarok said. As Ragnarok was speaking, Harry saw another familiar figure enter the room, looking a bit better than Harry was used to seeing him. In another few days, though, when the full moon would shine brightly in the night sky of September 1st, Harry doubted that his health and appearance would remain in good shape. Harry gave Remus Lupin a smile as the man entered. Lupin, who had no idea that Harry knew who he was, looked surprised. After all, he and Harry had never met, at least since he was a baby, but how could Harry possibly remember that? Following Lupin into the room, and very nearly late, was Ted Tonks, leading a woman, no doubt his wife, and a young woman, who looked about 17 years of age. Harry, Ted exclaimed, it is a pleasure to see you here. And you, my lady, Gabrielle. May I introduce my wife, Andromeda? Mrs. Tonks, who looked much like Narcissa, powerful and aristocratic, but with a kind smile, reached her hand forward so that Harry could kiss her hand, and shook hand with Gabby. And our beautiful daughter, Nymphadora? Don't call me Nymphadora. It's Tonks, just Tonks. Patting her daughter's shoulder as Tonks shook hands with both Harry and Gabrielle. Dear daughter, why is it that you hate your name so? I think that it is a beautiful name, and it suits you. Tonks scowled at her mother before starting to take her seat, but instead tripping on the leg of the chair and falling forward, face first into Harry's chest. Are you all right? he asked. Watcher, Harry. I'm Fina. I'm used to it. I'm dead clumsy. Always have been, she replied as she got up and fixed her robes. I should thank you for breaking my fall, though, she said sexily. You were really cute, and if you were a few years older, I might be able to thank you properly. Harry blushed brightly as Andromeda shrieked. Nymphadora! Harry glanced at Gabby, who, by the look of it, remembered the contract and was obviously thinking along the same lines as him, especially if that mischievous grin was any sign. Gabby whispered in his ear, Oh, Tonks, I'm so sorry. I'm already taken, but my gorgeous Lady Gabby agrees with me that you are, simply put, sexy as hell. It's a pity that you care about the age difference because we were thinking about your offer, and you do know that we have our own room and bed, right? The effect was instantaneous. Harry's face and neck were a brilliant red as he gave Tonks one of his most innocent smiles, and Gabby giggled hysterically at Tonks, who had gone as red as Harry, jaw dropped, speechless, and with her eyes popping out of their sockets. That wasn't all, though, as Tonks' hair and eyes were flashing through what had to be every shade of color that Harry could imagine, including a few that he could swear that he had never seen before. The final straw, at least for Gabby, was the pumpkin juice that sprayed from Tonks' mouth and nostrils and strayed at her mother's robes. Gabby couldn't take it anymore. She broke down into completely insane laughter, and Harry had a hold on her tightly to keep her from rolling around on the floor. Mrs. Tonks, however, was not quite as pleased. Now really, she huffed. Mr. Tonks, on the other hand, seemed to find the flirting hilarious, maybe because he thought it was innocent fun, but Harry didn't know. Maybe it was. But the wink that Tonks gave them both when her parents weren't looking suggested otherwise. Harry and Gabrielle both gulped. They weren't quite ready for that, yet. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry was shocked to see 3 more people enter, who he had definitely not been expecting to see here today. Nudging Gabby gently in the arm, he got her attention and nodded over to the 3 redheads. Harry had no idea why, but Arthur, Molly, and Bill Weasley had all just arrived, filling the last 3 chairs that were right beside Harry and Gabby. As he helped Mrs. Weasley to her seat, Mr. Weasley gave the Malfoys a cold look. Lucius was all he said to acknowledge them. Mr. Malfoy glanced once at Harry, possibly thinking of responding to Mr. Weasley's less than polite greeting, but wisely decided to keep silent. Hello, how are you 2 doing? My name is Arthur Weasley. Mr. Weasley regarded Harry and Gabby carefully. Reaching across, Harry offered his hand. Nice to meet you, sir. My name is Harry Potter, and this beautiful girl beside me is my Lady Gabrielle Delacour. Mr. Weasley broke out in a broad grin. Are you really? That's fascinating. My oldest son, Bill, he's sitting next to my wife, Molly, told me that you might be here today. But I had no idea that you would have such a lovely little lady to accompany you. As Mr. Weasley was speaking, he gestured towards Mrs. Weasley and Bill, who both nodded and smiled. Harry smirked as Gabby's face grew red. Gabby might have taken being called a little lady a bit offensive, but she seemed to be getting over her shyness a little. Harry noted as he watched in amusement as Gabby blushed furiously at the compliment. I guess I should thank you for the compliment, Mr. Weasley. I don't think my fair Gabrielle can speak yet. Trying to prove Harry wrong, Gabby gave him a look, but was only able to squeak out a retort. Tell me, Harry, is it true that you have been living with muggles all these years? Bill told me a little of what he has heard. He's a curse breaker at Gringotts, and you're big news with the goblins at the moment. I've been living with my relatives, but I haven't enjoyed it much. They treated me like a house elf most of the time when they actually got around to stop pretending that I don't exist. Fortunately, I won't have to put up with that anymore. Gabby and I are going to look over my properties next summer and pick one out for us. Mr. Weasley paled a bit. For both of you, did you say? Aren't you both a bit young? You have a point. We are still trying to get used to it ourselves, but there are extenuating circumstances that have provided us with a valid and indisputable reason not to worry about our ages. We are taking it slow, of course. Don't worry about that contract you and my dad signed. Gabrielle and I already know about it, so we can deal with that when we get to it. Mr. Weasley looked at his wife and gulped. And what contract would that be? Harry dear. Now, Molly, I don't think, Mr. Weasley began, but the glare of cold anger by his wife stopped him cold, and he shut his mouth with a snap. Don't try to put it off, Arthur. Now, Harry, what kind of trouble did my husband get himself into this time? It's never good, but I knew your father, and if James Potter was in on this too, then Merlin help us. Suddenly, a speck on the table became very interesting to Harry, as he kept his head down, just staring. He shouldn't have mentioned that marriage contract. He really liked Mr. Weasley, and he was regretting getting him into trouble with Mrs. Weasley. They were like the family he never had before he came back, and Harry knew her temper as well as anyone. He did not want to cross Molly Weasley, and hopefully, Ginny wouldn't have her fangirl attitude towards him this time around. He knew she wanted to marry the boy who lived ever since she was a little girl, but he had no idea what effect the knowledge of a marriage contract between them, since before his parents had died, would have on her feelings and opinions about him. Harry, dear, it's okay to tell me. It's not you I will be angry with, but I need to know how long Arthur gets to sleep on the couch this time. But by the look in his eyes, and I know my husband, he will probably retreat to his shed for a month or so. Probably longer, Gabby giggled, smiling sweetly the whole time. What was that, dear? Oh, it's nothing, Gabrielle replied. But it really isn't something that we should talk about while we are here. Now, that's a wonderful idea, Mr. Weasley interrupted. Hush, Arthur. Yes, love. So how about you both join us at the Burrow tonight for dinner, and we can talk about it then? Would that work? Harry's head came up with a snap, his mouth watering. He loved Mrs. Weasley's cooking. Her meat pies, treacle tarts, and her fudge cakes were enough to make him drool. The smile he wore was all the answer Mrs. Weasley needed. I'll take that as a yes, then. Of course. Harry and Gabby both replied excitedly. Ah, children. If there's one thing all kids love to do, it's eating, Mrs. Weasley said softly. Although, Harry, I do think that I should warn you about our youngest. My daughter Ginny has been quite taken with you, at least the fairy tale she has read of you, since she was very young. That's fine, Mrs. Weasley. I'm sure that Gabby and I can handle Ginny. Just then, the door to the room opened, and Ragnarok re-entered, followed by several armed goblins. Now, then, people, we are ready to begin. All of you, please be seated, and once I have your full attention, I will begin the reading of the will of Lord Sirius Orion Black. As they all watched, Ragnarok waved his hand towards the orb in the middle of the table, and the figure of Sirius rose into the air. Hey folks, if you're watching this, then I'm still a guest of the Dementors. It really is too bad that Crouch and Fudge still work for the Ministry. Maybe I can get a trial after somebody runs them off. I'd love to piss in the head Mugwump's face. There was some odd noise from somewhere in the background. Sirius turned his head, listening, and turned back to face them again. Okay, getting back on subject. Lord Sirius, yes, Moony, I'm Sirius, Orion Black, head of the ancient and most noble house of Black, being of sound mind and sexy body. No jokes, Moony. Lupin leaned back easily in his chair with a grin. Of my own free will, do ordain this to be my last will and testament to be read and carried out in the summer before my godson's first year at Hogwarts. I declare all other wills before it to be null and void. Whether I am currently dead or alive, and I'm probably still kicking, this will is to be executed at this time in its fullest entirety by the goblins of Gringotts Bank, London branch. First off, to my old friend Remus Lupin, a.k.a. Moony, I hereby give 75 million galleons and number 12, Grimmauld Place, under the condition that you chuck your filthy robes, buy yourself some new ones, and by Merlin, get yourself a witch. And there's no point complaining about it, Moony. It's not charity, and the galleons have already been transferred to your account. Somebody, please catch him. Sure enough, Lupin was white with shock and had tipped over in his chair. Fortunately, Mr. Tonks was able to catch him before he hit the ground and helped him back to his seat. Remus, you always have been, and always will be, my brother in all ways that matter. We went through a lot together, and in the end, I deeply regret that I did not put my trust in you and believed you a spy. I know that you would have died first, and I hope that you can accept my most heartfelt apologies. I know you never asked for anything, Mooney, but please accept the money, not as charity, but as a gift from a brother that can do no more for you." Remus looked teary, and he slowly nodded his head. "Secondly, to my dear cousin Narcissa, I leave 5 million galleons in the house you grew up in, under the condition that you ask the new Lord Black to annul your marriage to that inbred Ponce, Lucius, and grant you a divorce. I know that you are still in the somewhere, Sissy. Under all those years of pain and abuse, you are still there crying. Let the new Lord Black do this for you, and take you under his wing, I beg you. If you fail to meet these conditions, then you will be given 10 galleons and banished from the House of Black forever." Draco's mother had a weird look in her eyes as she glanced towards Harry. Maybe Harry was kidding himself, but he thought he saw hope there. "As for the young Draco, I hereby banish you from the House of Black. May your feet never darken the doorstep again. I leave you nothing except a sound piece of advice. Do your best not to follow in your father's footsteps. He is a cruel man that believes that money and blood purity grants him superiority over everyone else. You would do well to disregard his beliefs and take heed to the lessons learned from his mistakes. Look to the past, and you will see the path that these actions lead to. Do what is right, and make a new name for yourself. Maybe one day, if you are smart, you will drag the name Malfoy from the pits and make it something to be proud of again. Oh, and Lucius, did you honestly think that I would make your spawn, Lord Black? Don't hoodwink yourself. I have never met the boy, and if he is anything like you, I can't take that risk." Draco and Lucius both looked furious, but looking at Harry, wisely kept silent. Now to Arthur and Molly Weasley. You were a part of the Order, and were always good friends with the Potters and myself. Molly, I remember how you and Lily used to cook for everyone, and how you would both yell at us. Your poor husbands and Merlin, I used to dread those tempers. What fire you both had. Your tongues weren't exactly dull, you know. Arthur, I remember how James and I used to call you mad for your obsession with muggles. Have you gotten over that yet? You are a brilliant wizard and a good man, a good friend. You always work your hardest to take care of your family, but those above you denied you your due. I honestly hope that you don't blame me for their deaths. I would never do anything to hurt James and Lily, and especially Harry. I would have died before I betrayed them. If you still believe in me, can you do me a favor, for old time's sake? Take the 25 million galleons that I am giving you, and keep an eye out for a certain rat that is now missing a toe. Arthur, you know the one. He's still alive and out there." The Weasleys were all three pale and looking frantically at each other. Harry was able to catch what was on the forefront of their minds using his passive legitimacy skills. "Mr. Weasley, it's all right. What you're thinking is true, but you are safe. As long as he doesn't fear that he has been compromised, he will stay in disguise. Please don't do anything to him yet, and don't let him know that you are onto him. I have plans to deal with the rats soon enough." Arthur looked carefully at Harry for a few moments before nodding his head. "I have faith in you, Harry. I am placing the welfare of my family in your hands. Please don't let me down." Harry grew solemn, and a dark look dawned on his face. "Don't worry, Mr. Weasley, I won't. Just act as you normally do, and very soon he will be dealt with. I do want my godfather out of prison, you know. One more thing, Arthur. I hope for your sake that Molly isn't in the room, but if she is, everyone cover your ears after I say what I have to say. I mean it." Arthur's eyes bugged out of his head, and he gulped, but Mrs. Weasley had a furious but triumphant grin plastered all over her. Everyone else just carefully scooted their chairs away. "You might not remember it, being as wasted as we were, but I was there when you and James signed that marriage contract between Harry and Ginny. I know that you did it so that your little girl will be taken care of, and so that your families would always be joined, but think hard about it. Do you even know if they will be able to love each other? You have taken that choice away from them. Just consider it." Mr. Weasley, however, didn't look like he was able to consider much of anything as he cowered under Mrs. Weasley's righteous fury. "Arthur Weasley, how dare you?" she roared. "Wobbles, please," he squeaked. Lucius and Draco were roaring with laughter. "And oh, don't you dare," she yelled in cold anger. "It isn't what you think, love." "Then what exactly is it, Arthur? Our daughter. Our only daughter. Our baby girl. And you signed her away not even months after she was born. You wait until we get home. We aren't finished, not by a long shot. So you can just sit there and dread what I am going to do to you. I have never been so ashamed in my entire life. Harry, dear, I am so sorry. I had no idea, or I wouldn't have let them do it. It's fine, Mrs. Weasley. Gabrielle and I already knew about it. We found out a few weeks ago. We want to talk to you about it, but not here. Can we get back to the will, please? Ragnarok interrupted, seeing that he once again had everyone's full attention. He waved his hand, unpausing the figure of Sirius. Molly, if you are there, don't give your husband too hard a time. I'm not condoning what he did, but talk to him about it. Hear his reasons and feelings on it. I have another surprise just for you. I know that you enjoy your home and would probably refuse to move, so I have hired contractors through the goblins to renovate your home any way you like. You can even rebuild it and expand it. I know how much family means to you. So please, take these 2 million galleons that I have set aside for this sole purpose and make the home of your dreams, where love and family makes it so warm and welcoming. I would feel better knowing that a good family is finally receiving what they deserve. Now we get to my favorite cousin, Andromeda, and her darling daughter, Nymphadora. I never did agree with my mother and what she did to you. So, pause for dramatic effect. Everyone except Lucius and Draco laughed. I hereby reinstate you both to the ancient and most noble house of Black. That is, if the new Lord Black agrees to it. I also give to each of you 100 million galleons. Finally, Harry, my godson, I have prayed every night since your parents died that I could have stopped it. I didn't betray them, but it may as well have been my fault. I convinced them to switch secret keepers to Peter, and I have no greater regrets than that. I don't know if you can, I wouldn't, but please try to find it in your heart to forgive me. I lost him that night too, so you are the only part of my best friend that I have left. You probably don't remember me, but I did and still do love you, and I wish that I could be free so that I could take care of you like a proper godfather would do. Again, I am sorry. I was young and brash, just like your father, and when I found out what Peter had done, I went after him and cornered him. I should have been worried more about you then, but the betrayal was so fresh that I just went crazy. I know that there's nothing I can do to give back what my mistakes took from you, your parents, and these years that I could have spent raising you as I should have and wish that I had done, but everything I have I give to you. I hereby give all other monies, properties, assets, and titles, including the title of Lord Black, with all authorities and responsibilities it holds, to my beloved godson, Harry James Potter. I wish that I could do more for you, and I love you like my own son. I know that you will always make your parents and me proud. Just one more thing before I sign off. Harry, do not trust Albus Dumbledore. He could have given proof that would have made my innocence loud and very clear. I fear that he has been planning something these many years, but I don't know what it is. He is a brilliant wizard, with his heart in the right place, but his methods are certainly questionable. Albus Dumbledore, as much as he would like you to believe otherwise, thinks only of the big picture. In it, we are merely pawns in the grander scheme of things he calls the greater good, and he will not hesitate to sacrifice each and every person under his care to reach whatever his goals may be. And Harry, please uphold my decisions regarding Sissy, Andy, and Nymphadora. I know you don't have to, but it would mean a lot to this old dog if there was a little love and honor brought back into my family. Farewell, and I hope one day to meet the great wizard that I know you will become. This is Lord Sirius Orion Black, signing off. Harry leaned forward slightly, leaning over the table. Everyone's eyes were on him. For a few moments, the room could hear the faint heartbeats of everyone in the room until the slight shuffling of the Malfoys leaving broke the silence. Lord Black, Ragnarok started. Will you reinstate Mrs. and Miss Tonks into the Black family? Harry stared blankly at them both and nodded. Very well, please sign the forms, and press your family seal onto the documents, and it will be done. Taking a quill from Grip Hook, who had sat in on the will reading, Harry signed his name to the documents and dipped his ring in some ink before pressing the seal onto the bottom next to his signature. Now, Lord Black, please say it out loud, so that magic can confirm it, Ragnock said. Harry looked around the room. Tonks and her mother were both wide-eyed, but Mr. Tonks was grinning like a madman. If Tonks wasn't careful, she was going to fall flat on her back, the way her chair was tilted. Gabby was obviously happy. She was standing beside Harry, squeezing his hand firmly. "Harry," she whispered, "do it." That was all Harry needed. "I, Lord Harry James Potter, head of the ancient and most noble House of Black, do reinstate Mrs. Andromeda Tonks Black and Miss Nymphadora Tonks Black back into the Black family." The second the last word left Harry's mouth, a white flash of magic flared and a gold strand went out from Harry and connected to two silver strands that had come from Tonks and her mother's chests. For a few seconds, everyone just stood there as the three caught their breaths. Catching Harry's eye, Mrs. Tonks gave him a teary smile and mouthed "thank you," just before a pink bullet nailed Harry in the chest, knocking him to the ground flat on his back. "What the dash?" Harry started, but he was cut off by a squealing Tonks. "Oh, Harry, thank you. You don't know how much this means to us," she said in between kissing him all over. Harry was bewildered, but Gabby had her hand over her mouth, and tears of mirth were coming from her eyes. Getting up, Tonks reddened as she let Harry up and straightened herself out. "I am sorry, Harry. I don't know what to say. I have no idea what came over me. It's just that we can never repay you for this." "It wasn't me," Harry replied. "You should thank Sirius." "I know, but what you just did, it's like you made it to where it never happened. My mother never really speaks of it and acts like it doesn't bother her that she was disowned, but I know her. It has been like a stain of dishonor, of shame, all these years. And you just erased it like it never happened. We just can't thank you enough," Tonks said softly. In tears, Tonks threw herself into Harry's arms and just stood there crying on him while he looked awkwardly at everyone else in the room, especially Gabby. But she looked at him as if to say, "I'm a girl too. Do you honestly expect me to save you?" Giving in, Harry shrugged and leaned up against the wall, with Tonks still attached and his arms around her. "You're welcome," Harry answered quietly, patting Tonks reassuringly on the back. Looking at Mrs. Tonks and her husband beside her, smiled. "That goes for both of you. If there is ever anything else that I can do for you, Almy, you're family now." Ragnock cleared his throat loudly, catching everyone by surprise. Obviously, Harry wasn't the only one who had failed to notice the goblins still in the room. "Harry, are you forgetting one small detail?" he asked curtly. Seeing looks of confusion all around the room, Ragnock continued. "There is the matter of the marriage contract that you are magically bound to fulfill to the first unwed daughter of the House of Black." Tonks fainted dead away in Harry's arms, causing Harry to almost buckle under the unexpected weight. Mrs. Tonks stared. How? How is that possible?" she sputtered. "I know our family history as well as any Black, and there are no contracts left to be fulfilled by a daughter of Black." Looking sternly at Mrs. Tonks, Ragnock replied, "You are mistaken, Mrs. Black. There is but one, an ancient contract between the houses of Draco and Black. Until now, either Draco lacked a son or Black lacked a daughter, but now we have both, and they are magically bound to see the contract to fruition." "That's not possible," Mrs. Tonks spit out. "There are none from the house of Draco left. They were all cursed to become vampires." "That is true, Mrs. Tonks," Ragnock answered quietly with a sneering grin. "However, young Harry is the only fully human descendant of the House of Draco. The ancient blood that has lain dormant for centuries has shown itself in him, and that is enough for magic and for Gringotts. Harry was just as surprised at the news at first as you are, but there is no way out of it. If there was, I am quite sure that he and the Lady Gabrielle would have found it by now, seeing as he is obligated to fulfill several unbreakable marriage contracts." Mrs. Weasley turned on her husband, raw fiery anger roaring in her eyes once more. "Tell me, Arthur, please tell me that you and James Potter were not foolish, no stupid, enough to make that contract of yours unbreakable." Mr. Weasley paled and gave his wife an innocent look. No, of course not Dash. He started before Mrs. Weasley cut him off. Arthur Weasley, don't you dare give me that look. You did, didn't you? How could you let James Potter talk you into such a thing? A magically binding, unbreakable marriage contract on our baby girl. You took away her very right to choose who she loves, she roared while everyone else still in the room covered their ears. Actually, love, I thought it would be a great idea, Mr. Weasley answered with a grin. We were good friends with the Potters after all, and it would make sure that she was provided for and well taken care of. James just happened to agree, under the condition that for no reason would I tell Lily until James was ready. Mrs. Weasley rounded on him, and I bet that James was under a similar condition. Arthur? Mr. Weasley's eyes went wide and his mouth snapped shut. I thought so, Mrs. Weasley said. Well, Arthur, your intentions may have been honorable, but did you for once think of Ginny's feelings? Did you once consider that maybe she and Harry would not want each other? Actually, dear, the contract helps all that. The magic involved helps bring them together and make them more compatible for each other. And you know how she has felt about the boy who lived all her life. She has been obsessed with marrying the boy since she was young. Mr. Weasley replied simply. In other words, you took away her free will. Mrs. Weasley shrieked. And just because she's obsessed with a fairy tale doesn't guarantee in any sense that she will love Harry. Now you will be the one to tell our daughter what you did and why. You can explain to her what was going through your mind, besides fire whiskey, when you signed away her life. Molly Dash, he started. Mrs. Weasley rounded on him, veins pounding and her face red with rage. Don't molly me, Arthur. You don't have a choice in the matter, because until you do, you will be sleeping on the couch, and once you do, your 3 months on the couch with no second for dinner will begin. Mr. Weasley's froze in his spot instantly. He looked like a dog that had his favorite toy taken away, or a Malfoy who had just been told that he was bankrupt. I think I'm letting you off pretty easily, Arthur. But woe to you when your daughter learns a few hexes, but since she doesn't, any that she can think of, I will do for her. You deserve it. Your daughter deserves every hex, jinx, curse, and any other payback that she gives you, and you're going to let her. And when she is done, you're going to hold her and tell her that you are sorry and that you love her. Gabby grinned evilly. Mrs. Weasley, can I give you a better idea? After all, we are all in this together. Harry and I are bonded, and he has no choice but to fulfill every marriage contract that we are currently aware of. Mrs. Weasley smiled softly at Gabby. What are you thinking, dear? Well, Gabrielle began with a devilish smile. Since Harry is her husband-to-be, and as such it will be his job to protect her and defend her honor, how about we let him cast the jinxes and curses for Ginny? Harry's got quite a bit of power, and he and I can give her a few, how should I say it, interesting ideas. Grinning broadly, Mrs. Weasley gave Gabby and Harry both big hugs. You know, I think that is just what my husband deserves. I might even let him stay off the couch once you are through with him. Before we continue, may I ask how many marriage contracts Harry has to fulfill? Covens aren't unheard of, but there hasn't been one in centuries. I just want to know how many other ladies Harry will have. Harry's face darkened. Too many, he answered, face downcast. Watch her, Harry, Tonks said. Can you act a little excited at least? Tons of blokes would die to be in your position. Isn't it every bloke's wet dream to have more than one girl? I'm 11, Tonks, Harry replied shortly. What does that matter? You're still a bloke. Doesn't the idea turn you on in the faintest? Of course it does, Harry spit out, growing redder by the second. But that doesn't make it right. Tonks and Gabby both sniggered. Well, Harry, what if the girls want it that way? You are pretty cute, even though you are young. I think I can keep my hormones in check for a few years, Tonks said huskily, licking her lips. Until you're ready, that is. That doesn't mean I'll keep my hands to myself, though. Harry watched Gabby and Tonks both walk sexily towards him, eyes bright, 2 sets of long legs and gorgeous swaying hips. Oh gods. Gabby and Tonks both giggled. That goes for me too, love, Gabrielle said as she wrapped her arms around him and planted a kiss firmly on his lips. Hey, I want one too, Tonks shouted as she leapt forward to kiss Harry, but tripped on the end of her robe. Fortunately, Harry caught her before she hit the ground. "That's two I owe you, lover boy," she said as she kissed him hard, moaning as her tongue swept across Harry's lips, begging entrance and getting it. "Well now," Mrs. Tonks exclaimed indignantly. "Have you no shame, Nymphadora? Come on, mother. You named me Nymph for a reason, didn't you? The way I have heard Dad tell his Navy mates, I'm not the only one in the house that likes to be kinky." Mrs. Tonks turned beet red as she gave her husband a furious glare. "Come now, Andy," Mrs. Weasley said. "I remember you back in Hogwarts, and I have to say, your daughter is just like you were at that age. How about you all join us for dinner at the Burrow tonight? Some of the old crowd getting together to catch up. Harry and Gabrielle will be there too, I expect. They have some business to take care of with Arthur. What do you say?" Mrs. Tonks gave Mrs. Weasley a stern look and a smile. "Yes, I believe we can arrange that. I might even think of a punishment fit for my husband tonight as well." "Great. We will be delighted to have more company," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. Right about then, Harry noticed Remus slipping out of the room. Just before he made it through the door, Harry called out to him, "Mr. Lupin, won't you join us? You are one of my dad's and Sirius' best friends, I've heard." "Oh, Morgana. Remus, I'm so sorry. I failed to notice you, but you would of course be most welcome to join us," Mrs. Weasley said. "No, Molly, I'm sorry," Lupin answered in a hurry. "I really must be going. I have to meet up with someone to arrange for some conveniences." Mrs. Weasley looked confused, as did everyone else in the room, save for Harry and Gabrielle. "Mr. Lupin," Harry began, but Remus cut him off. "Harry, please call me Remus." "Well, Remus," Harry answered, "if you think that I'm going to let you slip away before I get the chance to speak with you, you're mistaken. You were one of their best friends, and I know that you're a good man. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take you shopping, just you, Gabrielle, and I. And we're going to get you some decent robes for dinner tonight. While we are at it, we can stop and grab my trunk. I know the full moon is in a few days on the night of September 1st, and I happen to have the ingredients for the Wolfsbane potion in my trunk. I can make it for you. Or even better, I've been working on improving the potion with a couple of extremely rare ingredients that can halt the transformation completely and prevent it if taken in the week up to and including during the full moon." Remus looked stunned. "How do you know about my condition? And how could you possibly know how to improve or even brew that particular potion?" "Promise to join us for dinner, and I may just have a story for you," Harry replied with a smirk. Remus laughed. "You remind me of your father. You're a lot like him and your mother, as a matter of fact. You look just like your father did, except for your eyes. You got dash." "My mother's eyes. Yeah, I know. So will you come?" "You've got yourself a wager, Harry," Remus replied with a chuckle. "There's just one condition to hearing my story, though," Harry said. Remus fixed him with a curious look. "Name it." "Don't tell Albus Dumbledore anything I tell you. Give me your word on that." "You have my word, Harry." "I meant I want your word of honor, as the Marauder's oath." Remus' eyes went wide in shock, and his face went stark white as his knees collapsed and he leaned against the wall for support. "Obviously, Harry, you know a great deal more than I took you for. That secret has been kept for almost 2 decades. How do you know?" "Do I have your oath, Moony?" Harry asked. Shaking from head to foot, Remus nodded and pointed his wand at his own heart. "I, Remus John Lupin, the Marauder known as Moony, do hereby give my oath, swearing upon my life and magic, to Harry James Potter, son of Prongs, that I will disclose no information given to me by Harry from this point until he so releases me from my oath to Albus Dumbledore, unless Harry gives me leave to of his own free will. I so swear it." "I accept your oath, Moony. So mote it be." A flare of magic, symbolizing that the oath had been confirmed and accepted by magic, flashed briefly between Harry and Remus, briefly connecting the two before flashing out of existence. "Well, that's that," Mr. Weasley said, clapping his hands together. "Shall we go now?" Taking his cue, everyone began filing out. Harry, Gabby and Remus to do some shopping and preparing, and the rest on their way to the burrow. Bye, Harry, Gabby. We'll see you there tonight, Tonks said excitedly. Gabby giggled and nudged Harry in the arm. You bet we will, and I'll make Harry spruce himself up a bit for you and Ginny. Thanks, Gabby. Later, Tonks waved as she followed her mother and the Weasleys down the opposite end of Diagon Alley. Lord Potter, Ragnar's voice came from behind them. Surprised, Harry and Gabrielle both turned to see Ragnar walking briskly up to them. I'm glad that I caught up to you both. I need to speak with you about an important matter regarding your parents' will. What happened? Gabby asked. Harry looked at her surprised. It was oddly straightforward for the normally shy and quiet Gabrielle. You know, love, Harry whispered quietly in her ear. You surprise me a lot lately. You normally just stay quiet in the background, unless we are shopping, but today you've been different. I hope that means you're getting more comfortable. I have. How couldn't I? Especially when I have such a wonderful bloke to take care of me and protect me. Gabby whispered back. Harry grinned. You give me too much credit, love. You have a wonderful mind, a pretty colorful personality, and a body that Morgana would give both her robes and her staff to have. I'm just glad to see you finally starting to enjoy yourself around people more. Gabby blushed and pecked Harry on the lips, but Ragnar cleared his throat. As I was saying, we at Gringotts have recently been given evidence that Albus Dumbledore falsified your parents' will that he himself provided and executed shortly after their deaths. We have also been given a copy, via a memory, of your parents' true will. Harry's expression softened. Is that it? Thanks, I thought it was something important. Ragnar looked indignant. Was this not important, Lord Potter? Albus Dumbledore broke several laws, both wizarding and goblin. Harry smirked. I am well aware of what Dumbledore did, and I already have plans on how to pay him back for it. No charges will be pressed, especially since I have him, quite literally, exactly where I want him. Are you positive, Lord Potter? Ragnar asked, looking desperate for an excuse to get at the headmaster. Quite, Harry replied curtly, but Gabby fixed him with a confused look. Gabby, at Hogwarts I can keep an eye on him. Not to mention that he may be of some use to us. We are fighting on the same side, after all, and there is much that he may know, or can find out, that will be a great deal of help in the future. Besides, he doesn't know it yet, but at Hogwarts, I have the power, not him. Catching on, Gabby's confused frown turned to a grin to match the one that Ragnar was now wearing. Indeed, Lord Potter, very cunning. I must applaud you for your technique and wisdom to take heed the lessons the future may bring. However, I have a staff meeting, so I must be going quickly if I am to make it. I shall bid you both good day, Lord and Lady Potter. And to you, Gabby and Harry both replied before they turned and walked back out into Diagon Alley to meet back up with Remus and get ready for the night at the burrow.